Good. I'm going to call our meeting to order this evening, this morning, afternoon. Used to saying this evening, 2023-0807 workshop. It's our workshop for the fiscal budget. August 7th, 2023. Mr. Kavanaugh, are we streaming?
Yes, we are, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Kavanaugh. And please, everyone speaking to your microphones, even though it's a workshop, be sure to hit your mute buttons accordingly. Mr. Kavanaugh, can you call the roll of the City Commission, please, and administrative staff?
Commissioner Wasserman,
Here.
Commissioner Brody,
Here.
Commissioner Raley,
Here.
Vice Mayor Welch,
Here.
Mayor Rydell,
Here.
City Manager Brooks,
Here.
City Attorney Pyburn.
Here.
This meeting is being conducted live with the physical quorum present. Our meeting is also being streamed live, as well as going to be available on our website, www.coconutcreek.net. This workshop is going to be about fiscal year 2024 budget and our 5-year capital improvement program. I know we have our lovely ladies that are going to make the presentation. I'll turn it over to City Manager Brooks to kick it off, and then she will then pass it to Keisha, who will start the presentation. Madam Brooks.
Good morning, everyone. We are very pleased to be here today to present the proposed fiscal 2024 budget to you all. It has been a long process. It starts many months ago. This year, it was a challenging year for a couple of different reasons. The future continues to be unknown, and on the economic front, whether we're going to go into a recession, we're not going to go into a recession. Just so from an economic standpoint, it's still very volatile, and that makes long-term decision-making a little bit more challenging. Also, we've had some challenges with so many competing priorities. As you know, we use the Vision 2030 as our guide, and we've taken all of the input from all of you through the input workshop that we had, as well as the input that you provide all year long. And anything that we hear from the residents as well as from staff, and we try to incorporate all of that into the proposed budget. We've addressed as many issues as we think we could. That we'll get to some areas where there will be some choices that we made proposals, but yet, we know that we've heard some different options and considerations by all of you. So just some we weren't able to find a way to fund, and if we need to change some things around, we can go ahead and do that. But I'd also like to take this time to thank all of the departments. They work very hard in making the recommendations and the requests for the budget. And, one of the wonderful things about our departments is that we don't operate in a manner where we get to the end of the fiscal year and there's budget dollars left over and departments use it to spend it down. So, we have great working relationships with every department, and they know if they need money, we will help find the money so they don't need to save it or I know there's a word for it. Yeah, just or inflate their budget or have contingency budgets, so they're not inflated. So the requests there are for the working plan for next fiscal year. And I'd be remiss if I also didn't thank the finance department with Peter Gay leading that and Keisha during the whole budget process. They've done a great job, and it's a great budget before you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Peter Gay and Keisha. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Good morning, everyone. Our agenda today for FY24 budget workshop includes a review of our budget process, a financial overview, a fund overview, including any new requests, and ends with the review of the proposed budget and 5-year CIP program. So there are 3 components that serve as the foundation of this budget. We receive valuable input, feedback, and guidance from you, the commission, and as Karen mentioned, have incorporated your requests where feasible. As always, we value input from our residents as they are the voice for the city. And lastly, we've aligned our budget, program, and services with our Vision 2030 strategic plan. This plan influences the annual budget and serves as a roadmap to achieve our high standards and guides the implementation of the city's full range of services. Implementation of Vision 2030 continued this year through a variety of forums, including a cross-departmental implementation team, community outreach and engagement activities, social media and print campaigns, staff education, and then, of course, the annual budget process. The cities and departmental key performance indicators or performance measures and department objectives are aligned with the key focus areas and their corresponding strategic goals. The key performance indicators will allow the city to actively monitor the success and report the progress of the city's Vision 2030. Oh, and I do want to mention, myself and Bernadette had the opportunity to present at the FGFOA conference specifically about our strategic plan and the implementation process. And we have gotten so much feedback and positive emails, people reaching out from other cities, really liking at how we incorporated the implementation, not only from an internal perspective, but from an external perspective as well. So I'd like to say thank you to you all first for supporting that, and as well to the departments. Clearly, we're doing something right. I didn't realize how much of a struggle implementation of a strategic plan was until afterwards meeting with different cities all over Florida and the struggles that they're having. And some of that, unfortunately, they don't have the support that we have from their council or commission or executive leadership. So thank you all. This just illustrates the budget process. As Karen mentioned, the process is quite a long one. It's about 11 months beginning in December with the finance department doing all of the prep work with updating forms, calendars, training the departments, and then ending in early November when we submit that budget to the GFOA for the budget award, which you guys are familiar with. We've been getting that now for 23 years. As I previously mentioned, we developed the budget ensuring that its operations align with our strategic plan and ensuring that we're doing that while providing fiscal accountability. Departments were given target amounts in which to develop their budget. And this is taken by taking last year's budget and accounting for any known contractual increases and factoring that in and making any adjustments for any one-time costs. Any requests that departments have that exceed that target that was given to them must be thoroughly justified. And as Karen mentioned, they do an excellent job of just being fiscally responsible and only asking for what they need. They continue to regularly evaluate their operations, considering new methods or ideas to accomplish goals and leverage departmental expertise. So when these new requests come in, the first thing isn't, let me add a person. They're truly going back, evaluating, can we use software? Can we do things via contract? And again, that's just us trying to be as fiscally accountable as we can, leveraging dollars. As Karen mentioned, we have so many competing priorities that we only have a certain amount of resources that have to go a long way. So departments are doing a great job at just getting creative and researching different things that are up and coming so that we can stay ahead and be that innovative city. They're also given any opportunity to submit program modifications, capital outlay, as well as capital improvement requests. Finance then reviews all those budget submissions, doing any additional analysis where needed, and works with departments, again, to ensure proper justifications are provided. The city manager department meetings were held in May, and ultimately the proposed budget is prepared and that has been presented to you. Per your request, as part of the FY24 budget development process, we had a commission strategic planning session held in February to obtain your input and your request. And as I mentioned, we've incorporated those where we can. Just a couple of dates to mark your calendars. September 14th at 6 p.m. here will be the first public hearing to tentatively adopt the FY24 budget, with September 28th being the second public hearing to do the final adoption of the budget. So this year budget presented its own unique operational challenges. Again, we balanced the department requests, competing needs, capital improvement requests, trying to incorporate, of course, the increased costs due to inflation, which is affecting us not only on the capital improvement side, but just in just putting on our regular everyday programs and services. And lastly, we also have, of course, always have to plan for any legislative mandates that may be coming down the pike. So the total FY24 budget expenditures for all city funds is $189.2 million, investing about $17 million in capital improvements throughout the city, which we'll discuss later on in the presentation. Proposed staffing will increase from 506.75 to 509.75 FTEs. We also have approximately $1.3 million in proposed program modifications and $527,000 in capital outlay request. A proposed cost of living adjustment of 4% is included in the budget for all general employees. A 4% increase is also included for police lieutenants, sergeants, officers, and SROs per the PBA agreement and contracts respectively. And lastly, per city code of ordinances, a 9% increase for elected officials has also been included.
If anyone, and just so you know, as we go through this, I have no problem with anyone interjecting. Just please, it's a workshop. That was my question.
It's in the city charter.
So that's a mandate that we take it.
I would be of the opinion that if there is something that the commission wanted to do either individually or collectively regarding accepting or rejecting that COLA, that you could do so. You just couldn't increase it.
You got anyone have a thought on that? I mean, so I'll tell you this, we're giving 4% to general employees. Police, I don't count because they're under PBA agreement, the school resource officer agreement, that's per contract, which we can adjust. And then we're taking a higher percentage. I'm not necessarily okay with that, but I'm up to hearing anyone else's opinion. Commissioner Brody,
Listen, we should be the same as everybody else. I think 4% is reasonable.
anyone have any thoughts on that? Jackie, Sandy,
No, that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Wasserman?
Agreed.
There you go. You got your first consensus change. Thank you. Keep going, Keisha.
Health insurance premiums are increasing by 2.5%. This increase was negotiated down from the original 4% with no plan changes except for the minor ones in deductibles as mandated by federal requirements. A change in the city's cost sharing model from 80 to 81% for dependent and family plans has also been included in this budget. Those on the high deductible health plan will see a slight decrease except for fire who are going into negotiations. And those on the OAP plan will see a slight increase in premiums. The city will continue to cover the employee-only plans at 100%.
Mayor, real quick. Is it possible, in talking about this, to pull from the 9% from us and divvy it up to potentially give to the 4% to raise them up? So if we're going down from 9% to 4%, that additional 5% is money that's going to have to be allocated somewhere.
5% of 5 people's salaries really does not amount to very much. So it would be lucky if it'd be pennies if we spread it across.
Okay.
Our salary is not that great.
I mean, you want to do something creative, Jeff, then take whatever money that is and then do it as like a hot dog day or something like that for general employees. I'm not saying hot dogs. I mean, it could be pickle day. I don't, whatever day you want, but I'm just saying if you're going to save a little money, it could be going back to some sort of employee welfare capacity.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Jackie?
Sorry, microphone.
Well, actually, if we're not spending it, it actually goes back into the budget. So therefore it goes back to the residents indirectly.
The city's contribution to the FRS will increase significantly for this year. Special risk public safety employee contributions will increase by approximately $1.3 million, $457,000 for general employees and $13,000 for elected officials. These increases contribute to a year-over-year increase, or partially contribute to the year-over-year increase in personnel costs of $3 million. Sorry. So you see those FRS contributions make up a large part of that personnel increase. So looking at our funds, the city has 4 major operating funds: the general fund, the street construction and maintenance fund, the water wastewater fund, and the stormwater fund, and we'll be discussing these in detail. So this slide just illustrates the budget for the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the city. The total general fund budget is $112.5 million, a $9 million increase over FY 23's budget. I'm going to highlight just some of the main variances that are attributing to this overall increase. So as you can see, we saw solid increases in property taxes increasing by $3.1 million. This is due to reassessments and new construction. Franchise fees increased by approximately $671,000, primarily due to anticipated increase in the electric franchise fees. And these are the electric franchise fee is the portion of the fee that FPL charges to Coconut Creek residents to provide services. Intergovernmental revenues increased by $2.2 million, or at least projected, due to an increase in demand-driven revenues such as the half-cent sales tax, state share revenues, and the $1.1 million grant we were awarded from Broward County for Oak Trails Park. Licenses and permits are projected to increase by $569,000 due to permitting fees associated with several developments, including Gray Star, Lincoln Showroom and Offices, and Main Street developments. Charges for services increased by $2.8 million, primarily due to the fire assessment and contract for law enforcement services. And we anticipate increase in miscellaneous revenues of $1.6 million due to increase in interest earnings. The appropriated fund balance is.
Can I interject real quick?
Sure.
Well, you said something. So you said Gray Star. So you're assuming that a project passes in your proposed
Correct,
budget increase,
correct,
even though it hasn't been decided.
correct.
Okay. And how much of that number is attributable to proposed projects, not actually approved projects?
Repeat that again?
How much of the proposed number that you're showing us
Mhm.
is actual versus proposed? So
So-
you're showing a significant increase on that line item.
Correct. So
And
when,
my
we're-
question is, you understand where I'm going? I'm asking,
Right.
you're putting in a proposed project that isn't actual. So my question is, if, what is that proposed number versus actual?
so when we're developing the budget, we're assuming that these projects are going to move forward. If they don't, for some reason, we just don't receive that revenue. And
So how much of that number is Gray Star?
I'd have to find that out for you. I don't think I have it.
When we're doing the revenues for building permits and for development, everything is based on projections.
I understand,
and
but
so-
I'm asking specifically about a project that was just
Sure.
named. That's what I'm asking. I understand that it's all proposed, it's not actual, but this is a little different in terms of this specific project.
So Gray Star is about 500,000.
Thank you.
And the appropriated fund balance is projected to decrease by 750,000. And the appropriated fund balance just represents the estimated FY 24 starting fund balance reserve.
But it's still at about the same percentage,
Correct,
even though it's decreased,
correct.
a healthy amount,
What was that?
a healthy amount.
Oh, yes. Looking at the expenditure side, the net increase of personnel and operating costs is $6.7 million, and primarily due to staffing changes, of course, salary, pay for performance, retirement and health insurance adjustments, as well as other contractual increases. The transfer out to the capital improvement fund decreased by 1.1 million, and that amount is tied to the funding of Lakeside Park that we did last year. Resources available represents the projected ending fund balance reserves for FY 24. And although it appears that there's a large variance, we expect about 10% of budgeted expenses to fall out annually, which is something that's been an ongoing practice for us. So we already factored that in. And the proposed budget was presented expects fund balance reserves of about 7.8 million. So just taking a look at the new request, specifically program modifications, as I mentioned, there's $830,000 in program modifications just in the general fund alone, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss these in more detail as we start going through the review of the departments. Capital outlay requests total $288,000, and we'll also address those as we go through the department discussion. So looking at our rates and fees, the property tax millage rate that's presented is to remain the same at 6.4463 mills. This is the rate submitted to the property appraiser's office. As you know, you may choose to adopt a lower rate, but not a higher one. The increase in taxable value for homesteaded properties is based on CPI and set by state statute. And although the June CPI was 6.9%, those Save Our Home residents will have their assessed taxable value increase capped at the 3%.
Keisha.
Mhm.
I did ask Peter Gay earlier today and I don't know if I would like for the rest of the commission to consider it. I know we proposed the millage to stay the same as last year. And I asked her to present what the rollback would look like in terms of proposed costs to our residents versus what this would be and what kind of savings that might be in regard to the residents. Although knowing it would cut back a few million off of some of our projects that we are probably going to larger projects that we're probably going to consider here today. And the reason I did that is because I know we're going to have a workshop on some larger items that we haven't approved yet. And to see that there are some possibilities of considering the rollback or upwards to what we have proposed to give the residents a little bit of savings. Just to consider for all of you to think about between now and the next, and when we actually vote on this.
It's really a discussion for now, wouldn't it be?
Well,
Or do you want to see the numbers?
I
Just curious.
saw the numbers, but I thought that it would be imperative if all of you saw the numbers. And the reason I know we're not going to have a robust discussion today about the public safety building and what it might entail or not. And I know there was pushback earlier about it being considered to include police because of the $60 million bond that might be considered and what that impact would be to our residents in the form of maybe $200 per year additional on their property tax in order to pay that off. If it were to include the entire fire and police departments, as well as our Station 113 permanent. So I just, we're told often to look at the big picture and that we are not going to get into the public safety discussion today, that it's probably going to be a future workshop. So I wasn't quite sure, Josh, how that played into today's discussion. I didn't want to delay but I just think we need to be looking at, we have an option to keep this or less. We can't go up. I think it's just something that we need to be armed and look at.
Yeah, Sandy, I don't disagree with you.
We have like the Lakeside Park, we have the Oak Trails Park. There's a few million there that we might be able to delay and give our folks a break now, but then consider doing our public safety building as in total for our first responders.
So to understand, you're discussing lowering the millage in preparation for then down the road, the bond, or for example, that we were talking.
Yep.
So lowering it now, giving them a break now, and then in a year or two, if that comes down the road, then it kind of goes back up to where it is now, in a sense.
Yeah. And, I know some of them also push back about some of the commission on the public safety building being there was that we wouldn't have any presence here at City Hall, but there's nothing to say we can't have a substation here at City Hall and have our presence. I mean, I don't want to get into an all-day discussion about it, but I mean, it just came to me that why are we not looking at some of the other things that can be considered that will make it palatable for the commission to look at a total public safety building presence in the center of our city in our landmark Main Street development and still consider the pockets of our residents. That's all.
So I think philosophically, you're correct in terms of having the discussion. I think you're wrong for us kicking the can down the road because I think you'd have the philosophical discussion now because the consensus as a commission will direct staff. That's what I believe. So I think if you want to have a conversation about doing that, I've said my mind on a public safety bond, but I will tell you this, and I kicked around an interesting idea when I had my agenda review about, the concept of taxation is intergenerational, right? So you're going up an incremental amount every year and it doesn't pass anybody. I looked at a lot of this stuff as like a special assessment, not a bond issue where we're taxing future generations as something, a line item on their tax bill. They didn't really like my idea, but I looked at it as you do a 1 year, 3/4 mil increase. And I'm not talking about this year, I'm talking next year. So let's say we jumped 1 year on a higher millage rate just for 1 year with an understanding that we bring it down. You have an influx of money, not on a bond avenue, to do parks and rec and promotions like that. So I'm giving you another side of the coin in terms of just a philosophical discussion. But Sandy, I think you're right on. I think we need to have that now so our staff understands where we as a commission want to be with fiscal planning for the future.
Living in a neighborhood that has an HOA and our new proposed special assessment coming down, you know, and people, a lot of people living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, it's such an interesting thing when we spoke about that bond, and then it was like what, like 280 or 300, I don't even know, $200 to $400 a month. I don't know the exact what it was, but what it was going to break down to. I was looking through my notes. I didn't write it down. Shame on me. But what was that? Do we remember that?
What
If we
the
were
cost
doing the
would be
bond, what
to a
would be
resident,
per
if we were
resident?
to
Yeah.
do a GO bond for 60 million.
Yes, ma'am.
It was going to be, hang on.
2 and change for 30 years,
Yeah, it's about it's a little over two, it's over 200,
for 30 years.
$250 for
For a
someone who has a
330
taxable value of 350.
All right.
350, live in a $600,000 house, which is half a billion. Okay. That's,
What
$500
what
a
just
year,
happened?
so-
I don't know what just happened.
I'm saying that
Living.
the assessment they're giving you is on a tax assessed value of 300,000.
Okay.
It's different depending on
The house you
live.
of course.
We have houses in Coconut Creek now selling for almost $1 million
Mm.
of single family homes. So
If I may, I'd just like to summarize what Sandy was talking about. So to go back to rollback, what does rollback mean? Rollback means a rate that will generate the same amount of tax revenue as last year. And so you could, if you took note on when she did the general fund revenue summary, the increase in property tax revenue was over $3 million. To go back to rollback rate, that 3 million would be gone. And from that perspective, losing $3 million in the general fund will impact our service levels. So then from there, we would need to go back and prioritize
Cut.
what service, right, or decide what services we're going to scale back on, which ones we would cut, those kinds of things. So, you know, there's definitely an impact there. The
Karen,
millage rate
Karen, in
to,
all due respect, it's not not just services, it's the CIP. Some of those CIPs that are being considered.
so we do a transfer out to another fund from general fund to pay for CIP, and that transfer is what, in the $1 million range this year? Oh, transferred out to Fund 39? What was it in the current year, in FY 23?
6.2,
And what, and for FY 24, it's 5?
5.1.
Okay. So the millage rate to that would be needed for the bond issuance is 0.71, which if you subtracted that from our current millage rate is even less than the rollback rate.
but that's not what she's saying. I mean, let me correct me if I'm wrong, so I understand you. You're saying trim a little bit off the top now, in essence, because we're putting, you believe we should put a bond on. That's what am I saying? And I don't mean you, I'm just saying that's your belief.
A bond or something so that we can gain what we should be looking at in the Main Street, in my opinion,
But
for a public safety complex, including fire and police.
Jackie,
I think the way to go about this, in my opinion, is to keep the same as last year and to cut back some of the CIPs from our wish list, because there's a want, there's a need, and there's a wish list. And I think that's basically what we need to do to, if we're looking to save some funds to add or to put towards, contribute towards our public safety building.
So, but that won't gain the 60 million necessary for
Not at this
a
point in
building, and
time,
it won't,
right?
and it won't gain any savings to our residents, actually. And
Well, if we're not spending money, it
millage.
would have to save our residents at some point, or we could put that money into the pot of the safety the public safety building. No, it's not going to give us 60 million, but it's giving us something
So,
instead of cutting back the millage rate.
so Commissioner Redley, if I may, so the transfer out to, for the CIPs that you're speaking about, outside of Oak Trails Park, everything else in Fund 39 really is just our recurring maintenance. I will say in balancing the budget this year, we already scrubbed that list as bare bones as we could get it to be able to fund some of these other things. So by taking additional money away from that, I mean, you're taking away things like our street maintenance, sidewalk maintenance, things like that, that I've already worked with the departments to shave.
I don't mean that. No, not at all, to take money from our departments. I'm talking about from our wish list. The commission had a wish list,
Right. I
and
guess
that's what I'm saying.
right. I guess that's
So it's called capital improvement projects.
right. When we're talking about the transfer out to the capital improvement fund for CIPs, the projects that money funds from the general fund primarily are your recurring required maintenance, vehicle replacement. So to shave from that, I would probably caution against that. Outside of the Oak Trails Park, everything
I
else
think
is
we're-
kind of.
I think there's multiple conversations happening here and that we're not all on the same page. And maybe correct me if I'm wrong. And I'll say this, Sandy, you correct me just so I could say it as clean as I can. Sandy's suggesting, going back to the rollback rate, which is less, to say in somewhere in between, to say, hey, let's let our residents save a little money if we're gonna be banging them on a GO bond. Right?
But
Poor word choice. If we're going to be assessing a GO bond in the future, let's give them a tax savings starting now over the next couple of years in lieu of this GO bond happening. That presumes one thing, that the commission would have consensus to do a GO bond. That's a big philosophical discussion, which we kind of left off kind of in the air. I think it was a little split. I don't remember where it split, but that was an issue. Sandy's not wrong that if this commission was all saying, we're all going to go forward with the GO bond, yay, $60 million building, she's right. That's what I'm saying. I would agree with her on that. I disagree with her because I don't support a $60 million GO bond, but she is correct in terms of what she's saying we could do. And I would agree with that philosophically, Sandy. Is that everyone clear? Am I wrong? Did I say it right?
Well, for
Without
the
the
most
yay.
part, you had your own spin on things, but nonetheless, that was a pretty good rendition. I'll have to give you that, Josh.
Just to say for the group.
No, absolutely. So I, even though I understood we weren't going to be having that big picture discussion
need
about the public safety building, it looks like it's not going to go forward unless we do get some good firm thoughts from the rest of the commission about, and then figure out how to go forward. I just made a proposal and asked for some numbers hypothetically, because I feel like we cannot not address it one way or the other.
And I will say this, if the consensus of the commission was to say we want to move forward a GO bond in a public safety building as proposed at our last time, I would agree with Sandy today. If that's the will of the commission.
right. And at the
She's not
workshop, when we were at the workshop back in June, we left it where we thought that was outrageous, the price of that building and the GO bond. And there was no consensus at that time for that.
Okay.
So to now foresee us changing our mind to do this GO bond for the $68 to $80 million building, that at that time that blew us away, that number. This commission, majority of the commission couldn't believe that number. Now to think that we're going to change our mind in a year for that, and then all of a sudden, people's rates are going up, everything. I mean, you bring up that point of people buying a home now. There's a home in South Creek going for like $600,000. It's like a 3.2, not, and those people are going to be paying through the wazoo. And people just are working paycheck to paycheck, and things are happening. And I don't agree with the GO bond. I probably never will, but that's me there.
Well, I guess just to bring the discussion back together, can I ask finance to at least provide us with the numbers of what Sandy's suggestion is to the commission as a whole between now and September 14th? So if there was a rollback upon what we talk about with CIPs,
Yeah.
maybe that's something we wanted. Listen, I think, can we all agree on one thing? If we have the ability to reduce taxes for our residents, we'd like to do that. Can we agree on that concept?
I totally agree with that concept in that format.
I'm with you, but the point I'm saying is Sandy brought up actually a good point. And so if we can get that information, I think that could lead to another
Yes, we
discussion.
we can get that information. And I just also wanted to point out, if we went to rollback, it's about a $3.3 million change. And that would affect the general fund. So what Keisha was trying to explain, with a $5 million transfer from the general fund, that's just the recurring projects.
Again,
So if we went to rollback, we would have to scale back either in operating or programs or on those projects. And also, I know, Sandy, you had mentioned about the funding we have set aside for auto capital, like Lakeside and so forth. We have accumulated that over years. So even if we use that one time and we go with the rollback, now you've reset your baseline with the rollback rate. So now you're going to have a compound effect in future years. I wanted just to throw that out there, but we can gather all the information.
let me ask you a question to what you just said to her. Let's talk Lakeside Park. You have a pot of money already funded for Lakeside Park. It exists today if we want to do something with it.
We have
You-
$5.8 million set aside for
I
Lakeside
understand.
Park.
I usually know the answer to the question I'm asking normally. We have over $5 million for the Lakeside Park. We're only doing the south side improvements, which are less than $5 million, correct?
But that's a discussion that's going to happen
I
today.
understand it's a discussion, but the proposed capital improvement project for the south end of Lakeside Park is less than the money we have set aside for it, correct?
Correct.
So that theoretically goes to bolster Sandy's point that if we did do this, there is money in pots that we're not using that we've set aside from other rainy days. Fair?
Fair.
Thank you. Okay,
And Oak Trails too.
yeah.
Yes.
Basically said exactly what I said before. Take some away
Well,
from our
no, because they're giving resistance to her idea. I'm not, Jackie, I'm not arguing. I'm just saying that I agree with you, but the concept of if we pull back a little money, we're going to pull back on city services isn't necessarily true. Am I missing something?
Well, we wouldn't be able to-
I'm wrong?
So recurring CIPs, okay? If you cut back, that is going to impact operations.
I agree with that
Okay.
statement.
Okay.
But the point I'm saying, and somebody chime in if I'm wrong, there's money that is not being used to fund projects that we set aside every year.
Sure. Yes. And I would think that if we can get through the whole presentation, then we can wrap our heads around all the different pieces. And then I think this discussion will be more fruitful.
To fruitfulness, please.
No problem. So picking back up on the proposed rates and fees, in accordance with the fire assessment study that was completed a few years ago, the annual fire assessment rate is proposed to increase by 10% across the board for single family, multifamily, and mobile homes to cover the cost to provide fire protection services. The solid waste collection and disposal rate for single family homes proposed to increase from $329.70 per year to $342.89 per year, representing a 4% increase. So based on how the budget is currently proposed, the proposed rates and fees that I just mentioned will affect the homestead resident as illustrated. And this is based on a single family home with an average assessed value of $290,000. The homestead resident would see an annual increase of about $93, a little over $93 per year, or about $7.78 a month. So the city has experienced another year of solid tax increases in taxable value, excuse me. They've gone up a total of 10.53% for FY24. And the increase can be broken into the two components as you see here, with 10.39% due to reassessment and 0.14% due to new construction and additions. And we have several new development projects that will be underway, under construction in FY24 to include the Hillsborough Marketplace and Lincoln Auto Dealership. So this chart shows how the city's single family fire assessment rate compares to our surrounding cities. And as you can see, even with the proposed increase for 24 that's been presented to you, our single family fire assessment rate still remains one of the lower rates when benchmarked against neighboring cities. Which rate? The rate that we propose, which is the three. It would be funded at the $283.14 for single family homes.
But with
the-
that rate, we'd be close to fully funded. We'd be right around 98% fully funded.
Oh, sorry, you're talking cost recovery. Sorry, I misunderstood what you said.
She's at 98% with that rate. I'm sorry. I don't have the calculation for that right now, but I can get that for you.
I guess, what is your question? I guess I'm not understanding your question. Oh, got you.
What's to get to 100%? What's the number?
We can get that figure for you. So taking a look at our solid waste rate, you can see the 4% increase in our total rate, as I mentioned, which was used to balance the budget.
Can you talk about the multifamily going to the commercial rate?
Sure. What's it? Wait, Harry?
I mean, there's another discussion right now for this. So do you want that now, or do you want us to
I think
wait
for
till
the
later in
solid
the
waste rate?
presentation?
For the solid waste rate?
Yeah,
Yeah, Harry's here and he can speak.
so now's the time.
Now's the time.
Okay.
Could you just clarify your question, ma'am? You want to know that?
Well, I noticed that only single family home was mentioned.
Oh,
So I was asking if you could give a little more clarity as to the numbers and multifamily rolling into the commercial rate as opposed to how it was divvied out before.
right. Per Broward County, they define any multifamily as one served with, if it's not served by a garbage cart, then it's considered commercial rate. So the actual rates that we're looking at, the single family went up 15.38%. Excuse me. We're talking, or you want the rates right now, current drop off, which is in Deerfield Beach, that's transfer station. Those are the current rates. I could give those rates, or I could also give you, maybe I'll just give you a few rates and then it gets a little convoluted. Okay. So the current rate right now for single families is the, make sure we're matching here. On 10/1, when the CPI goes into effect, since we're going to talk 2024 budget, and the increases that the county has already put forth, we're looking at approximately $329.04 per residence a year. That's just the residential side. Okay, if for some examples, going to one of the communities like Winmore Martinique 1, which has 32 units, assuming that the HOA divides and spreads the costs equally, it'd be approximately the current bill or the increase, have it broken out in different ways. The current bill is $3,020, and then the south rate, if we throw that in, will go up, obviously. So if you divide, you just have to divide it out. I don't have exactly how best to articulate this one. I think I'm just going to confuse you here.
If I may, I think the discussion is about this. So when it relates to the budget and the solid waste assessment, how we charge the customers. So we charge the customers for single family through the residents, through the tax bill. And that's why it's part of the budget process. So that's why the rates for single family and mobile home are here. Okay. So, but for multifamily and commercial, okay, that is billed directly from the garbage companies. Okay. So so that's why that part is not a part of the budget process.
No,
But
I
think
realize
the
that, but
issue is
It's
right.
still, it's important to know.
Understood. So what we have at hand is that we have two options really at hand right now, is to continue hauling the garbage and disposing of the garbage as we have it now, which for our single family residents, a 4% increase could be $342.89. On the multifamily and commercial side, because the county negotiated a disposal rate significantly higher than the residential rate, it is going to impact those units far more than single family. That was out of our control, that we don't have a say in that. Harry does have rates for some examples, because we looked around Winmore and we looked around Township to see, because previously the disposal rate was the same for single family as it was for commercial and multifamily. But now that the rates are significantly higher for multifamily and commercial, we have some examples of what that would look like. Although that's not a part of this budget process, we do have that. What's at hand to discuss is, do we want to even charge more by taking it down to the South Wheelabrator facility? Because that now has even a greater increased cost, not only to the residential, but to the multifamily and commercial.
Philosophical discussion number 2 that we need to come to consensus on. I have my bullet points. I was really hoping I was going to streamline a lot today. Clearly not happening. So I apologize in advance. Here we go. Please, Harry, if you got your thoughts together, correct me on anything I'm incorrect with. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. Philosophically, right now they increased the rate. We're still going down and burning things. Burning facility is at max capacity. So if our trucks from Coconut Creek get there a little late, they're going to a landfill anyway. Okay, I asked you a question. God, I hope you have the answer. What's the fee if we were to only transfer to Monarch Hill? Really? Nobody?
I can
Like
answer.
2 weeks ago.
So the fee for right now, I could give you, we would have to, would you say transfer just to Monarch Hill?
We're paying a hauler right now to drive far away to a transfer. Well, not far away, but our garbage in Coconut Creek is going south.
No, right now, our garbage is going to the Waste
Deerfield.
Management's transfer station and open up right across from Monarch Hill.
I-
That disposal rate is built into the hauling, or that transfer rate is built into the hauling fee we're currently paying. If we were to approach Waste Management and negotiate a contract for direct disposal at Monarch Hill, obviously the rates would be subject to that negotiation. However, we have researched other disposal contracts, and to give you an idea, Deerfield Beach is paying $80 a ton. So it would actually be more. Republic also indicated that it would cost them some amount more for the hauling, given wear and tear of the trucks going up the hill, and also queuing in line, as opposed to the efficiency of dropping at a transfer station and off. So there may be I just want to say there may be an impact to the collection contract as well.
So the answer to my question is, if we were to change the location our waste is going in Coconut Creek, it's going to cost more money with option number 2.
You're correct. If we go to option
Thank you.
2, South Rate, then there's.
So then there's no philosophical discussion really to have.
Well, not only that, Josh, but it could go to a landfill, even if it isn't Monarch Hill landfill, it's going to the Okeechobee landfill. And we've promised our residents, first of all, we promised them it wouldn't go to Monarch Hill. But I think even more forward, we promised our residents that we would try to be as sustainable and renewable as possible. And that was the reason when the waste energy plant was closed here at Monarch Hill, that it went to the South Waste Energy Plant. Now, I do have to say that I had a conversation with Bob Healy before, when we first found out about the multifamily going to the commercial rates, according to the counties, the way they configure it. And he told me they were not at capacity. And if Coconut Creek wanted to be, for him to reserve capacity there at their facility, he would be happy to do so. So he was waiting for a call from Republic Services to reserve our capacity as it currently stands. Now, I'm repeating a one-on-one conversation with him because I think it's important that all of you know that, Now,
Yeah.
I led it to be true. I did share this. Not with the commission because we haven't met during that period of time, but I'm just saying, I still want to know, is that a possibility?
So in that regard, I think it kind of swings back to Josh's philosophical question, because we're part of many cities for that agreement and we can have it brought down to the south facility, but it's mixed with everybody's. And the second it's over the top, it's going to the landfill. Now, we could have ours go in first and all that's going to do is bounce other cities out. And the philosophical thing is it's still going to garbage is still going
But
to
you know what,
landfills.
Karen, when,
So-
in my response to you then, and I can say it publicly now, was, you know, where were those other cities when we were the first one to put our hat in the ring to say, we're not going to landfill our garbage for our residents. None of those other cities, I know we're working on a regional approach to this, but all those other cities were not worried about where their garbage went then. We were. And, you know, shame on them. So my thinking is, if they're offering us a reserve to have first at the plate and still do what we promised our residents to do until we can get this regional approach figured out, I hope it's in my lifetime. I think we should do it. I mean, I don't know what the rest of the commission feels like, but I mean, I was horrified when I found out that our garbage was going to a landfill.
I understood, and
if-
staff can go
Can I
either
ask a
way.
Philosophical question. This is the philosophical question. If we are adamant, regardless of cost, on our garbage going to a burning facility, that's option A. Option B is cheapest model possible. That's really the philosophical discussion. If we're adamant, it's, you know, on one way, then that's the way we're going to do it, understanding that we have the purse strings of the city. So we're either saying we're adamant, we want to burn everything, we want to prioritize burning. We want to put our money where our mouth is and lead the way. It's going to cost our residents more money to do that. Or option B of saying what other cities do candidly. And that's why we were the first to the plate and no one came along with us because no one gave a crap.
Well, and there's also,
And they wanted the cheapest rate for the residents.
and there's also another, I think maybe another consideration, Josh and commission, is if we are adamant that it not go to Monarch Hill and not go to waste to energy in the south part of the county. But isn't it going to cost more to haul it to that other outlying landfill in Okeechobee? I mean, there's still going to be additional costs involved in hauling. So why not haul it to where we can still do what we've been doing?
But I guess the threshold question, and it still is in the same argument of what's the break point? Right? What's the break point? Is the break point where our residents are spending an extra 150 a year a household to still do that? Like, I guess that's the question. Because if we're adamant on following this path, and I'm not tipping this, I'm not saying what I believe yet. I'm just saying we need to, as a commission, say, what do we want to do? And I get all of us have campaigned anti-waste management, anti-dump. I'm not trying to say it like that, but it's how we feel for our residents. But the reality is there becomes a break point.
Sure.
What's the break point? And I don't know the answer to that. I tried to get to the answer to that with these three people. I didn't really get it. Still not really getting it, but.
So to understand, right now, $329.70 is what we're paying for, is what a single family home paid for, correct? Right? Okay. So if we're going to go to the landfill in Okeechobee, just tell me if I'm wrong, it's going to go to $342.89.
No.
All right.
No,
talk
if
to
I
me.
may summarize.
Yes, please.
Okay. The county negotiated new disposal rates, and that includes the transportation costs of the excess amount of approximately 500 tons a year, or 500,000 tons a year. The amount of garbage going to the waste energy plant exceeds their capacity. Capacity is approximately 750. They're estimating 500,000 a year more in tons they have to ship to a landfill. The waste energy plant does not care what city lands at their door. That's where they're reserving our spot. We just have to tell our hauler to take it there. So the cost of disposal, if we're going to dispose down there, the county is sharing that transportation cost to go somewhere else with all the commercial rates
So
on the commercial side.
I'm
So we
sorry.
wouldn't have to pay more to go to a landfill in Okeechobee because that's factored in.
Okay, so so with the 342.89 rate, we are hoping that we get there in time each day to be able to burn.
No,
But if not, then it goes to the landfill.
they have planned with the various waste haulers to other transfer stations. So their idea is to have certain cities take their waste to different transfer stations, which will be packed up in larger trucks and sent to the landfill. They are trying to manage what they can burn at that facility. Only direct the cities with the capacity that they have to that facility to burn. Now, there can be fluctuations, so I can't guarantee that some waste wouldn't get hauled away to a landfill either.
So what oversight do we have to know that ours is actually being burned and not being sent to the, so as we're getting to the transfer facility, we have no oversight on that to even know what's going on at the end of the day?
No, it gets brought into a large tipping floor. It's just a big, large concrete area in the building where the trucks are dumped and it's all mixed together. Overage would be then repacked up and sent off, or some would then, or whatever amount would be taken in to burn.
All right, two things. Sometimes doing the right thing costs. And I think the right thing is taking it to the burner. And then number two, I'm willing to roll the dice on that cost that our trash is being burnt because morally that's the right thing to do. So-
Pollute the ground or pollute the air?
Yeah, I mean, it's half a dozen of this, half a dozen of that, right?
I'm being
But
facetious. So
the idea is, I think the right thing to do is take it to the incinerator, take the chance that it's going to be burned because morally, I think that's the right thing we should be doing is rather than immediately dumping it right into the ground.
is there consensus on that?
Well, I want to address something that you just said. I think the methane coming off of the landfills, regardless of where they are, has more greenhouse gas
We agree. I was being
emission.
facetious. I
Okay,
wasn't.
okay,
You don't need to correct me.
okay.
I was
Consensus.
obviously, if I had a choice. I
Mayor
think
was just
we all
busting
know.
my chops. That's all that was.
No, I was. So let me just be clear for Jack. You want to go?
We have to stay green and we
You got
have
the
to
answer.
burn.
Okay.
That's it.
So the answers to staff, our priority you've heard. Fair? Yes. And we want to investigate what Sandy just said and shared with us. If there's a prioritization of Coconut Creek to make sure we're there. Got it?
So basically, Mayor, it's a, instead of being raised, so we would have gone to 342, but we're going to 380. So from last year, we're raising up to $51 per single family home. But really, if we went to the 342, we're really raising only $38 because we were going to increase anyway. So it's really only a $38 increase. Is that correct?
It's approximately
And change.
for a single family residence, it's approximately $37.51. However, before I need to caveat this, that is based on the current contract rates, which Republic has already told us that they are going to submit for a rate increase in the neighborhood of 40 to 50%, if not more,
Boom.
due to the extenuating circumstances when this contract was negotiated and all the factors of the economy, COVID, so forth and so on had occurred. Additionally, the delays down there at the tipping floor with all the other trucks, they are now going to run a small garbage collection truck instead of the larger ones down there, which will basically creates the need for a lot more trucks in their inventory because you're only going to get one, at best, 2 runs a day out of a garbage truck. So they will come, that rate in the contract will most likely not stand because I do think our contract with Republic does authorize them to come back to us if there's extenuating circumstances for a rate change.
You believe there is extenuating circumstances for a rate change, Harry, correct?
Yes, I do.
So what you're saying is this can go from 380 to 500, $600?
Yeah. Which is why there's the philosophical discussion, which then begets the question of, wow, when it's RFP time and someone makes a quote and Waste Management comes to the table and says, guess what? We're going to do it for a quarter of that.
Mhm.
Then there's a discussion this commission has to address, but right now it's not there. So I'm saying that's a real discussion. Now, something else to think about, if we all listen to Susan Steinhauser, right? If the city produced half as much garbage, our rates would be a lot less what these people are paying. We're paying based on what we're producing. So the reality is if you want to have a real outreach effort on really reducing, recycling is a secondary issue because of the problem countywide. But if we're reducing, it's obviously reuse, reduce, recycle. If there's a concerted effort really to do that, then we're obviously saving money because we're using less and we're going to be charged less.
And
Get some
It's,
coffee.
it's in the Florida Trend magazine that we all just got on our desks. It talks about it, I mean, the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions alone, the return on the investment for recycling far outweighs anything that we're putting in our garbage to be burned.
And-
So, I mean, and we're not the only city that's going to be experiencing calls for rate increases for haulers. All the other cities are too. So, I mean, I don't think that should be new news to anybody here, to us. So, we just have to address it and see what happens
I would also
when the
offer that,
RFPs come forward.
that the trucks, we would end up increasing the truck emissions because of this. The higher number of smaller trucks and the longer idle time as they sit there and wait, that also impacts. So just food for thought as you contemplate which way you want to go.
And they bought a whole new fleet of trucks based on our initial contract.
They did
Just
that.
saying,
Yes.
yeah.
There you go.
Move on, Josh.
So I just want to confirm. So make sure I'm saying.
You thought we were gonna make this easy for you?
So the consensus is to go with the $380.40 rate that would be hauling to the south. Correct?
It's here, yeah. you have consensus.
Okay. All right,
Understanding that philosophically, we're gonna have to have a question on moving forward.
got it.
You got your philosophical answer this year for this budget. So next item,
All right, thank you.
And
Harry.
you're okay with Republic coming back and increasing the fees?
listen.
I mean, they're going to, so it's just more to expect that as well.
Well, I think they wouldn't, even if it were another provider, I think they would be coming back before us. It isn't just, in my estimation, just my opinion. I don't know what the rest of the folks feel about it, but I mean, I think they also would be requesting something similar.
And because the disposal rates are significantly higher for multifamily and commercial, they're impacted as well by this. So I just want everybody to be clear
What's coming down the pipe?
what's coming down.
Oh, real quick, just so you know, the county's now, they're meeting with Waste Management's meeting with the county. This isn't that hearing, but I just want to advise you, for those of you who don't know, that they're pitching to get the height extension and not only the expansion on the footprint, but a height extension. And they're going to say they're only going to accept landscape and C&D. They're willing to commit. That's what they're going to every county commissioner, and their pitching is landscape, C&D, and the other two non-processable wastes. So that's what they're saying. Give us 10 more feet globally on the landfill, and it allows to increase our footprint. So that's their new argument of, no, Coconut Creek, it's not going to smell. It's just going to, so just be aware. And regrettably, I'm just telling all of you this, a couple of the county commissioners that were globally against it are not necessarily anymore based on that caveat. But remember, in an emergency situation, they could do whatever the hell they want whenever they want. So just food for thought for what's forthcoming on that issue. But I think there's direction. I mean, Karen, do you have anything else to say on the solid waste issue or no? Okay, Keisha, next, go.
All right, street construction maintenance fund. So we saw a decrease of $363,000 over FY 23 budget. Expenses for this fund are funded through fuel taxes as well as state shared revenues totaling about 1.6 million, and transportation surtax funding of about 464,000, which funds our street repair and maintenance costs as well as our community transportation bus program. The minimal increase in personnel services is due to staffing changes, salary, health insurance, pay for performance adjustments. And the net increase in operating costs is due to increased maintenance costs and electric utility costs. Looking at the water and wastewater fund, this fund is supported primarily by water and wastewater fees. In 2017, the city completed an update to the water wastewater rate study, which includes a 10-year comprehensive analysis of revenue and expenses for the fund. Rates were determined based on projected growth and development, as well as projected operating and capital needs. And based on that, a scheduled rate of 2.5% or a December CPI, whichever is greater, would take effect and would be effective April 1st, 2024. Of course, that CPI is not out yet, but when that is released, staff will be evaluating to determine what that new rate would be, and it would be between the 2.5% and the December CPI. Increases in personnel services, again, in this fund due to staffing changes, salary, health insurance, retirement, and paper performance adjustments. The net increase in operating is due to the anticipated increase in water and sewer fees paid to Broward County, as well as increased maintenance, inventory, contractual costs, and just overall changes in capital needs. In FY '24, this fund includes funding for a F-250 pickup truck, as well as several recurring infrastructure maintenance CIP projects, in addition to a lead and copper rule compliance program, meter reading conversion, Sable Pines Park yard retrofit, and exterior painting program. And we'll have an opportunity to discuss those when we go through the CIP. So the next fund is the Stormwater Management Fund, which is supported by the stormwater fees. As you can see from the slide, there were really no major increases in the Stormwater Management Fund. By ordinance, the stormwater rate is scheduled to increase by the June CPI for Miami, Fort Lauderdale area. And based on that amount of 6.9%, the stormwater fee is set to increase from $4.59 to $4.91 per month per ERU, and will be used to fund ongoing operating and capital costs. Personnel expenses are proposed to decrease minimally due to some staffing changes and salary, health insurance, retirement, and paper performance adjustments. And the net increase in operating costs is due to increased maintenance costs and changes in capital needs. Funding for a F-750 dump truck has been included, as well as recurring infrastructure maintenance. So taking a look at the other fund summary, this is just a summary of all the other funds and just highlighting some of these funds here. The Transportation Surtax Fund, of course, is used to account for the money that we receive from Broward County for the Transportation Surtax program. And this fund funded the Comprehensive Street Improvements Program. The Community Improvement Fund is used to account for proceeds received from the Seminole Tribe of Florida. And that's our the money we receive from our municipal services agreement, and is used to pay debt payments. The Affordable Housing Fund is the fees charged to developers as a means of funding the city's affordable housing program for the benefit of current and future residents. The CDBG Fund accounts for funds received from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And these funds are used to sustain neighborhoods and promote economic development and provide improved community facilities. The Seminole Mitigation Fund is funded through the mitigation agreement with the Seminole Tribe of Florida. And these funds are used for capital improvements such as our fire rescue replacement program, the public safety building, which we funded last year, the design for that, and any other expenses or improvements needed to mitigate the impact of lands going into trust. The Capital Improvement Revenue Bonds Fund is a debt service fund, and that's just an in and out made used to make principal and interest payments in accordance with the debt service schedule. The Parks Improvement Fund is a capital project fund used to account for fees charged to developers in lieu of dedicating land, and this fund finances the acquisition, construction, and expansion of city park facilities. The City Capital Projects Financing Fund is used to account for the projects that will be funded with debt proceeds. Projects funded this year include improvements to Veteran and Sunshine Drive parks, roof replacements at Cypress and Sable Pines, and the installation of a fuel tank at Fire Station 94. The 2009 Capital Project Fund is used to account for projects that were funded under the previously issued Series 2009 Capital Improvement Revenue Note. Historically, we funded projects such as the facility electric vehicle charging program, roof replacements, undergrounding of utility lines, government center rehab. The utility undergrounding fund is used to account for the fees charged to developers in lieu of placing utilities underground for all new construction or substantial reconstruction. The public safety fund is used to account for funds charged to developers to ensure the city's level of service for police and fire rescue would not be adversely impacted by future development and growth. The Capital Improvement Program Fund, this is the fund we were talking about earlier, is funded by the general fund and accounts for all general fund capital improvements. So those are those recurring projects that we talked about, as well as previously funded Lakeside Park, as well as Oak Trails. And we'll discuss that later on. Trust donations and other minor grants are set aside for specific purposes and captured in the general trust fund. In FY '24, we'll be using some of this funding for the construction of the Holocaust Memorial. Revenues received from federal, state, and local law enforcement forfeitures and seizures are accounted for in the Law Enforcement Trust Fund. And lastly, the grants fund is used to account for revenues for various grant programs that are held for a specific purpose. So I would like to go over the commission requested donations. You all were provided with a packet with requests that we've received for FY '24. And the FY '24 budget proposes to fund the request as shown on the slide in the FY '24 proposed column. Please let me know if you have any additional questions or any concerns about any of the donations listed. And with that, I'll turn it over to you for any additional discussion and ultimate agreement of what agencies you would like to fund.
Thank you, Keisha. So just to be clear, if we're seeing a blank line, you're telling me that all these people that we've traditionally given money to over a number of years just didn't ask this year?
Correct. So in the FY '24 requested column, those are actual requests that we received from the agencies.
Got it. That's just, I figured as much. All right, let's kind of, yeah,
Just,
what? What are you pointing at, Sandy?
I'm pointing at Tomorrow's Rainbow.
Yeah, so
It said requested.
yeah, they want
but-
$50,000.
Mayor,
Okay, so that's what they requested. I mean, that's what they get.
Yeah, obviously.
Correct.
As well.
Oh, okay.
If you look at the proposed column, that's.
So, John?
Mayor, I have to recuse myself from this. I sit on the board of directors for Tomorrow's Rainbow.
Okay. Brody, out. Okay, so let's just go down to, he's leaving. What about the other ones, John? I guess we'll take that on first. Okay, let's,
What did he say?
he's take that one. Yeah,
Okay.
do this one first, just for John's input. So let me just understand a couple things, because I talked about these with Keisha, or Peter Gay, whoever wants it. I don't know who led it, I forget. You guys double team me in that discussion. Goodman Jewish Family Services, we gave out of ARPA money during COVID.
Correct. We did. We gave them $29,000 with ARPA funding.
Okay.
And they've
I know
utilized all of
They
that.
service, I want to say almost 200 families in Winmore, right, Jax? Okay. And they provide a service. I'll tell you what I kicked around in my head. Yeah, I just really up for discussion. Let's talk, I guess we'll talk about Tomorrow's Rainbow first. I mean, have we ever given them money
We did. We gave them a $10,000 grant as well
from
through
ARPA?
ARPA. Mhm.
Okay,
Mhm.
all right. Does anyone have any thoughts on Tomorrow's Rainbow first?
I do,
Sandy?
because of the mental health services that are provided there, both for children and adults.
What's your number, Jackie or Sandy? What's the number? Just get there. We all agree. We like Tomorrow's.
I
Rainbow.
got long. I'd say 10.
I'm done with 10. Jackie? Jeff? Brody, join us. $10,000 for Tomorrow's Rainbow. It's not robust. We all go there all. the
We're
time.
not
We all
going
support.
robust.
I think one of the things to keep in mind too, while you're considering dollar amounts, is the cost per resident served. So just something to keep in mind. Like when we fund area agency, not only do they take the donation they receive from us to leverage it for federal dollars, and they serve so many of our residents, the cost per resident is down like around $3. So when you're talking, in this case, for example, the Tomorrow's Rainbow for 40,000 and it's serving about 200 residents or whatever it is, that's a significant cost
agree.
per resident. So just as you're considering dollar amounts and donations in general, the things that staff look at is one, can that donation be used to leverage additional dollars from another agency? Because then that's taking our tax dollars and making more out of it. And then the second consideration is the cost per resident served. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. Do we have ARPA money to give?
We do have some ARPA money that if you wanted to utilize that, we could.
So hypothetically, could we, could we give Tomorrow's Rainbow 10 from ARPA money?
Now, let me preface with this. The long and short is yes. However, keep in mind that the ARPA funds are specifically in response to COVID. So if it's just a regular donation,
It's not a regular donation. It's to supply Coconut Creek's youth with mental health services due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Then yes, it would be eligible. for
Sounds
ARPA
good,
funds.
right? Let's do that. Okay. Let's talk about Goodman Jewish Family Services. Brody, welcome back.
It's good to be back, sir.
What did we give them out of ARPA monies?
29,000.
I just know how, listen, I want to hear from everybody. I know how significant they were. And Jackie, I'll let you I'll toss it to you on this. I just know how significant they were. And I really didn't realize how difficult certain people had it with our elderly population. And I think the one thing, I think Mickey had brought this up years ago, it's not just for Jewish people either.
Correct.
It's for anyone in need. And I know they have a very big footprint in Winmore. So Jackie, I'll turn it to you.
Okay, thank you. I think when we're considering the donations, we do have to consider the impact, the number of residents that are impacted and are helped by these people, and the need. The need is there, and they feed people, they give them mental health consultations. They're there for them whenever it's needed. There are so many issues that are now hitting our senior community that any help that they can get is greatly appreciated and needed. So, and with the rising costs again of insurance, and we're also going through our budget in Winmore, and of course we have all types of people from all walks of life, and we have to maintain a certain standard of living for them all, and that costs money. And that means increase in maintenance as well. And as we're talking about our millage rate, I feel the same way. Unfortunately, it's a necessary evil. But as far as the Goodman Jewish family, they have done great work, I think, all around the city, not just in Winmore. And and the conception of it being Goodman Jewish family, you don't have to be Jewish.
That is
So
correct.
they'll walk into any household and help. So I'm
So
all for.
Do you believe that they would
Contribution.
qualify for ARPA money as well?
Potentially, yes.
And they did last year for ARPA money based on the COVID-19 pandemic and people not being able to,
Correct.
correct? So anyone want to kick
For food.
So can we do, and just I'm throwing this out there as an opinion, but if we do 25,000 and then take the rest of that 25,000 divided between the ones that didn't ask and go reach out to them, because I don't want to miss out on anything that we continually give people. And
well,
I know
that's a different discussion. Let's silo it, because I think that there's people that we've traditionally get. I mean, listen, I don't think Do the Right Thing Coconut Creek has to send a letter in. I mean,
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
trying to say that, but let's get there when we get there. So what did you say it was funded Goodman last year?
Through ARPA, we did $29,000 for them.
Anyone have any thoughts? I heard John say 25. but-
I'd be good with 35.
Anyone?
I said 29 was last year,
I think-
certainly should be mirrored. And
I agree.
given that it's not dedicated just to one religious.
So Jack, I heard you say 35. I said Sandy said 29. I'm a fan of keeping it the same if it's ARPA money. Is that okay? Consensus on 29 for Goodman Jewish Family Services based on ARPA money and the qualification due to the COVID-19 pandemic? Okay, you got that one. Now let's just go down the line, the area and aging of Broward County. They're asking for a little bit more. I know that we're staff's recommending approval. I would approve. Let's just go line item by line item. I'd approve one. Everyone consensus to approve one.
Yes.
Let's go to two, the Early Childhood Learning Coalition. I see that they're asking for 29.5. I know in years past, they creep up every year. I'd be, yeah. Everyone?
Yes.
Yeah.
As approved?
Yes.
Okay. Women in distress?
Yes.
I think we all agree with that.
Yeah, is it possible to to look to increase that a little bit?
Women in distress?
Yeah. So when they ask for 8, we usually just stick to the status quo and just go with what they ask, or do we ever think that, so they go to all the cities and they ask?
Santa Claus
Well,
is giving out the money.
I would,
Well, you
It's
just,
taxpayer dollars, Mr. Rossman.
of course, but it all comes back to the taxpayer.
I would recommend keeping it the same, but their administrative costs are a percentage that actually goes to them, and the administrative costs are typically a little bit higher than most other organizations that serve the community. But that's just mine.
Okay.
I would
Consensus on 8. 8's the same. Family Central, I know you don't have it here. I swore I forwarded staff a request letter from Family Central.
I did not get one, but I did reach out. Any of the agencies that typically ask but did not ask, I did personally reach out to them. What we're seeing is sometimes there is some turnover, so I've made that extra effort to reach out to them, to call, to say, hey, it's that time of year again, submit your
Okay.
request, and I haven't heard back.
I'll go back and check. I got to check my outgoing email because it would have been something I would have forwarded Karen to either you or somebody. Yeah, I know. So it
But
could
it-
be from like last year. I'm thinking of something, you know.
But as
Could
you
have
see, we did, because we've typically funded them, I did include them in the proposed funding. So if they do come back for that request, that money, if you all see fit, that money would be there for them.
To me, it's Family Central's a no-brainer, but consensus?
Yep.
As proposed, good. Broward 211, they're asking for a little bit more. I'd be fine with 10. I'm fine with 12. Again, I think that they're an asset to our entire community. Sandy?
Is that also subject to ARPA? 211
I would have to have a one-on-one conversation with them to really discuss their programming.
in regard to the mental health
Yeah.
counseling, et cetera. I know we had some funds, we were missing
Mhm.
some places to support mental counseling. So I'm just wondering if this might be a fit
Potentially contingent on having that conversation
or
to,
even a piece of it.
we can reach out to them to have that conversation with them. I would hate to just say yes, because there are ARPA guidelines. And even though it's mental health, I don't want to just say, yeah, sure. So I think another
Well-
conversation would be needed.
Given that this is your last budget review, I'm glad that you're even cautious about
Probably not
it.
even making that phone call. You're like gone. Just saying. Don't say you're gonna call. It means you're gonna be like in Virginia in a week.
When I say we, I mean our team.
Oh, there you go. All right, so you want to fund them with the with the instruction that it should be ideally through ARPA, and if not through.
Yep.
Fund, okay.
Well, just to be clear, so we're okay with the $12,000 amount, and any amount of that 12,000 that we can push off to ARPA, we will. But it's really, and if that turns out to be 0, you're okay with 12,000. Just want to make
I'd
sure.
actually be a fan of 10, but that's me. I like to try to stick on the 10 or under, but 10, consensus for 10.
10. Okay.
Yeah. Big Brothers Big Sister, the Bigs and Blue program, it got a lot of traction a couple of years ago. It was doing great. They're still going strong, I'm assuming. Is anyone? Larry, you got it?
We'll go strong.
How many people are in that program from our city? Would you say less than 10, more than 10?
No, less than 10, but.
Okay, again, this one, I would just say $7,500 for less than 10. You just might just keep that in mind.
Anyone?
Well, they didn't make any requests this year. Is there a reason why? Or it's just,
Historically, you as a commission have decided to fund them, even without any type of,
Commissioner Wasserman, let me just give you some backup. This is a program that was heavily Larry, correct me if I'm wrong, this is like a PBA concept program that they connected with, on the scope of what we were doing through the right thing of connecting law enforcement with at-risk children countywide. And we traditionally have been one of the bigger cities that have really stepped up to push this program forward, I think, in the whole county. So I say it because I agree, Madam Brooks is correct. A lot less people in Coconut Creek, but this is more of a regional concept of combating the culture that, in certain underprivileged communities have with law enforcement and really affording the opportunity to build those bridges. So I'll defer to the commission with whatever you guys want. Jackie?
I think anything that we can do for our youth and with our police department is a great asset. And is there anything we can do to promote this program? To get more people involved? The officers involved. Yeah. So if we could, just ask our officers to get more involved, then we're not talking about just 10, hopefully. And then I'm all for, I think it's $7,500 worth spending.
Okay. Is there consensus on that? Consensus on that? Do the right thing, 75, consensus on that? Yeah. We did Judge Goodman, Broward League of City Scholarship. Is everyone okay with 500? Okay, 500. Tomorrow's Rainbow Address, Rise is one. If he's still a nonprofit, I'm all good giving him 500.
For the Rise is one?
Yeah. Sandy?
I do have something to mention. I believe he is moving to Coral Springs to the new apartments there at the corner of Sample and University.
I don't know if that went through. He was going to, and then he said something's happened. So I think he's back here.
He never left.
Well, compare text messages if you'd like.
Okay, so
I don't say like that, but Jonathan has been doing, he's really been having outreach. So, I mean, if he still qualifies, I'd be good given it. I think what he's doing in the promenade with everything.
Regardless of his residential location, I think it's a good
Yeah.
cause.
I forget whose Warriors affiliated was. Ready? Was it you? The Warriors affiliated? Who came up with that last year? Somebody asked for that.
I thought it was maybe
Was it-
Commissioner Welch, I thought, but I can't remember that.
Brody?
For some reason, I thought, no.
What is it?
Warriors affiliated was the young lady, if I'm not mistaken. She was doing like the summer camp with the kids. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do know who you're talking about. So sorry. Drew a blank there just a moment.
No problem.
I did not get an outreach from her, and I I know that the organization is still existing. Her work is conducted within the Coconut Creek High School students. She's actually a teacher there as well, but she did this on her own premise, started up her own
Yeah, I remember.
Nonprofit.
For now.
and she also works with the North Lauderdale Commission and previous mayor because they were open to hosting her meetings there in their city community meeting rooms. And we were not able to do that. So it is still happening. I do see it. I'm sorry for the
So
lapse
do you want to do, it's okay. Do you want to do approval pending finance verification?
I think that's better because I do remember Keisha did
The same will do as Rise
dis-
is one,
speak to Miss Rucker.
Yes.
Okay.
because I know a couple years, was it what the art, remember what was it? Mickey and the thing, the guild, remember the guild, but then lost the nonprofit because they didn't apply.
Yes.
Remember
Yes.
this?
Yes, I do.
Mickey's thing, I'm trying to draw a blank. So
So-
assuming,
So Mayor, we do that, after we get what your funding requests are, annually, before we distribute any funding, we double check to make sure that they are still an active 501c3
Okay.
organization.
all right, you got direction? Everyone good with what we've talked about? Consensus by the commission. Next item.
So now we're gonna start discussing the FY 24 proposed budget. And so I'll be highlighting just a few of the many,
You want to break?
you
Pause,
want-
Keish?
want to take a break? We
Oh.
should be having lunch around 1:30 from what Maureen
Okay.
said. So if you want to keep going, we can, or if you want to take a
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. So I'm just going to highlight a few of the major accomplishments and the goals by the department. A complete list of all of these, of course, are in your budget document. And they're all aligned with our key focus areas and strategic goals. I do want to add and say thank you to the departments who work hard to continue to provide those services and programs to our services while navigating all these different challenges and unanticipated increase in cost. They make it look easy, but I know firsthand how difficult and how much of our resources it takes to make a lot of these things come to life and to keep a lot of these projects going. So I do want to thank the departments because a lot of hard work goes into that. All right, so taking a look at city attorney. So
So are you just doing an overview of accomplishments and objectives, or are we digging into city attorney departments?
so if there is a request with the corresponding department, that'll come up.
Good.
And if you want to dig in,
Yeah, I got it. I'm just making sure
Yep.
we're all there.
So they'll just continue, this year they just provided the legal advice and
I don't wear any hair gel. I'm trying to be the young looking one. up here.
Maybe we should reconsider that, Bray.
What's going on with that? You guys are making me self-conscious now.
We wouldn't do.
I'm okay now. Was I not okay?
You were fine.
You can fix me. All right, let's talk Turkey and Terrell. Let's go.
All right, Terrell and her team provided legal advice and review and contract and policies regarding solid waste issues and the turnpike, as well as the successful transition of the public safety dispatch services. And next year, they'll continue following suit with development of the Main Street area and reviewing all the contracts and giving legal advice for that, as well as solid waste issues and the proposed Florida Turnpike expansion as well for the areas impacted by the city. City manager, amongst the many things.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
I had asked for, and I think it's in everybody's backup about the outside counsel year to date for the city attorney's office, because even though you encapsulated a huge bulk, it really can't say how much that mighty team did this year. And they still came in well under budget for outside counsel. And I know the mayor has typically always brought that up, and I highlight it too.
So quick.
Oh,
She was like, next section.
it was when you fixed your hairs that she
I
went
mean,
to the
yeah,
next section.
Yeah, you said, okay, keep it going.
So here you go.
Go on. Yeah,
Thank you.
But it's a little more than most. So Terrell, do you want to say anything on that?
Sure. I mean, again, it's under budget. We budgeted about $100,000. We knew that it would be a little bit higher with the fire department coming on board and the negotiations with regards to the fire union. So part of those expenses are outside labor council. We also had, so that's Weiss Sirota. We also had Alan Tills, who helped us with an FCC violation that we had as it related to a license. So we had to clear that up and needed some outside expertise on that. And then also Gardner Bist is David D., who has helped us in the past. He's an expert on solid waste, and he helped us initially with the earlier draft of the solid waste working group interlocal agreement and some of the language that they were proposing there, as well as with the land use plan amendment that was submitted by Waste Management last year to the county. We got his advice on that with regards to some timing and licensing issues. And then also we have Gilday Law, who helped us in the past with Turnpike matters, but now we have on board Tripp Scott at your direction, who is helping us with the current Turnpike expansion matter. And that pretty much summarizes everything. Thank you.
I got nothing else. So do me a favor, just before you, after you call the section, say anyone, just pause for a minute.
Okay, no
you.
problem.
Anyone else? Next, let's go to city manager.
All right. Amongst the many things that city manager accomplished this year, one thing was really spearheading, like I mentioned earlier, spearheading that Vision 2030 implementation full force, as well as facilitating the transition of the dispatch communication services to Coral Springs. And this is something that you'll see kind of as an accomplishment in many departments, just because it really is a testament to how many different departments were involved in that process. So they continue to monitor the solid waste disposal issues to create a comprehensive solid waste system, established a multidisciplinary interdepartmental team to define the public safety and civic space needs in the Main Street area, which is an ongoing effort, and secured over $5 million in funding for pedestrian lighting, Sunshine Drive, park improvements, fire equipment, as well as water projects.
Can you just tell me?
Take it.
You done?
For the accomplishments, yes.
Okay.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go
So for next year, we've made employee retention and succession planning a priority, as we will be formalizing a succession planning process within the departments, as well as completing a compensation study. So listening to what you said during the input process about that being a priority and making sure, especially for those key leadership positions, that we have that in place. That'll be an initiative for next year.
So I'd like to speak to that. I know this is something that in previous budget years, commission that is on and previous commissions have asked about. And I'm extremely thrilled and delighted that we are formalizing a process and bringing people in to do that. I did speak to the city manager about our budget has two very large components of our budget percentages, and that is our police and our fire. dedicated to public safety. So to me, the largest suppliers of safety and security should be the ones that have succession plans in place. We currently have a deputy in our fire rescue department. And so that at any given time when the chief is no longer available, whoever that chief may be, that there is someone in place to handle day-to-day operations and everything that needs to take place. I would like the commission to consider a proposal on behalf of the city manager's office to consider the same for the police department, for a deputy chief to be in place there as well, so that when our chief, who is renowned across the country, not just here, is not available or to be in the office, that there is someone that can make those day-to-day workflow processes occur and on a timely basis. And because we have already captains in place, that I don't believe that, in my opinion, there should be any additional staff budgeted, because we have some talented captains that I would hope would be considered to be a part of that progression. So it wouldn't be a change in budget staffing, but we would be a reclassification to include a deputy chief that could make those day-to-day decisions when the fire chief is not here. The deputy chief could do the same.
You brought up a point on not impacting the budget, but if you're giving somebody additional responsibility, for example, I would think that they would need to be somewhat compensated in a way. And I understand what you're saying. There should be a second in command, or should be a succession plan for that. But if you're now saying you're going to be an acting chief when the chief isn't in, they should be compensated for that.
That's it. I don't want to stifle you, Jeff. I just want to educate you. It's a reclassification, not a creation. So hypothetically, Karen oversees our police department, ultimately oversees the chief. If we have 3 captains, maybe we don't need 3. Maybe we only need 2. And one of those is a deputy chief, which is kind of a long time coming. But I mean, that person gets reclassified in their job duty and has a different higher ability to pay that isn't looking at the higher level, creating the job. So that reclassification, while you're changing their stuff,
But they're going to be compensated.
of course.
Right. That's all I'm saying. Not saying you gotta add it.
No, I'm just trying.
I need to add in a whole new thing to the chart.
I say that and only for the purposes of educating, not create. And I don't mean that in an offensive way. I say it because we're not recreating a sub-level category.
And we're not adding a full-time
And we're not
employee.
adding full-time employee is really what these are department asks are, is the addition of a full-time employee. So,
Thank you for the education. I was aware of that. Thanks.
okay. Okay.
May
So,
they,
Well,
Vice
hold on,
Mayor,
I'm going to turn to you, but I think Sandy hit the nail on the head. I had that as a mark when we got to the police subcategory with some other marks I have in that category. But I will also say, I think it's also important that Karen highlights to, maybe not publicly, because I understand competition is a good thing in the workforce. I think we need to understand as a commission, the succession planning of things too. And I say that because, I know when Karen's not here, who I call, right? Karen's not here, I call Sheila. If, sometimes you don't realize it's like, whether it's for a meeting or a community meeting, we need to be educated to some of this too. And again, I'm not trying to stifle the inherent creation of a job, right? Or the moving up a hierarchy. But, I know that if Scott's not here, Scott here? Oh, he's in the back. Thank God Scott's here. But I know if Scott's out of town, then Justin will be sitting in a meeting with me. Those are more other, but I think we should at least be highlighted, not necessarily in public, the understanding of the succession plan. I think it's really significant on all levels, from the top level to other levels. And I don't think anyone here wants to put their thumb on anything. We just want to understand the process.
right, when I say, first of all, Vice Mayor,
Yeah.
that was really well stated. I really liked how you put that. I think I agree with you 100%. So I just want to say, I liked how you put that. That was better words than I could have said.
So I think we're talking under the city manager subcategory, and I think we obviously have some things we'll get into there. But Karen, do you have anything on that topic of what I think we're all kind of saying?
So what I understand you to say is that you would like me to reclassify one of the captains into a deputy chief.
Yeah.
Got it.
But I think that also applies for any other sub-level, not other, we'll call it other departments. You know, like I'll tell you, I'll give you an example. I don't even know if this is the case. If Yvonne's not here, I kind of call John. Is that the guy I'm supposed to be calling? I don't know.
You're supposed to be calling me. And just so you know, anytime a department director is out of town or unavailable, they send an email to all department directors so that we all know who is acting on their behalf while the department is out. As a commission who is supposed to go through the city manager, I will know who is next in command for any given department at any given time. And as it relates to community relations is a division of the city manager's department, not its own department.
So I understand that you want to assert your authority with all going through you. I'm down with that. It's okay. It's how our charter is. But the point I'm making is if I'm shooting a community relations video on a Saturday at a ball game, you're not going to necessarily need to be the go-between when I'm trying to figure out if I'm meeting John or Yvonne. The point I'm
Understood.
making is the city commission should be instructed on the succession planning of departments.
Absolutely.
That's
And I
what I'm
can do
saying.
that.
Anyone else? Okay.
All right. Next year, we're also going to be stewarding the Main Street approval process to include trying to get those land swaps and developer agreements and things of that nature finalized, as well as develop the public safety and civic space plans for the Main Street area, which you all are well aware of. Continue to monitor the solid waste and turnpike issues and complete a resident survey. Looking at the community relations division, we promoted the ambassador program to engage and empower residents to be city advocates. And we've reached, I believe, almost close to 200 participants. So 200, I'm sorry. So as you can see, that program is growing and it seems to be quite successful. Continuing to produce the videos and social media content to promote the arts and culture and entertainment and city history and events, as well as the enhancement of the city's website. Next year, which you'll see here momentarily, we're doing the redesign of the city's website to allow for a more user-friendly interface, which also we heard of at the input meeting that we had with you all, as well as developing a mechanism to sell Coconut Creek branded apparel, and also implementing technology to optimize community engagement.
So real quick on that, I want to make sure that the instructions here that for whatever vendor we're using to rehash the city website, that it's obviously a transparent process. Whatever vendor through staff's committee, I'm assuming, Karen, you're not going to be on it, but I'm assuming Vaughn, John, IT, whoever's on it, the committee for selection. I obviously would like a robust presentation, me personally, to the city commission on that, because I think we all have resident feedback on issues with the city in terms of the interfacing. So I want to make sure that once you pick somebody, that is coming for us, where we're going to be able to have kind of a dig into whatever company we're going to be using, especially their contract. Because I'd like to see that, especially having dealt extensively with web development contracts. So that's my input on that. I'm all for the additional expenditure for the website though. Anyone else?
I think it's good. It's, it can only assist us, right? We're all trying to get the message out, whatever it is, to our residents. So whatever's going to help, we'll do it.
Okay, and that request was submitted as a program modification in that department tab, so you can see that. But overall, it'll just be able to provide us with accurate and up-to-date information, better user ability, and then, of course, which would play into the enhanced customer service experience. Also, the city merchandise apparel program modification is also included in the amount of $10,000 to promote city initiatives, programs, and services. So what we're looking at is just initially having a few select items to start off small, selling that at city events of that nature, and then hopefully growing that into something larger. Any questions with community relations?
Anyone? Community relations?
All right.
City clerk?
City clerk, this year they administered the March 2023 municipal election, including the coordination with the Broward supervisor of elections. Thank you. They implemented a cloud-based public records request system for added efficiency and transparency, excuse me. And they expanded their records management training program to include digitizing of records. So that was also something that came up in that budget workshop that we had. Next year, we'll be implementing the electronic content management system, as well as a paperless e-signature cloud solution, also for added efficiency. And we're seeking to look at the feasibility of utilizing an electronic notice display screen at City Hall. Trying to move with the times.
And I'd assume that Kavanaugh is going to be part of like the website team too, right? I'm assuming when we're talking about the website, because I think it's like a huge kind of tie-in, especially not just city information, but elections. People go to that to look at information. I'm assuming, are they the
Well,
committee? Is that how it works?
Yes, we'll have the appropriate people on the
Yeah.
committee.
So I don't know.
because to your point, the extent of electronic availability that he has brought
Yeah.
to the election process is stellar to none. So just saying, can only go up.
All right, any questions with City Clerk? All right, taking a look at finance, provided financial oversight for the use of ARPA funding. We implemented a supplier outreach program this year to educate suppliers on how to conduct business and become vendors with the city. And we awarded the contract for a consultant to assist in the implementation and deployment of the automatic meter reading project.
Can I ask a question? There was a supplier outreach meeting that was scheduled and then I saw it was canceled. Are we not going to be doing those?
Yes, we're still going to be doing the supplier outreach programs. I think it was just a date change that they had. So
Oh,
we're still
okay.
going to continue to do
Oh,
those.
good. Thanks.
All right, and moving ahead to next year, amongst other things, we'll be evaluating and implementing the, actually getting that AMR system, that project going to provide that improved customer access and improve customer service. Then we'll be developing a meter reading system outreach program, of course, to educate residents on that project. So as that project's moving along, we're educating residents on what that's going to mean for them and the impact to them. And then we'll be researching and evaluating and potentially implementing expanded payment options.
I had one question just in terms of the auditing services that we use. Ever since I've been elected, I mean, for like 7-8 years now, we use the same company that does the auditing. Are they like traditionally the only people that put in for it?
No, we actually changed auditors over the last 5 years. By charter, we're required to evaluate and go out
Oh.
for an RFP every 5 years.
Okay.
We changed that recently. They can resubmit, but they would have to rotate their staff if they were to be selected based on the criteria.
Okay, that answered my question. I like that guy too. It's just getting rotated out.
Anything else with finance? All right. IT, of course, they were pivotal in the completion of the transition of the police and fire EMS dispatch services to Coral Springs. They completed a WebTrack software upgrade to allow residents to manage registration for classes, leagues, activities, and programs, and completed the cybersecurity awareness program in compliance with state statutes. Next year, they'll be implementing a data center hardware upgrade and resilience for the EOC and establishing safeguards to protect data, responding to cybersecurity standards and framework. So you see that reoccurring theme of cybersecurity. You also see that when we get to the CIP, looking at different grant funding to be able to address that issue.
Hold on, I got a question real quick. I thought in our last meeting, we asked about kind of upgrading some of the stuff inside this room, like these 1984 monitors we're blindly staring at here. And okay, so that's in the CIP, wouldn't be highlighted in this part right here, under objectives? Really? All right.
All right, moving on to HR. So this year they expanded mental health education and resource. I'm
I
sorry.
want to go back to the WebTrack stuff.
WebTrack.
I got a question. I don't know if we can do this, and it's kind of like Wayne in tandem with IT. Do residents have the ability of saving? I know this is just a weird question, of saving a credit card number on WebTrack? So traditionally, I got just a couple parents have said that traditionally they want to do things, but every time you're trying to register or sign up, it's not saving the credit card. I'm just bringing up I don't know who. You don't want to save it? Well, a lot of parents do for registering for classes or things like that. I get, so I didn't. Is Francisco here? There he is. Or whoever. I'm just putting it out there that I'm just curious. I got a couple questions on that with some of the I don't know if we don't want to save data. I mean, maybe it's a legal thing. I don't know. That was like the
No,
slowest.
we don't save any credit card information.
Is that we don't want to hold, we
No.
don't want to house that?
it has some additional implications that we need to then conform with some requirements that the state has and the
Okay.
federal. So
I
we don't,
then
we
I have an
don't,
answer that we can't save it then. That was just a lot of parents had asked about that with when they're registering their kids for different things.
Yes,
Why
we
can't you
don't.
guys just save the information?
yeah, we don't say
Okay.
it at all.
That's the answer I was looking for. Thank you.
Anything else with IT before I move to HR?
Nope.
Okay. So HR has been quite busy as well. They expanded the mental health education and resources available to employees. They implemented the Coco Kudos Employee Recognition Program, aligning that with Vision 2030. As I mentioned earlier, they contracted with a professional consultant to start that process of formalizing the succession planning and those efforts. Implemented a citywide cancer awareness program, and they updated the equal employment opportunity, the EEO plan, and ensured all recruitment and retention efforts are keyed in and focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Next year, the priority, again, like I mentioned, is the succession planning initiatives to additional key positions and introduce a mentorship program, integrate additional components of the BHAP into the city's mental health initiatives, and finalize and implement provisions of a uniform fire rescue personnel's first collective bargaining agreement.
So I wanted to ask, I think in the state's legislation recently, there was a REACH 2.0, which was a component of taking out the diversity, equity, and inclusion components, yes. But one of them was this REACH 2.0, and Terrell probably knows more about it. And it was talking about workforce education and funds available for that. And when I was reading that, I was thinking, well, is that an opportunity for us as a city to be hosting some of this workforce education either on our own, to fill our own spots, kind of picking your audience, and or the capability of utilizing it, resources like at Atlantic Technical College to maybe perform on our behalf the workforce education for like Osama's specific needs that he has coming up in his department. They're very honed in and specific, and as well as Parks and Rec and Public Works, et cetera. So, I mean, I'm just saying, if there are funds there that are available and dedicated for that, I mean, I would hope that the city would be taking advantage of that. And that's pretty much it.
And Commissioner Welch, you said that was called REACH 2.0?
It's REACH 2.0, and it's a part of that. And I'm sorry, I don't have that bill that was ultimately passed into law, but it's a piece of it, and it often gets overlooked because, everybody was upset or not about the diversity, equity, and inclusion being taken out of so many components.
Okay. Any questions with HR?
No.
All right, so that new request for that succession planning program, again, will promote that employee retention and encourage internal promotion and assist with the transfer of institutional knowledge, as well as the mentorship program that I mentioned, and provide some leadership development training.
It's a good place to pause.
Okay.
Mayor, I did ask Amber, our assistant, to make copies of the information that was provided to me by Peter Gay and to share with the commission.
In terms of your rollback?
Yes.
That discussion? Okay. Thank you. All right, so at this point, what we'll do is we'll break for a half hour, 20 minutes. And you guys, how long you want to eat?
That we do have lunch coming, so do you want to break now or do you want to wait until that
We're
comes?
breaking. It's a good time to break.
Okay.
So we'll break for 30. Lunch
It
is at
should
1.
be here around 1:30.
You said 1.
No, 1:30.
She said 1:30?
I did.
We are continuing. Not a good time to break. It's not a good time to break. Very bad time to break. No breaking.
All right, sustainable development. They developed,
I ate breakfast this morning. I'm like, I can't have candy. I got it. It's like,
so sustainable
I'm
development
16
this
times.
year, amongst the other things, continue to review and evaluate the process and process development applications for the development of Main Street. They've initiated the vulnerability assessment requirement to allow us to pursue some grant opportunities, and substantially completed the new development impact fee study to meet the demand of continued residential and commercial development. Next year, we'll be collaborating with the Coral Springs Coconut Creek Chamber to develop an annual small business education program. We'll be completing that vulnerability assessment that I just mentioned. Sure.
That's always the $1 billion question. Like, I thought our small business academy was great. Had a couple good business people that really invested. And I know we're going to invest a lot more money in staff in it. And I guess I'm just saying this kind of out loud, is we're giving them an edict to do all these programs. The pep talks don't show up.
Exactly.
So I don't know.
I think it's the phone calls. I'm telling you, I know that sounds old fashioned, but we had that high school intern that volunteered to make calls about the community enhancement grants. He bugged all of us. I finally gave him something to do, and he called the HOAs and to make them awareness, and then follow up with staff if they had more questions. So I'm just telling you, the old fashioned phone calls. Maybe that's we're looking for more volunteerism for residents and for our students. Maybe that's an opportunity to do it, Josh. I mean, maybe that's the secret sauce.
May I?
Yeah.
I think when we were handing out the grants during COVID, and we actually went door to door to every small business. And I think that they enjoyed meeting with us, talking to us. And I think if we actually, each one of us goes to our district and our small businesses in each district, I think that would reel them in.
Say it, not just as slow. Say that as. It's a better do. And I will say it. There's that case of chat. I'm not going to say it. They say that it's much better. Then I don't know what I do. I wish I had secret sauce and get our residents to enjoy the program. This is not, I love what we did. I was doing this. Here's what we're doing.
So can I put 2 cents in? Something I've learned through the campaign was that there's 2 different platforms we need to attack. And one is the digital, which we're doing a pretty good job, but the other one is the paper. And being able to put it as a paper. Okay, and paper, yes, which means like your magazines, your newspapers, things like that are. Well, I mean, Winmore's got 10,000 people. They have a newspaper. You can advertise the upcoming events in that. But that means that needs to be a budget line item so that we're accounting for that every month, what's going on for the next month.
I think we actually started doing that, right, Yvonne? Yeah, we've been doing that for a while. Yeah.
So, I mean, those are the kind of things we got to think about. When I did the softball stuff, it was handing flyers out, was going to the events and handing things out to people in their hand. So, I mean, it's just, you got to put the elbow grease in and get out there, beyond the digital platforms. That's my opinion. We need to have somebody.
Is that the position that we want to be in, though? I mean, so we offer programs and we see that the interest really isn't there, and there are interested in other areas. And so I think it's just tough for us to push down residents' throats, things that one, they're not clamoring for. And 1, 2, when we offer it, they're not actually showing up. I mean, that takes really a lot of resources to do that. So if we really take the approach and the philosophy, we're going to try different programs based on things we hear. And if we're not getting the attendance, we move on to other things. It's just really tough because we do struggle with the same issues, as there's a lot of requests for communication. There's a lot of requests for outreach. We do all of those things. And if the interest isn't there, I don't know that we want to continue to put resources, valuable resources, into making things happen in that regard.
Just a quick question on top of that, because I remember getting, when I was not up here, I would get phone calls that were the robocalls. Whatever happened to that, something we just cut out of a budget, or we felt that wasn't being efficient,
Robocalls for what?
Yeah.
all kinds of stuff. I got all kinds of things that were going on in the city. I'd get a call for it.
We,
I might be
they
dating
weren't
myself
coming
a
from
little
us. The only robocalls we've had for years are for emergencies. And we'll have a robocall
Did
if
somebody
your
really-
water is going to be turned off. Those are the only two areas that we use. And we made that decision consciously because we didn't want residents to become so accustomed to receiving a robocall that they started to ignore them. And when it was something important we wanted them to know, they would just delete it or miss it. So that was, something that was a conscious decision to not communicate that way.
So I don't know about the robocalls, John, but I will tell you, in kind of echoing Karen's sentiment on we're investing a lot of time in program, like a lot of time. That Small Business Academy, great. Listen, we expected what, 70, 80 people? 70, 80 people RSVP'd and like 20 some showed up. So that was a lot. That was a huge commitment. I don't know the answer. I do know, like, segueing into like even the chamber. I mean, I'll couch my words a little bit, but I mean, like any chamber you're going to go to, how many Coconut Creek businesses do you see in there? I love Cindy. She's great. It's a great concept, but like, it isn't Coconut Creek. We invest a lot of resources in this chamber concept where I'm asking, I'm just positioning to all of you. Name one Coconut Creek business that routinely shows up at a chamber event. Do you know any? It's more of a question.
Well, I'm not really so much going to answer that, but I think that more of our events need to be hosted here in the city as opposed to either in the chamber offices in Coral Springs, but more dedicated for here. And I have made that request. I'm sure I don't know if
Yeah,
other
I have as
commissioners
well.
have too, but my comments on phone outreach was directed to the Business Academy only. It really wasn't so much about the Parks and Recreation programs, et cetera, or any of the other. And it certainly wasn't for dedicating full-time city employees to do it. I just think we haven't. But the Small Business Academy, I mean, I'm willing to knock on doors and make phone calls, but the chamber is like a separate.
Conversation.
But I think if we don't step up to the plate and host our own, like their trustee luncheons. I mean, just a number of things. I just think that we need to focus more on having at least half of them here. Because
Well,
they come when we host, the Coral Springs folks come. So I think it would dedicate more.
Well, I thought it was growing pains too. I mean, listen, they kind of saved us. I'm honest about
Yeah.
that with us joining. I mean, years ago, you guys, Jeff and John, like we had our own chamber. It wasn't that robust. It wasn't
was-
that benefit. It wasn't helping our business
It
community.
was painful.
One thing,
Better
we-
word for it.
we get, I mean, it's adding stuff, but in the township, we get the newspaper like Winmore does. Now everybody's reading the newspaper. Everybody gets it. They read it. I mean, I don't know what the cost of a newspaper is. I don't know what the cost to ship it out to everybody.
It's not.
I'm not saying bi-monthly. I'm not saying monthly, but
But we'd be happy to provide information for like the township, much like we do for Winmore, to put that information in those newsletters so they go out as opposed to creating our own newsletter.
We have a monthly ad in Whitmore and the township every
Mhm, They do.
I guess the
Even-
point I brought this up when it went to the Small Business Academy, I'm happy to knock on doors, but
Yeah.
maybe we need to redefine the target audience
That's it.
as opposed to something entry level opposed to something maybe more specialized. I don't know the answer to that. I'm happy to knock on businesses, but I think it needs to be all of our outreach. And this is something I'm going to get into when I get to Parks and Rec too. It just needs to be,
Excuse me,
yeah.
Josh, could it be the timing? Their businesses, they're open, they're not able to come to the meetings. Even when we gave away the membership, the chamber membership, they weren't getting the physical attendance that they expected. We gave free memberships out to how many?
Those
How many?
businesses.
100
Hundreds.
businesses. And they never showed up to a meeting. So it might be the time of day that these meetings are occurring or the participation because they can't. They can't,
I think it's interest. Again, I think it
Yeah.
goes back. If our businesses are not clamoring to the city commission or to city staff, hey, we want these kinds of things. Where on our priority, I mean, yes, we'd always love to push these kinds of things out, but when we have competing needs and competing priorities, where do we want to put that on that level?
Listen, I spearheaded a lot of that with the business academy. I loved it. It was something I thought was really important. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that
Yeah.
you thought you'd have bigger.
but it was a great.
Yeah, there just wasn't the buy-in, and I feel that way on some of the stuff we're gonna be getting into in a little bit. So I don't know how you reconcile that, but I'm bringing it up in terms of, because it's obviously an addition for sustainable development. It's something that we've told them, do this, and they're gonna dedicate time to doing it. I'm gonna say, I don't know if I want to do that.
Well, then
That's,
if we're going to do it this year, then we should, it should be a platform to or not continue and maybe reconfigure. And it also would be a question to ask those that do attend, what would be even more valuable to you as a business owner or to fellow business owners?
agreed. So maybe a redefinition as opposed to seeing if we can continue it. You got anything? Sean? I'm just curious, your feedback. If you have anything, that's Sheila or Scott or anything, I don't know. Are we wrong with the discussion?
Just very briefly, we had 70 RSVPs for the Business Academy that we did, that we hosted ourselves. The next year, we partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, and they had a Business Academy that was shared between Coconut Creek and Coral Springs. And it was, I wouldn't say highly attended, but it was a much more successful from an attendance perspective. And what we envisioned here was the same kind of program. It was divided into 4 sessions. And there were 35 or 40 people at each of those sessions that were both Coconut Creek and Coral Springs. It certainly was attended. There were more people from Coral Springs than Coconut Creek at all of the sessions.
Agreed. And they've had a longer time to generate robust interest in chamber and some of these more regional things than we have. I get all about that concept, but I'd be remiss to tell Scott to, hey, create this new program, and it falls on its face.
And
And it's not a new program. It is one that,
I know.
but so, right, I get it.
And I just wanted to add, I think a lot of cities struggle with this very same issue, participation, but we have to keep trying because it's a very worthwhile cause. I will tell you that one angle we might want to take and consider taking, and it's something that we see routinely, is some of our own businesses struggle with not necessarily, true business decisions in the world of business. We have lots of businesses that want to expand in the city, and they don't necessarily know how to do that the right way. And I'm talking starting with, building codes and, moving into another bay and things like, so there might be a different approach that we take with some of our education. Maybe it's not, your typical how to do a business plan, how to get, a business loan, but maybe it's how to expand your business in the city of Coconut Creek the right way and offer some different tools that we really
Sounds like
haven't
an
thought about.
ambassador program.
Well, yeah, no, but do you and I say it from a capacity of I'll give you an example. I had to change a refrigerator part. You know where I figured out how to do it? On YouTube. Yeah. So maybe the answer is, Scott, I don't know if this is it. Maybe we do this more on a video platform than live staff time, or maybe
we do. That's not a bad idea at all.
like you to take one of the building inspectors and say, hey, here's what we're looking for. Maybe more educational. I mean, then it kind of falls on Yvonne and John. I'm not saying it because I think it's all tied into different aspects, but maybe that's the path forward, as opposed to these live staff heavy creations, as opposed to,
That sometimes aren't well attended.
yeah, not sometimes, but yeah. Yvonne, you want a new videographer? You want to add that to the budget? You want to go back to your section? All right, keep going, Keish.
So in addition to that Small Business Academy, we just talked about, another thing that we have included in this year's budget is a Realtor Showcase, with the intent of that highlighting the benefits of purchasing property in Coconut Creek. In your supplemental, a presentation was provided from the Realtor Showcase breakfast that was held many years ago. Commissioner Welch, do you want to expand on that since that was requested?
I do. And it isn't just to showcase properties in the city, both residential and commercial, but it also and I mentioned in my review, promotes our arts, culture, entertainment. It encompasses our parks. We took a butterfly tour. We took realtors after they had attended this expo and took them on a tour of all the parks in the city. They were even allowed into Winmore. I mean, I don't know how many realtors outside of what's typically dedicated to Winmore, but they went into Winmore. And, they did really a full stop shopping across Coconut Creek from south to north and then back. So it really isn't just about the properties. It's about the amenities that are offered in the demographics in the city of Coconut Creek. So, and I know the realtors, they're Tri-County, they draw from the Tri-County, their association, as you well know. So it isn't just local realtors that we're exposing the city to. So.
Can I just add? Go, Jackie, I apologize.
Thank you, Dick. No, just for the record, Winmore doesn't have a designated real estate office.
But Cheryl Stein had the, no?
She happens to live in Winmore. She is not, we do not have a designated realtor. Thank you.
Okay, I misspoke.
Just to let you know this year, and I don't know if the communication went across from all of you, the realtors actually broke counties down. So every year they do like the mayor's breakfast, the realtors mayor's breakfast. I think we've all rotated and gone. This year, they usually do it regionally. They're breaking them all down this year. So Miami-Dade's doing a north-south, Broward's doing a north-south, Palm Beach is doing a north-south because they all joined. The North Convention is going to be at the DoubleTree on Hillsborough, and it's only about 6 north cities. Is that what it is? 10 of the north cities, and they're all specifically highlighting those 10 cities in that presentation. So I'm giving you food for thought because I think, Sandy, I think your idea is right on. And I think the realtors finally realized that too, of more specialized areas. So I just wanted to, for education, just let you know that that's happening in September.
Not sure the date, maybe October.
Okay.
Right.
So who do you envision working with and putting this on? Like, I'm just curious what you envision.
Nate Parsons is Lorianne Minhoff, her liaison that takes care of all of this. And they indicated, I mean, it's been several months that idea was approached and that they've asked to be considered. I forwarded it right away to Karen and Sheila followed up, but I mean, it's been several months in the making. So they're very anxious to do another spotlight. And I appreciate the multiple areas, but as we all know, Coconut Creek is special. So we kind of want our own spotlight, special spotlight.
No, I guess my question is, do you see this as a live realtor event? It's like we're
Yes.
creating a video. I'm just curious what you envision this is.
Well, I mean, I do, because I think it not only allows us to showcase the city, but it also allows us to work in conjunction with one of our major employers. If that be the case of where it's held at the casino again, or even Junior Achievement, wherever it happens to be noted to be best served. But it has a lot of possibilities.
Just
And
as
good exposure.
As a matter of follow-up, since we had the following request related to the mayor's roundtable, I've had some conversations with Nate about the potential of having, in their mind, the tour was the highlight of the Coconut Creek event. And the thought might be that we have an offshoot following the mayor's roundtable, that we provide simply a tour as opposed to a breakfast and a tour, because in their mind, the realtors were very, very excited about the bus tour and the guided bus tour, more so than sitting down and having a PowerPoint presentation over a breakfast. So we might be able to combine the two to make it even a better event.
But
Okay, but don't tell them that our butterfly trolley got smashed and is on order. So we cannot share that with them because we just don't know if we'll have another.
So I see this as a program modification that obviously we're approving here for the next fiscal year. It's a small enough program modification that the truth is, based on this renewed mayor's roundtable that they're doing, it would be nice in October if we had a pitch to say, hey, this is the link, register, we're doing our own thing. And I could stand up and say that.
And if we're successful, we'll need even bigger than a trolley. to do the tour with 400, 250 realtors. Yep.
All right, any other questions or comments on sustainable development? Okay, moving to police. Some of the accomplishments this year include
We're gonna
research.
break now.
Okay,
It's okay. We're gonna break
Break.
now. We'll take police up after lunch.
okay.
Pause for 30 minutes, Mr. Kavanaugh, for the purpose of the record. Let's go on recess. You go back on after recess? We're back on, okay. I'm gonna recall our workshop back to order, 2023-0807 WS. We had a brief sustenance break. We're gonna pick back up where we left off with the police sub tab. Keisha, police, all yours.
All right, thank you. So taking a look at police, accomplishments, excuse me, for this year include the implementation of the App Armor mobile app, which I'm sure all of you are familiar with, to enhance that in customer engagement and incident response within our community. We developed and implemented a park walk and talk program in an effort to deter crime and further build that relationship with the public and the police department, and conducted an agency leadership summit to elevate performance through enrichment exercises and training. Objectives for next year include to complete our second reaccreditation process through the Commission for Florida Law Enforcement Accreditation, evaluate and develop a body worn camera program, evaluate and implement a co-response program to mitigate mental health crises.
Can I stop a moment?
Sure.
I would like to put out there if we can implement and begin and stand up and implement the chaplaincy program similar to what is currently taking place in the fire rescue department as a result of the meetings with the pastors in the area. All of our first responders need that personal communication with someone that is known and trusted through the processes with them, and certainly no less for our officers in the police department.
Okay. And we'll continue to enhance the police recruitment through city resources to attract and retain a high performing and diverse workforce. So new requests for this year. So taking a look at the new request, what is presented in the proposed budget is one police officer for traffic. The department actually submitted for 2 officers. In balancing competing priorities, we have funded one and have recommended to not fund the other. And also the Safety Town to Go. This came as both of these requests actually came directly from the budget input workshop. Traffic was raised as a concern, so this was the response to that. Commissioner Brody mentioned that he was interested in a Safety Town program for the city. We develop an interdepartmental team with all the applicable parties to kind of come up with some ideas and provide some options of what we could do. Everything from keeping things status quo to the construction of a facility. And we can take some time to discuss both of these program modifications. I know there was some discussion that wanted to be had. So if we want to start with the police officer for track, if they're traffic.
Yeah, I'll start here. I'm not supporting getting another traffic officer. I'm not supporting any staffing changes to the police department. I suggested about 2 months ago, the rollout in the state statute that authorizes automated traffic enforcement. And I'd love to hear from somebody about that. Hopefully, automated traffic enforcement during school hours, specifically that's authorized. That I can tell you every day during school, every day there's 2 to 3 officers running radar on Lyons Road during. It's unnecessary. It's necessary. It's just unnecessary when we now have a mode approved by the legislator to bring in a company that becomes actually cost beneficial as opposed to cost negative. So to add a traffic officer when we've had the legislators say you can do these during working hours when a light's ringing, you could bang people tickets administratively, is going to cut down. The only thing that we need to do is change an ordinance to allow for it because we already have a special magistrate. Carol, did you look at it at all? Can anyone talk to me about this?
If you can come up, Butch.
Butch Arnell, Chief of Police. We're currently doing a feasibility study on the camera system and have been for several weeks. We are besieged by vendors. There's a number of vendors out there. And we're learning this technology as we go, traffic, special operations, and myself. We are hosting a Southeast Florida demonstration on August 22nd of one vendor who's actually going to be here to do a demonstration of the technology so that when we go to RFP, we know what to ask and what not to ask. And by the way, Mayor, we believe in the technology. We like it. We like the statute. We do think it's going to be a tremendous help. When you get to the added expense, the salespeople like to just fly by that stuff. Like one of the vendors says, the technology is free. We'll come in, we'll self-start it. You'll need 3 positions to operate it. Then we have another vendor that looks at it and says it's absolute turnkey. There's no, but then we have an issue that we're looking at as far as a magistrate. We may need a city magistrate. And there's some dynamics of the technology, and I'm sure you're aware of this. Like you get the automatic ticket sent to a resident. If they just don't pay it, if they toss it, they're telling us we need to send an officer to their residence and write them an official ticket, which enters them into the system. So we're looking at all these dynamics and how they operate. And it would be great that if you all would like to come out to the vendor demo and actually see the technology too.
So
my goal is to have that to my boss to get to you ASAP. I already have a preliminary project review.
I forwarded Karen one of the companies that I sat through 2. I'm just educating my colleagues on the commission. Listen, based on just what I do professionally, I was on the front end, a lot of the red light camera kind of stuff that happened out there, why it was struck down, the inner workings on some of those things, and what agencies need to do. And I say that, Carol, not to obviously usurp anything your advice is legally, but just on the kind of not necessarily the defense side to it. So I went into it with a different perspective. What they've been authorized to do in a really small way, I would say it's cost neutral, Butch, and I'm curious you to either correct me or agree with me, is because the company is taking a VIG or they're taking a percentage of the $100 ticket. So hypothetically, you speed through on Lyons through school zone when the light's blinking, you get a $100 ticket. The city's only reaping, I think, like $30 of the ticket. So 30 or 35. But my understanding from both companies that I sat through, there's a negotiation process there, depending on how many you're going to do and things of that nature. And you're a shark at negotiating, so I would trust whatever contract negotiations to be there. But that's the reason it's cost neutral is because of that, because the company's making their money with postage. And I asked every one of those questions, so postage and things like that. And traditionally, we have a special magistrate. The only thing how I viewed both companies' position was we need to change our ordinance to authorize it, which is really a reading, and the language that's obviously to Terrell's approval is there. Now, just to explain to my colleagues a little more of what you just said, is that if you're speeding through a school zone and you get an automated ticket, the chief is right. You could just throw it away. But at that point, it becomes an actual ticket in the system. So the reality is how red light cameras have traditionally worked and how I'm assuming this is the platform they're trying to input it is you get a mail notice letter. And if you pay it, it never goes on your record. No one's the wiser. You pay the ticket and you're done. It's when you don't pay it that there's a process that has to start, which an officer in the traffic unit, my understanding is it's really just a records custodian officer of that. And it could be implemented, how I understand it, maybe 1 or 2 spots at a time as opposed to citywide. So just as really a test thing. So to me, I would love to do this because I think it actually is going to save resources for our traffic team. I do, as opposed to running 3 people out there. So this is something I think is great. I think will really, I think our residents will be educated to it because I think there's an education component to it too. I think that's videos and outreach because I think the people that are most affected in school zones are probably the people that live in the area. So all of which, so that's kind of why I believe in that. And I understand obviously the city's, the staff's reaction to saying we need new traffic officers. I think there's creative ways to not do that and add more staffing when I don't think we need it. So. Please.
Well, as somebody that actually had a ticket for one of these, it works and it hurts. And I'm for it because if I got, I certainly slow down through that intersection now. So yeah, I think it's a great deterrent rather than.
Did you get it in?
Well, I'm colorblind. They said it was red. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I lost. But yeah, I went through it, got the ticket. It got mailed to my house. It was in the system. I mean, this is a great deterrent. I think it's a lot easier, a lot safer than having an officer out there with radar and having to write tickets and putting himself into somebody hitting them on the road. I think it's a nice, easy deterrent for that. And so I kind of like the idea.
Another benefit that we've discovered is it also will network with our flock system. So we'll have LPR running on all those locations. So you just get the added benefit if we get a hit in any of those school zones.
I like the idea as well. But the question is, we're questioning the extra police officer, traffic police. So I'm not the expert. I don't know how many are out there, how many officers are out there, how many we actually need. I do know that it's a problem and we might need the traffic officer besides having this program.
I'd like to hear from Terrell's perspective, if someone from your office has looked at this technology as far as it relates to the city. And then I had a comment to make.
I was just texting with Jeanette. I know that she has taken a look at the technology. However, I think that we're still awaiting answers to some of our questions. And so I'm not really prepared to respond to that at this point in time. I do want to clarify, though, that if we do need to change the code section as it relates to the special magistrate, that would take a first and second reading. So it would just be essentially 2 readings of the ordinance, 2 meetings. Certainly, we'll do whatever the commission desires.
So.
And then my next,
go
if
ahead.
I can finish, I just had my next comment was, we were supposed to be in negotiations with the school board district staff in relation particularly to the bottlenecks at Lions Creek Middle School, in and out. And I just haven't heard any update on that because that's where one of our motor officers got hurt. And, and handling that traffic. So, how, I know there was a bottleneck at the school district staff's part, but where are we today? Because we haven't really heard anything. And to me, this is a part of this discussion.
I believe Butch can give an update on that.
Okay.
I sure can. As of this last week, a matter of fact, we have been working, needless to say, things at the school board have been a little crazy. There's been changes in leadership, positions moving, but we have been aggressively pursuing this. City manager has been pushing this hard. We did recently, as of this last week, get a concession to do some revisions to that front loading area to get more traffic put in there and to get more traffic off of the roadway. Now, it's not the best case scenario as of yet, this, we want to move it around to the north end,
Right.
the egress and ingress. They are not willing to go there yet. They are working hard to get this. We just got the agreements in to get this quick fix done, see how it goes at the beginning of this year before we make a determination as to the other, going to the north end for ingress and egress. But we are working with them. I will tell you, it will continue to be a little manpower intensive because we don't expect this temporary fix to eradicate the problem. The school feels it will help. We're skeptical as to the scope, but it definitely is going to take a lot more vehicles off of the roadway into that pickup area. It pushes them together, gravels it, et cetera.
Is that in relation to our lot next to them? I
Mhm.
mean, is it incorporating that? Because I think at one point, that's what
Yes.
Sheila had presented or someone had presented to them as alternatives. So how much just ballpark, how much with this temporary relation of traffic flow through there, do you think that it will alleviate? Just ballpark. Pessimistically.
Their engineers can't tell us that. My traffic sergeant and my special operations captain, they're skeptical. I'm a little more optimistic, but I can't give you that exact number standing here right now. But I will tell you this, Vice Mayor, this is all they're willing to give us at this point.
Well, that's a shame because it's not only affecting our officers on the road, but it's
It is.
also affecting our school resource officers that are there. I mean, I've witnessed it. They had to get involved in traffic capabilities and
Well, as you know, with the school board, nothing moves fast.
I knew.
And as the chief has mentioned, they've had some turnover in their staffing and their leadership. So we get moving in directions and then we kind of got to start back over again. So, we continue to work and we have not had the door shut on us to the north solution. But we're really trying to manage our relationships as well. So that's why we at this time haven't enlisted. We've come to the commission and say, hey, we need help, in pushing things along, whether it's the turnpike or, solid waste. This one, we're still working it at the staff level and would want to continue to do that until we feel we've reached a dead end.
Well, is this the solution?
What is happening now is just a temporary solution, and that's how they're
No,
referring
I'm
to it.
talking about this request for the officer.
So the request for the officer was for all traffic related issues, not just the school issue.
What we intend to do the first day of school is we intend to have a drone up and look at the traffic patterns, and understanding the first week is intense next to the rest of the, year. But we'll have exact counts for you of what we're fitting in there and how we're doing it when we do that. But we're doing everything we can to get this ready for the school year. On the traffic officer point, and the mayor makes a good point, the numbers as they relate in our budget proposal don't show a increase in traffic related calls for service for traffic. However, I will tell you, of all the components on the police department, traffic services is the number one demand point from the residents. As well as I do, every community wants their own traffic officer they're scattered all over the place and we supplement them with patrol. And I would like to add also that in last year's budget discussion, there was a request from commission to put more traffic units on. But if you look at the numbers, and I think this is what the mayor referred to, the numbers do not show an escalation. In other words, we are holding the line with our 8 traffic people we have, and 2 of those are on nights, as I'm sure you know.
So I had a question when we did this, my sit down with PETA. I'm kind of confused at how we prioritized a traffic officer over an ICAC officer. To me, they don't balance out the same. The ICAC officer is so more important when we talk about child safety. It's the child child pornography, pedophiles. Right. So I don't think these two weigh out the same. I honestly think that if I'm sitting here looking at this, am I conscious? I'm sitting there thinking that it's so much more important that we protect these children, considering the numbers have gone up year after year. So I kind of looked at this like, why are we doing the traffic? I think the bigger need here is why don't we have an officer set up for that? So that was my question when I came back to Peter Gay to circle back on it. I referred over to city manager because obviously it's not my expertise, but it certainly raises question of first of all, it's lesser money to get an ICAC officer than it is a patrol officer, just because of the equipment and such. So dollar wise and weight wise, to me, the ICAC officer seems to be a very much more of an important kind of point than a traffic officer. Because anybody could do the traffic officer piece, but ICAC is very special and it takes a special person to do that. And I think we have a lot of great detectives within our police department that can handle that. So I would refer this back to city manager on what she thinks.
So in that regard, when we're making recommendations and proposals and looking at all of the requests, what we've heard in the past is more resources to traffic. And so when we're picking and choosing, we were just doing based on what we heard. Absolutely is why we have this conversation here today and we go over the budget proposals, because if you as a commission feel that the other is more of a priority, we can swap it out. I mean, we can address that, but we were just making the proposals based on the limited resources that we have. And it is actually giving a resource to the police department and based on the things that we've heard all along, whether it's from the community or from the commission.
So, I mean, listen, I'm just going to explain again. The chief could explain it better than me, but ICAC is a task force. Okay, so like there's a countywide, and again, chief, I'm not trying to educate on criminal issues, but I'm just trying to explain to my colleagues. ICAC is a task force. So there's a countywide task force of internet crimes against children, predominantly made of BSO officers. You get the big cities occasionally having one or two. Fort Lauderdale, I think, has 2 guys on it. There's a couple of cities that have people on it. We don't have somebody dedicated to it. Is Lombardo still DEA? Is he still on DEA? So we have a DEA member. So technically he's here, but he's not here. He goes on that task force. If we were to dedicate a full-time officer to ICAC, that means there's a Coconut Creek police officer on that task force. It doesn't mean that crimes in Coconut Creek are not getting investigated. ICAC is investigating crimes in Coconut Creek. I can tell you because I've seen arrest warrants served in Coconut Creek. People who tried to hire me on issues in Coconut Creek. I didn't take the case. Throw that out there. The point being is that I see that as a staffing issue. I don't see this as creating a new position. But, so we're here today to say, are we giving positions or are we saying, figure out your staffing and address that? Because to me, in my position right now, I don't think we should give them anything. And we should say, deal with this in staffing to have a presence, not only in traffic on other means other than staff away a problem, have somebody doing this work and part-timing. I know for years, Detective Marilyn Perez had done ICAC work. I know it because I dealt with her years ago. She was great on the task force. So I can't speak to that. I can tell you that in my own professional dealings, but I see all of this as staffing, not fill the need with new.
Right.
New
I kind of agree with you. If we did that for the deputy chief just moments ago, a couple hours ago, why can't we just kind of roll it up into the same thing? As this is something that we can look with internally and just move somebody over to it rather than creating a whole new position for this.
We are currently understaffed in detectives. We are making do with what we have. We have 8 detectives. 4 are person crimes detectives, 4 are property crimes detectives. One of those person crime detectives, Sherry Stabile, is doing our ICAC work and her caseload. And we provided some data in here as far as caseload per detective and why we believe that the ICAC investigator is necessary. In other words, full-time based on what other agencies have that have 1, 2, or 3 fully dedicated ICAC investigators. And the other thing I would ask that you consider is we are doing 0 proactive work right now, which means that if you're in Coral Springs or you're in other municipalities, they have fake identities up. They are screening for internet crimes against children, things like that. We're simply doing reactionary at this point. That's just a whole nother dynamic. But and remember this, in 2019, BSO stopped doing theirs. Stop doing this for everybody. It was given back to the municipalities. And in 2019, what they do is they pay the overtime for the position, okay, for a dedicated ICAC position. But we've gone from 2019, 12 cases to 17 to 43 to 52 now. And of those 52 cases, one thing that's important you to know, for each case we get referred to us, 5 search warrants are executed with each one. They're extremely work intensive. Now, the set team helps us out with these, helps us out with enforcement and stuff. But I would certainly concur that if you weighed the traffic versus the ICAC, I would take the ICAC in a heartbeat, given where we are currently now. In a perfect world, I'd like them both, but wouldn't we all as directors, right?
Listen, when you say we're not doing anything proactive, that's a little bit of a misnomer. You're saying our independent police department may not be doing anything proactive, but there's plenty of ICAC officers across Broward County and any of these municipalities that are proactive, that target people in Coconut Creek if they pop on their radar. So don't make it seem like there's not people being protected here. You're saying we as a department don't have that, but there is a regional position to defend against that.
We are not proactively scouting Coconut Creek violators. That is what I meant to say.
The Coconut Creek Police Department is not.
Correct.
We are basically a family-oriented city. And that is our greatest concern today, is what our kids are watching or what they're exposed to on the internet. And that's really important for us to support putting an officer in the position to investigate and to be proactive and to get out there and teach our kids. Because a lot of the parents are working, they don't have the time, they probably don't see what's happening on these children's phones. They have them 24/7, and we need to be out there to protect our kids. So I'm also in favor of ICAC.
Yeah, I mean, I was just educated on the whole thing, which is great. I would be in support of, I think getting an additional person is important. I think just pulling from within. I think if we're allotting it here, why not just now focus a new position on ICAC and instead of the traffic? I would be in support of that. I think that we still have to police, we still have to do what we can to support the means. And with those cases rising, like you said, since 19 to where we're at now, I think then we could be very proactive in now our city taking ownership of this and leading the way. So I think keeping the position, but refocusing it on ICAC. It sounds so weird to say, but yes, that's what
Let me just give you another example. And this is what I've experienced. Let's say a Coconut Creek police officer is running on an ICAC task force and they target an offender, right? And that offender is targeted in, let's say, Palm Beach County. That investigator is going to stick with that case. So you're going to have a Coconut Creek police officer tracking a case involved in warrants going up. It's not as simple as you're hearing it. I'm just trying to explain that from a procedural standpoint. That's why at this point, until I don't feel concerned. Like, to me, it's a staffing issue. That's how I see it. I don't.
But then are you saying there should be somebody in the staff that would do that anyway? That would follow the case to Palm Beach, the person that's already in the staff, or a new person that we hire?
I'm saying hypothetically, you can have a member of the Coral Springs Police Department like you have right now, because they have two individuals dedicated to ICAC, right? That end up with cases across Florida based on them having a fake identity of a child. It's important work. So understand, I'm not minimizing that. What I'm saying is you can have somebody with a fake profile, and Butch, you can correct me if I'm wrong. You can have somebody with a fake profile in a municipality that finds an offender in Hollywood, Florida. They're going to target, part of that job is going to target, investigate, and track and get that offender. You now have a member of that municipal police department doing a ton of work outside their jurisdiction. It's not focused directly on the city of Coconut Creek. If you're going to have a fake profile there pretending to be a child, you're going to get people from across the state. I just opposed somebody in a Minnesota police officer that tracked somebody in Florida. So what I'm trying to explain is the work, the only value of the work is if you have somebody on some sort of regional task force, right? Do I believe it's important? Absolutely. But to me, I see this as a staffing issue, not let's bring somebody else to do it. Because it's a regional issue. You're not having, and Butch, if you're telling me you're going to have a detective here doing only ICAC work, specifically only looking for Coconut Creek offenders, that's a different conversation, but I don't think you're saying that.
They would be a member of the task force as they are now. BSO would cover the overtime involved, but they would be there. They would be there to supplement our forces. Can I throw one more data point to you all and to give you a perspective of our detective units? Sunrise. Okay. Now I'm not talking about size. I'm talking about detective caseload. Okay. Sunrise has 18 detectives, 2,098 cases. Okay. So it's about 2,100 cases a year assigned to their detective unit. Coral Springs has 20 detectives. They have about 2,300 cases assigned in a year. Margate has 10 detectives. They have about 1,300 cases assigned in a year. Coconut Creek has 8 detectives, and we have 3,200 cases, more than any other agencies assigned to our detective unit. Now, you may say, well, Butch, why the disparity? Why? Well, it's our service level of what we provide to the community. For instance, missing persons calls. When we get a missing child, we don't simply say, well, it's not endangered. So we put out a notice and that's it. We call out a detective and we go find the child. A case is opened up on it. Some agencies don't even assign it to the detectives unit unless there's known endangerment of the child or whatever. So we go full bore on missing persons, Alzheimer's, endangered. If there's a missing person, we don't tell somebody come back in 24 hours. We look at the threat and we have a detective respond and open a case. RPOs, we do far more RPOs per capita than any other place because we take
Risk protection orders.
risk protection orders. You know, that's a very detailed, intensive process through the courts to get a gun removed. For instance, in Coconut Creek, we talk about service level. If you threaten suicide in most other jurisdictions, they will not come take your gun through an RPO. They only will take your gun or try to seize it through an RPO if it's a threat against another person, a credible threat. We include suicide as one of those provisions, which escalates our RPO numbers because the way we look at it is has the potential to save a life, and a judge will have to make that determination. But frauds, our detective unit, we will work complicated misdemeanors. Most of these other jurisdictions will not. So your obvious response could be, well, Butch, if we have that much of a higher caseload, let's lower the service level to mitigate. And I know we're not built that way, but you know, we are a very proactive detective unit. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to and we handle all felonies in our unit. None are given to the road. We do them all in our detectives unit. So I just wanted you to see the disparity in total case numbers as related, and that'll give you some insight into why our ICAC investigator, according to my lieutenant and captain in that division, is at the breaking point.
I would like to, may I? Well, I know the team is small. I didn't realize that the disparity in the number of cases between us and our neighboring cities. But I do know that they are quite diligent in their efforts towards any level of case. I got a call from one of the detectives it's been a while now because of the unique vehicle that I drove. And unbeknownst to me, there was another one just like it in our city that had done a not so nice thing, stole a package and took off with it.
Sure wasn't you?
Well, when I looked at the video and I did have verification of where I was that day, thank goodness. But what I'm saying, the point of my getting to this is you're spot on about the service level, even regardless of the level of crime or alleged crime. So it appears to me that the detective's office itself needs an additional resource. Now, I feel as chief, under the direction of the city manager, it's up to you to decide where and what they should be used. But now, in my own defense, if you were to decide that it was going to be on this particular devotion of duty, I would be very pleased. But an additional resource nonetheless in the detective unit. The traffic officer, I have to say, that's going to be an ongoing battle from here till doomsday, regardless of who's at the head of the school board district or the school board members. We just have to continuously fight to try to work with them like we do with the turnpike and landfill and all those other critical issues. But if we can make a difference in this area, you're talking about 52 cases, that's one a week. And so I'm in support of an additional resource, particularly in the detective unit.
Well, there was a, I mean, looking at the thing there, the traffic was was recommended, but then the ICAC wasn't recommended.
That's why we're having this discussion.
Yeah. So we should be.
I mean, I gotta tell you, I'm just like, something doesn't make sense to me. You're telling me our detectives are running 3,200 investigations, right? That's the numbers you just said to me.
A
That's-
year.
That really doesn't reconcile to me, as opposed to neighboring city of Margate with half and 2 more detectives. I understand your qualification of certain things, but just to me, as somebody that this is what I do every day on a different side, I sit through magistrate court. Margate's banging 5-6 people a day. You're lucky if you go through magistrate court, meaning first appearing court in the criminal courthouse, and seeing somebody arrested in Coconut Creek. So to me, that I don't get those numbers. That doesn't make sense to me. And I understand how you're qualifying it, that's saying detectives get A, B, and C, and D. But that to me, like, I don't know how we're not asking questions about that. You're telling me that in 2 cities the same size, we have double the amount of detective assignments? I don't.
I think, well, of course, we have Winmore, which is 9,000 residents. And I'm sure Winmore keeps our police department busy. There are calls of fraud. There are missing people that are coming in. We just had one yesterday, a woman that suffered from dementia that was lost that our police department found. So we keep them very busy. And Chief, please correct me if I'm wrong, that a great number of those incidences do come from our senior community.
Well, certainly.
Mhm. And I'm sorry, and if we bring in an ICAC officer, right? Would that free up the other detectives at some point?
Well,
Yes.
certainly, because the mayor stated, Marilyn Perez, she's a backup ICAC if Sherry's not working. So not only would we have the dedicated ICAC cases, but when we go on overload, like with a significant, and I think last year we had 7 really big crime scenes where there were multiple crime scenes, then that's another resource. That's another body that we can use. But there's always some interplay, detectives are always helping ICAC can help other detectives, but I would like to do more proactive work. And as I said, I have a lieutenant and a captain telling me that we can justify full-time ICAC investigations for 1 detective.
So you want to make Sherry Stabile a full-time ICAC task force officer?
I'm not sure it would be sure. We haven't
I
even,
apologize. You're talking about making a detective a full-time ICAC task force officer. Is that the ask?
a full-time ICAC detective at the Coconut Creek Police Department that will happen to be a member of the task force. We need that to get the overtime paid.
Yeah, I mean,
What I'm hearing is you would like to swap out the traffic officer that was proposed in the budget for the ICAC officer that was requested in the budget.
it's consensus.
I see 4 people wanting that, so we will make that change.
Vice Mayor, can I make one other added comment on Lions Creek as well? I just want you to know that we are not soft pedaling this traffic thing. In the last meeting we had with all of the school board leaders, I explained to them vehemently that my electeds are getting beat up by residents about this problem. And because I know you are, and I have to have a solution. Okay. And they're very, very aware of that. And when they opted not initially to go for the north side option, I asked them straight up, I said, I'm asking you, do you hate it and don't want to do it? Or do you just like this first option better? And they were like, Chief, just let us try this first option first to see what it does. How can I argue with it? I just think going to war and saying, no, there's only one way to do it would not help us right now, particularly with the new administration and everything.
It's just that the residents that live in there, the Sunrise Estates, I mean, nobody would want to live there during those times of the day,
I know.
during school. They're held captive. Thank you.
And on piggyback on that, Chief, what I would like is some sort of outreach, whether by Scotty or by somebody prior to the cut off the school year saying, hey, there's going to be a slight modification. I mean, because you want to take the fire off of us, because I'll tell you right now, our phones are going to start ringing.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
father-in-law can't get out of his house for an hour each day. That's sometimes a good thing, depending on if he's at my house or at his house, but that's a conversation for another day. I can't go there. It's recorded. The point I'm saying is if you want to help the situation, then what I would like to see is some sort of outreach about, hey, they're changing this and that. We're hoping it works. Or, the school board, and blame the school board. It's not us. People think it's us.
Yeah.
It's not. So I would like to see something like that.
You got it.
Next up, Brody's Safety Town.
Safety Town.
Let's
So
go.
I heard the concept behind this. The $50,000 represents a trailer that's going to be taken from place to place.
So
I'm going
So
to tell you, a
I missed
trailer's
this-
going to.
I missed this whole thing. I read this and then they said it was Brody's thing and I got to hear about this. So tell me what you envision.
Safety
John.
Town concept was that schools, no matter what time of the year, can go out there, take the kids out to show them safety features. When it's not in use with the schools, it's open for people to ride their bikes on, the parents to teach their kids about safety. It's open up to our water safety program. When we do instead of doing it at the community center, we have a place to go to show safety values of, stoplights, train tracks, speeding. The police can go over what to do, what not to do. But the mobile one has a concern in my heart because I know it's gonna be packed up and stuck someplace and it's gonna be neglected and we're gonna blow $50,000 in a trailer that sits someplace because nobody's gonna want to tow this thing around and set it up. That's my concern when we start talking about the 50,000 tow behind.
So
Sure.
So I just want to say in the supplemental that was provided to you, there were 5 options presented. So after we heard your request at the budget input workshop, collectively, we had members from fire, police, myself, Parks and Recreation. And I mean, people that are over these programs and part of the implementation and all that good stuff. What we did was try to brainstorm some different options to present to you because the construction of a safety town came at a price tag of over $1 million. Now with that, you also have maintenance costs that would go on with that and working with Public Works, that's going to require an additional at least half FTE. So when we're weighing things like that, we have to kind of say, okay, now let's talk to the people that do the fire and police programming. What mechanism could we do to still get the program piece rolled out without necessarily coming with the construction of a facility? And they were part of those meetings, being able to give us feedback to say, hey, I could still do these programs and then some with this particular option. So I just want to kind of just highlight what those 5 options were and then turn it over to you guys if you want to discuss any of those in further detail.
Lead discussion. So John, let me turn to you because this is your thing, right? Your goal is what?
The goal is to be able to have a place that anybody can come to at any time and be able to teach their kid about safety. Now I'm talking parents, schools, our system within the EMS to show them those kind of things, our programs. It'd be a place that you can go and do that. So it's got to be present. And if you notice, if you go around some of these cities, I think Sunrise just completed theirs.
Correct.
I believe our neighbor over here has one too, in Firefighters Park.
Margate and Coral Springs also.
Yeah, everybody's got these little things that they're doing and they're great concepts. And to me, somebody who puts thousands of miles on driving, it's a great concept because I think we've lost that somewhere in our educational system, how to fully do a stop, how to merge, how to train tracks. All these things are being lost. And I don't think we're going to get that with a mobile. This is why I don't like the mobile piece, because you need to show them what these things are. They need to get on their bikes or skateboards and be able to go through it and feel what it's like to do these things. That's the concept.
So let me just, I want to streamline it to save an unnecessary debate. So you don't like the mobile concept?
No.
So you see this as, so then my suggestion on this is if you don't like the mobile concept, that kind of X's it out, right? If you see this as a park upgrade, then we got to look at a CIP in regarding a park.
Sure.
And I say it because our big CIP right now that I think the priority of the commission has been is this Veterans Park and some things that we've decided to do now. You know, what the Holocaust, memorial and the Veterans Park things, those we prioritized. If this is a CIP of something you want, my suggestion, and only if everyone's okay with it, is we say, hey, let's work this into some sort of park upgrade in the future. And with those components, so it could be done right. Or you look at a programming issue with kind of the fire and the police doing some, little red-blue thing, weird thing together. And, making a programming issue with Wayne in the middle somewhere and some awkward thing.
They already do that.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's I'm agreeing with you. It doesn't have to be done this year. The concept needs to be developed this year so we can start putting it on for next year. But I think it's a bigger plan than the mold behind. I think we do it right. Everything we do in the city is with quality. I think this is something we don't want to lose focus on, but it's got to be done the right way.
So on that line item, would you say it's fair to me to say that there's not a 50,000 line item, there's just direction to Karen to direct a new programming in conjunction with things?
Right. That's what I feel more comfortable with because I want it done right.
Madam Brooks,
Sure.
you guys have anything on this? Okay. Let's go to the last two things. Everyone okay? Replace some dogs? Sandy, not talking up there. My first commission meeting, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Terrell remembers that. Y'all remember that one. Everyone good with 2 replacement dogs? John? If you, dude, this is the time. We got 2 more, we got a lot of dogs. Butch, you want to speak to the, you want to speak to the dogs?
Just to keep in mind, these are 2 replacement dogs. We have Lucky and Titus that are over the average age. And as soon as Lucky retires, as soon as Brian Valente is retiring. Okay, so I'm not in a hurry to get rid of Lucky, but he's outaged. He can't compete. He's getting to be an older service dog. And Titus is Justin Capaldi's dog. And one of the things that the city managers pointed out and finance is that we need to develop a more long range replacement schedule for our dogs, which is odd to us because they're like people to us, but we really do. And these 2 just are come due. We have 4 patrol dogs. We have a bloodhound, and we currently have Taylor, which you're aware of, an ammunition dog. So, and our bloodhound is just a supplemental dog that's riding with Sean Feisthamill, but we do need these 2 replacements. We're not asking for any new dogs.
So just a quick question. Are you looking at apprehension animals? Or are you looking?
Yeah. Multidiscipline, tracking, apprehension, drugs.
So can we have this caveat that we write a program to say aging out so we can get into a system or a program that we understand when the dogs are starting to age out. So we're not, 8 or 9 years if the dog's aging out at 6 or 7, you know what I mean? So we have a program to kind of get things into motion almost automatically.
You bet. And that has been my direction from the city manager and finance.
So
I
we
thought
need,
so. She's
I'm
pretty
sorry.
good.
So we need a succession program for our canines.
Yes, for our dogs. Yes. Because they're great employees.
Which
They're
keep in mind would only be a guide. I mean, because if the dog was injured or something,
Right.
got sick prematurely based on our schedule, it's still a dog. So, but we can absolutely, have a recurring CIP for dog replacement.
So Laura Sudman's dog, that's not a part of the police department, right?
Well, not officially.
So I guess my question is, and I only say this because I think we try to get away from traditional law enforcement mediums with apprehension and things like that. And I understand the concept of dogs and things like that. What about one of these replacement dogs being a therapy dog?
Well,
Just a thought. I'm just saying.
no, nobody's a bigger advocate for a therapy dog than me. It's just these 2 replacements are to replace 2 current multidisciplinary apprehension dogs.
I understand that. My
Yeah.
question is, what if it was only one and something else?
Well, then we would be running the risk that one of those dogs would not make it till the end of this budget year. And we could be
That's the
forced to have to find $15,000.
Got it. That was my question. Okay.
But I love where you're going.
Anyone else? Okay. And last thing is the crime scene van. Chief, you have anything you want to say on that?
We need it.
I think by the numbers he gave us, it kind of proves we need it, right?
Yes, we currently have 3 crime scene investigators. Only 2 of them have an assigned vehicle, so they're sharing one. And as I said, there were 7 cases over this last year where we had 3 scenes or more going at one time. I've currently got her driving a car that's about to go out of style. We don't need the immaculate. We just need a serviceable crime scene vehicle that Keisha can operate, so we can have all 3 out at once when we need them. That's it.
And regrettably, law enforcement has become more CSI based than traditional investigation based. So I would support this.
In the lab that when I took the tour a couple weeks ago, and the lab, are they able to in the van still do things that they're able to do in the stationary lab, or is it what happens in the van that can't happen in the lab?
No, their vans just have to be fully equipped with all of the stuff to get the things to the lab, both our local lab but as far as collection of DNA, they have to be completely outfitted. So obviously you need a van to do that. We need, body shields in case you have a body laying out in the open, they need all that equipment on those vans. And believe me, for that amount of money, we'll make that a bargain. It will give us everything we need to fully outfit our CSI unit.
Yeah, Sandy.
This isn't in the budget, but it's two thoughts that I have requests. One is that since we now have our own police and fire department in the city of Coconut Creek, if we have our own national night out, it can be on a differing night. We can make it our own night, just a request. And that we do a pilot at the township, at least for a few months, to see similar to what happens in Winmore, the security roundtables that you have. I think there are a number of residents in the township that could benefit from it, and it would make them aware of what's happening in the way of security and service calls in their area, just as a pilot to see if it works or doesn't. And if not, fine. If it does, great. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on those two things.
I was just gonna say, on the security roundtable, we're already working on implementing that. It's something we do at Winmore, so we can just expand that out to the township. Regarding National Night Out, our preliminary figures, I mean, this is a substantial program. We're talking about over $80,000. So I don't think it's something, I think it's something, I don't disagree that now that we have our police department and our fire department, that's a great event for our community to do and to have. But it is at a significant cost. And maybe this isn't the budget year that, just, it's going to be expensive.
So can I just add something out there?
Please.
Oh, so National Light Out is celebrated across night. So it's celebrated across, I mean, again, Butch, please.
No, and I'm with you on this one, Vice Mayor. I've always wanted to have my own.
Just explain to Commissioner Raley the term of National Night Out.
National Night Out is a national celebration where the community comes together with law enforcement to support safety. Many communities put a blue light bulb in their outside lights. It's a national night of unity and crime prevention and awareness. And having our own, I had one in my old agency. They are expensive. There's no doubt about it. But when we talked about it here, we were just coming into COVID and it just wasn't cost efficient. Plus Margate had the blown up operation and we didn't have our own fire department. So I do think it's time to start looking at it, but I'm actually quite shocked at their initial figures and we're breaking those down, but they're looking at about $80,000 that they spent this year on their National Night Out.
So I will tell you just something. I will say this. I've gone to Margate's every year. I think Margate does a really good event.
Mhm.
It's one of the, aside from all the history, we'll call it, we've always been welcome with open arms
Right.
in every capacity. And Margate does probably, I would say, one of the top 3 in the county. They do, it's well attended. They have,
Mhm.
huge DJs, helicopter shows. They do a real thing there. My suggestion was this, because I thought this was going to come up, and Sandy, I'm just curious, what if we did something a little more robust? And I say that at Butterfly Festival. A little more, celebratory of, I know it's not National Night Out per se, our own evening, but maybe something in our own way, because it's an opportunity to showcase and first respond. I'm just
Well,
center of the field is always
Yeah.
law enforcement, right?
not only that, but given that we're going to be looking at more security measures at our Butterfly Festival this year, I mean, I'm certainly not opposed to it. Anytime we can showcase our first responders is food for thought. But I just think it's also another perfect opportunity to get our two public safety forces together to, if it can't be this year, for our National Night Out to be fully planning for one that would be of value.
It's and Mayor, you bring, I was just, I wanted to mention that also, but it's a good point that Butterfly Festival is kind of our thing. I don't know if Margate, I know they have a carnival there, but I don't think it's run by the city. I think it's a private carnival.
It's
Oh, you're the carnival guy?
I'm joking.
All right. But I think that's our National Night Out is Butterfly Festival, and maybe tying in more of, police and I don't know what helicopter, whatever, but that's like our thing. And we already put a lot of money towards that So to them now put more money towards another thing, you know, I think you can combine the two and just make it a hybrid event.
And the only reason I say it is because I think when we were kicking around this idea of July 4th parade, and I'm not trying to compare us to Margate because I think we do different things. Margate does a really crazy July 4th parade, and I'll go down there with my kids and we'll watch, and it's just, yeah, it's nice, and it's really hard because we're going to start doing our own. There's a little detraction there. Butch, I know National Night Out is it's a delineated week where they do events. So I don't know, but I love the idea of maybe showcasing our public safety a little bit more with maybe, you know. Yeah,
So National Night Out is August 1st of every year, but we can certainly emulate the concept, much like we do regarding fireworks at our Butterfly Festival.
I have it. The Ambassador Night for August. Can't we have
that's a great idea.
the Ambassador Night dedicated to our
I
national?
like your idea of Creek branding it. And I will tell you, one of the downsides of National Night Out as a national, and that not every agency participates in, is the hottest time of the year. And that's the one rap I always had on National Night Out, because at my old agency, we always felt if we could do it in February, March, when we do the Butterfly Festival, you'd get a much better turnout and be a much more enjoyable event. But I like your idea here.
I got to tell you, I think Sandy hit it on the head. I think doing it the August Ambassador around National Night Out, call it, you know, National Ambassador Night Out or whatever, and you could have everything here and stay. I think it's great.
Shouldn't cost $80,000.
Nope.
No. That work?
It works.
Okay. Is there anything else on programming or anything for the police department while the police chief is up here?
Good to go.
Yeah. There you go.
All right, fire rescue. So this year, one of the things that they worked on was conducting a post implementation review of the dispatch communication services with Coral Springs, just to assess the overall satisfaction. I think our residents are satisfied seeing that enhanced customer service and those lower response times. They've expanded and enhanced their community-based programming to include a drowning prevention program, and continue to enhance education and screening processes for cancer, sleep, and behavioral health. So next year will be a busy year for them. They will be planning and develop and implementing a community paramedic program, which you'll see in your budget. They also plan on implementing a fire rescue cadet program, much like
How is that only $2,500?
the fire cadet program. It's really just supply costs. Really, that's it.
Oh, that's all it is?
Mhm.
I just saw that and I was like, it just seemed like a really low amount to do a cadet program. Jeff, is that?
Jeff?
Could that even buy t-shirts? I'm just curious. To me, it was like of all the requests, it was just something.
Yes, we've had that
Yes.
$2,500 in our last budget year. We were able to buy some supplies beforehand. We also have lined up several donations that are coming in as
Okay.
well. But if you want to throw us more, sure. But for right
No.
now, the budget seems to be fine. We're just starting out, so it may increase. I don't intend for it to.
How do you anticipate getting this? Because it's interesting, because I know on our Police Explorer front, there's always been interest in this. How do you anticipate rolling that out to the community?
So, and I was going to include it in the weekly highlights this week. So working with Scotty and John Hartzell, putting together a public information program is going out now. So once school starts, we're in the high schools and just going out and speaking to them. Word of mouth has gotten out from other agencies. So we're kicking off that program coming up. They're working on the videos already.
Thank you. Oh, this reminded me of something for Yvonne, real quick, and I apologize, Jeff. This just was something I thought about. I think Sandy would agree with, and I think everyone would agree with it. I had a comment. This had to do with like Cheesecake Factory and a whole other thing, but I'll talk about that at the end. I asked Yvonne if she was part of some of these like subgroups, and I mean, is anyone up here remember any of these, like the PTA groups on Facebook? Okay, so my thought was that you can push things like that, Jeff, in the PTA groups. Like, so for example, like Lions Creek Monarch, there's PTA Facebook groups that community active members are allowed to be. And the only reason I realized it because I was talking about like Cheesecake Factory and everyone's like so upset about it because we have no parking.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into the video that we're going to shoot in a couple weeks for that one. But it'll be a fun one. It's not a cheesecake eating competition. The point I'm saying is I think on a public outreach front, and Yvonne, I think if you just asked for membership, I think you can get in all of them. And recently, Ashley Atkinson, who we all know, just posted on the community forum the links of all the Facebook groups for all the schools. So just as a way to outreach that, Jeff. So that's, I'm sorry, like cross done, but that's how you get in those subgroups where you see sometimes a lot more robust issues that people have with the city. So I apologize for digressing, Jeff, but it just reminded me. Yeah, I think that's great. I think your easiest way is to get into Monarch and Coconut Creek's Facebook groups and you put whatever promotional thing you're in, you get directly to the parent.
Yep.
So that's just a thought.
No, good.
It's also working with Dr. Neer and Mr. Cecil, you know, the principals, and getting them the information to push out through their means of communication, through the newsletters and things.
But I guess the reason I brought that up is because I think when you get someone to the principal, it's one way, but when you're trying to get directly to parents, that's been, I think, the struggle sometimes on a city advertising front. So we can send the information to Dr. Neer, whether it gets to the parent is a different story through their mode. I don't think the school board routinely uses Facebook to push their message. Their PTA may use it, but I don't think you're seeing it.
No, but we have, but through the school district, we have, which is, I don't know, you know, we have a program that we can send out an email to every parent in the school, you know, one click of a button, they get an email. So if there was like, let's say like a Coconut Creek information of these two things, we can put together, send it to Dr. Neer and Cecil, they can click a button, it goes to their entire student population and parent staff and parent population. So I'm just saying, like the Facebook is great, but Parent Link is, I mean, we can push a lot of stuff if they're willing to push it out, that information to help these kids, especially Coconut Creek High, you know, trying to find ulterior motives, not ulterior motives, but ulterior pathways for them to find new careers and things that they never thought they would maybe do. That might be a way to get, you know, Neer and Cecil on board, and they would push that information out. I have a nice relationship with them, and we could always go that route.
So if I could just ask you, because every time in the past that I've tried to do that with some of our principals, and I know with previously some of the Monarch stuff, I guess there's like, do you have things you're allowed to do versus what you're not allowed to do?
Not that, I mean, obviously, you know, there's certain things you know, of
I'm
course.
not suggesting that.
Right. But no, if it's a city initiative and they want to help push and support what we're trying to do and incorporate their student body into, there shouldn't be a reason why we wouldn't. I mean, at Cypress, if the city comes to us with certain things, we will helpfully and, you know, joyfully assist.
So you, just so I understand, it's in your job right now, you've seen them push City of Weston initiatives.
We have come together with the city of Weston on multiple initiatives, making videos together with their city manager during different times.
No, I just wanted to tack on to that too. When Dr. Licata had his meet and greet, one of the questions are, what could cities do to help him? And, you know, his reply back was, it's very important to work with the principals in each of our school, in each of our communities, because there was some gripes about they're not city schools, they're county schools. But if we work with the principals within our community, that's really how they operate. And it's so our lunch bunch and all the things that Coconut Creek already does, it has built that foundation, and we can go from there.
I can tell you from experience as having young children, sometimes you're more attuned to what you're seeing on social media than what you're getting in your email.
True that.
But you're right, the lunch bunch is a great tool to get whatever we want distributed to the parents to actually give to our teachers, our principals, and they will get it out to the parents.
Or even getting the commitment from them at the lunch bunch to
Right.
do it, because that's the important part. If we can get the commitment that they will help us, then we can work with them to get it done.
Right. It seems like now principals are getting a little more under this superintendent, a little more I don't want to say power, but a little more leeway into making their own decisions for their schools rather than having to constantly go to the district in the past couple of years under that leadership. He seems very principal friendly, and he wants everything to be principal led.
Okay, well, that's good. It'd be great if the principals could approve Taylor. Never mind. Keisha,
Okay,
get us back on track.
all right. We'll also be beginning the accreditation process for our fire department. So again, much like our police department, our accreditation process will start next year for that, for the two different agencies that you see here on the screen, the CFAI as well as CAAS. And this will be a multi-year initiative with us beginning that initiative next year. We'll continue to provide education and enhancement of the BHAP program, and just continue to monitor and evaluate the dispatch and emergency resources, and make any improvements necessary to continue to improve response times. So new requests that are
I just want to
displayed.
bring something up.
Oops.
I don't know that we got, and this was on a previous department overview for the police. I don't know if there was a consensus from the commission about the chaplaincy program and the police department, similar to what is currently taking place in the fire rescue. We didn't. And
As far as the chaplaincy program, though, I think fire and police are going to get together to do a combined program. And correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think we're exploring that option and trying to tie HR and bring them in on that. So we are exploring some options with.
To pull it all together for both police and fire and in conjunction with BHAP.
okay, because there was an excessive turnout from the pastors for volunteers for that program that you currently are hosting, right?
Yes, that is correct. And we have been sharing that with police. Anytime there's a need, we'll share any kind of resources when it comes to BHAP with them.
But that,
It's going to be more than just sharing.
okay.
We're covering the major religions, right? All three?
Yes. Well, when you say all three, there's more than
Islam,
three,
Muslim.
but
Okay, well, there's three main ones, right? We got Christian, we got a rabbi, and then we have looking out for the Islamic
yes,
community.
we call
So
them
we still-
faith-based group.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Even though their chaplaincy is part of our faith-based group. So there's multiple ones there.
Sorry, Keisha.
No problem. And new requests for next year, really, we've already talked about the accreditation program and fire cadet. The only other thing we have not touched on is the community paramedic program. Again, that came as a direct result of our strategic budget input meeting that we had with you in February. So we've incorporated that into the budget as well. Okay, any other questions on fire before I move to Parks and Rec? Okay. So Parks and Recreation, of course, we continue with the implementation of the Parks and Rec Master Plan. In your supplement, I also provided a 10-year forecast of not just master plan, but CIPs in general, just to kind of be able to wrap our heads around what we have coming up in the upcoming years. But a large part of that is our Parks and Rec Master Plan and what's scheduled for that. We have developed and implemented the Fluffy's Food Truck Fridays, which has been a huge success. So much so that this year we're looking to expand that and have a second day during the month. So instead of it being once a month, and we are now proposing for it to be twice a month. And feedback from the community is that they're enjoying it. However, they would like to see it in different locations. So we're looking at some type of rotation schedule as far as locations between the north and the south for that program. We've partnered with the Friendship Journey to provide some inclusive programming for participants with all types of cognitive and physical abilities. And we're leveraging city funding for Cocoa Point Park improvements via our Perk Your Park grant. So that was the $75,000 that we were awarded to help offset some of those project costs for improvements to that park. So what was that?
With Friendship Journey to provide programming. Both types of cognitive and physical abilities.
Yes. All right.
Did you find out about when the music at Tradewinds Park was?
Sheila, do you want to elaborate on that?
Sure. Thank you for asking. I know you're familiar with the Love and Music Festival that the Broward Parks Foundation puts on in the past at Plantation Heritage Park. Because of the commission's desire to expand our cultural resources, I negotiated an arrangement with Broward County. If we were open to being a named sponsor for that event, they would host a second event at Trade Winds Park featuring Nestor Torres and the Florida Youth Orchestra. So our only commitment would be to be a named sponsor and, be there and support the event.
And date?
Any Sunday in April.
You need
April.
Another hand? Okay.
Any Sunday in April.
Well, that is awesome.
It should be great.
Cannot wait.
So
Cannot
the
wait.
10,000, just to be clear, the $10,000 that's in the budget would be our
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 contribution.
contribution towards that initiative.
Okay,
Sponsorship. yes.
Sponsorships are.
that's awesome.
Okay, next year we'll be pursuing designation for an autism-friendly city to further ensure inclusivity. We'll be implementing a new pay track module to streamline the payment process system. We're implementing a digital virtual memorial tree program for our residents. And we'll be creating a display on the cultural and awareness wall at the Community Center for International Holocaust Remembrance Day.
We still selling tree bushes, or are we still doing benches?
No,
So benches are discontinued.
correct. So now we'll be moving to this digital virtual.
Someone still get like, no. Like,
This is the one where I mentioned to you where we would be transitioning to a virtual program. That last bench from the police officer, that is in the works, and that's the last one. Meanwhile, we're not accepting any new requests at this time because we would like to transition it over to the virtual. Once we get all full, we're ready, then we will be going back to informing you all where things are at with that, because we're still ironing out some of the details on the virtual.
I'd like there
Issue.
Still to be an opportunity and maybe program parameters for a tree or event. No, I'm just curious how, I'm just saying.
The reason we're moving away from that is because it really got to be too much and through all of our parks and so on. So we wanted something that's sustainable. If you wanted to put some very limiting factors on it, we can certainly look at anything that you may have in mind. But there's just impacts to it. So.
What about a paver? Is that,
So those are things we have looked at for in the past, and there are maintenance costs with it, and then finding people with it. I mean, there were definitely some drawbacks to a paver program because I think we even at one time had it for the dog park. And it's just the maintenance on that alone is tremendous, is tremendous paver program. Yeah, so
I've had a
they're
paver in
just,
my backyard since 2004 and I've.
but when
zero
you can't
maintenance.
read them or they crack, and then it just becomes intensive. Because we've had it. They're all things we can certainly look at if you choose.
So this tree program, this is the one that you scan the thing on and it sends you an email?
So this is where there's like a virtual tree, and we can even have a real tree to go along with the virtual tree. And you get basically a leaf on the tree. And so we would be transitioning a lot of our little plaques that we have
you're only good till
all
fall.
over our parks.
You're only good till fall and then, your leaf's gone, man.
Well, no, you can, maybe they turn colors and they go back to green. I don't know. Yeah, so it is, it is virtual, and there are benefits to it too, beyond probably what meets the eye, is that, not everybody lives around here, or they move away, or they have family from out of town, and they have access to this memorial as well.
So if I, let's say, moved, I would go to a website and then I would see, I don't want to say the leaves, but I would see a tree with, I would see the tree in one of those trees.
Yes.
There's a leaf on there. That's mine.
Yes.
Black olive.
It's a recognition, it's a memorial. So, think of it like that.
It's more symbolic than anything.
It's symbolic. Absolutely.
Right. There's nothing there with the
Absolutely.
name to go see it in person. It's more of.
Right. The issues that we're running into is we have plaques on so many trees throughout so many of our parks that the maintenance on those, it begins to look like a cemetery. There's just a lot of things because we're growing as a city. And if those plaques never go away and we're always adding to it, we get to a point where it's more plaques than trees. So.
I think you have to have something tangible.
And we talked about that with having a tree. you know, one tree, you know.
Well, we've gone to the virtual for our Veterans Memorial so that more people can participate because there aren't enough physical rooms for all those things. So I mean, it is still opportunities to fulfill the requests that have come and house it somewhere. At least it's housed. I don't want to sound morbid, but when, you know, when you look at an obituary and they do tributes on funeral home websites for the person, and you can plant a tree in their behalf or something like that. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah,
I think we've
Jackie,
tried a number of,
I'll go after
we've
you.
tried a number of ways.
Oh, okay.
And I think we've sorted through those that worked and didn't work. So
we haven't fully rolled it out yet. I'm happy to take all of your input and see how we can address any of your current concerns before it is fully rolled out. But it's on the pathway that we were, you know, been on.
All right. I'm sorry. I don't think it's the city's responsibility. There are so many organizations out there that you can contribute to, that you could have a tribute or a memorial to, or a remembrance, or to honor someone in memory of, or just to honor your family or your name. There's so many churches, there's so many temples, there's so many institutions out there, and people have their own preference as to who they or where they want to donate money to have this remembrance. I don't think the city should be involved in this. I could be wrong.
And we can phase it out. If we were looking for the mechanism to move the little plaques up around all the trees we have, you know, and so, and something tangible for that. So those plaques, when, you know, the thinking is when we rolled that out, we would take those plaques and give them to the family and then give them a spot on the virtual thing, and to help transition us away from doing these plaques all over the city.
So to see her, to go from her extreme of not a responsibility to then go to this virtual extreme, if you can't do it the right way, then I wouldn't want us to do it at all.
What would be the right way be?
Not the leaf on a virtual tree. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I can't in my brain make sense of it. You know, people want to see it, people want to visit it, I know that's why we don't have digital cemeteries. You know, we want to go see where our fallen loved ones, you know, are buried, not go to a website.
It's certainly not to replace the cemetery.
But there is a you know, and I'm just you know, brainstorming, but when I took the park tour with Wayne, we went to Cypress Park, right where the pavilions are, right? Am I right? And there's such space there. These pavilions, you could turn the pavilion flooring, you know, or the pavilion columns into some of these where a brick goes, you know, and they're bricks. And then we etch in the brick. So I'm totally against the virtual leaf. I'm so sorry. But I think maybe brainstorming some other ideas, you know, to contribute what we've been doing, to fine tune it, to make it like a one area rather than all over these different trees and parks. That maybe that park, for example, with like the 4 pavilions, that they could be outfitted to create this, you know, appreciative garden space or area or pavilion space with all these different bricks to make the pavilions.
That'll be good when I do my kid's birthday party in the pavilion. It's like a memorial. That's exactly what we all.
Well, then you're gonna get a digital leaf.
But well, listen, I'm agreeing with you with this. I originally had my ears up when we talked about this digital thing. I don't love it. I think Jackie's not.
At least give us
wrong,
an
right?
opportunity to show you what it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think a lot of staff time's gone into it, and I think that probably could meet the need of 70 to 80% of the requests. I do believe that. I think this virtual concept could meet the need of 70%. I think we need to address the 10 to 15%, whether it's tragic, whether there's some unique identifier, maybe there's a car accident in the city, or there's some things that we don't know sometimes that can have something tangible. That's all. And I don't know what that is. I know my kids went to a school and there's a little plaque on the wall at their school that, I mean, it was their coloring, but I know that that's not an intensive thing to do. I don't know.
So, I kind of like that idea because we got a lot of blank walls right up here by the city hall doors that we can use that space to put up a plaque on those walls.
Listen,
Why not?
I think we got to be really
I'm just
careful
throwing that
where
out.
we're doing a memorial.
You ever been here during the day? Kind of did around here.
Sandy, you got any, I'm just curious your thought on this, because we've kicked this around for years on this topic, so.
I think it's, all of the ideas presented so far have been heard. And I think that staff will take them into consideration and move forward as we should.
And well, no, and Karen, maybe then the reason I only say it is maybe this outlier 10%, maybe there's a X fee to it, you know, this fee gets you, I don't mean to say you're charging for a memorial, but you know, $5,000 for a bench, you get, you know, I don't know. $10 for a leaf. I don't. Yeah, I know. We did, we still do, and we charge for the bench. The bench is $2,400.
So it's not necessarily a matter of the cost thing. It's just that as a government and having a community of 60,000 people that's going to live on forevermore, and a memorial is to live on forevermore.
Yeah.
We're going to get to a point where there's not really a good places to continue a program like that overall. So, you know, we're using technology, but we can go back and certainly, based on this discussion, reevaluate with your concepts in mind.
Can I ask a quick question? A little bit off topic, but kind of on topic. When we name things, is there a rule in the charter that says, like I said, we're naming a building?
Guy's elected a year and he's already asking for.
I'm not aware of anything that's in the charter. I can tell you as
I'm
a
just
practice
saying.
of the city of Coconut Creek, if anything was named, it wasn't named after somebody who was alive.
I'm just saying John Brody Athletic Center just does sound good. No, that's what I'm saying.
I think
What
the
I'm-
last time there was something named that we were a part of was Paul Stewart, our former longtime city attorney. Sandy, is that probably it? At least in my tenure.
That was a pavilion in Windmill Park. But you know, as you know, we have parks named after former elected officials, Gerber, Hosford, you know, those kinds of things, but it's certainly not a practice that we have ever done because it lends itself to issues. We're going to run out of buildings. How do you decide who is what? Do you ever remove the name when some other elected official makes a major contribution to the city? I mean, you know, it's always just trying to think of it in the long term. In the long term, in this kind of case is infinity, you know, because when do you ever take it down once you do it? So those are
Well,
just
we
the
got
things
Google
to
now.
keep
My
in
name's not
mind.
going anywhere.
You know, and
No, the question I was getting to is I was just curious that was there something in the chart that said that they had to been passed
No,
away or is they could be
there is
alive?
no.
No, I'm just curious. All right. Sorry. Thank you.
Can I just interject really quickly? We're getting reports that some of you are difficult to hear because you're not speaking in the mic. Thank you.
Who's reporting it?
My staff that's listening, they're
Just ask me where
just,
the reports coming from.
Sorry about that.
Turn on and turn off.
All right, so next year we'll be expanding various programs and implementing some new ones. So we have on the screen here are program modifications that include the addition of an adult flag football league. As I mentioned, the autism friendly designation, making some butterfly festival modifications, Creek Eats event. As I mentioned, the Fluffy's Food Truck Friday, the addition of that second day. Holiday Cultures of Winter and the Love and Music at Trade Winds Park that was previously mentioned.
Is the holiday cultures of winter the caravan?
No, it is not.
Is there something in there for the caravan?
There is. So we've already incorporated that into the operating budget. You're just not seeing it as a program modification.
Oh, it's not new. Not new.
It's a recurring.
It's not new, so there's no additional funding for it.
I got it. Got it. Did we already talk about the modifications of Butterfly Festival?
No, we did not.
Can somebody? I know, but like, I think these are important discussion items on our
So-
marquee event.
So the purpose of this modification, this program modification, really was to help address some of the crowd control issues that
Control
we
and
were
security
talking about.
issues.
So in that we have some temporary fencing and things of that nature. We also heard your request with the issues of feeling like there was too many non-residents in
Didn't really
attendance.
seem addressed in the backup.
What was that?
It didn't really seem addressed in the backup.
So how that was addressed was in meeting with the butterfly, let me make sure I say it right. The butterfly, you want to come up, Wayne? The butterfly committee.
Is Wayne the chair?
No, but this is his baby, so he should be able to speak to it. But in meeting with that, we did try to, after the Butterfly Festival last year, we did utilize technology to see what type of participation we were getting. And after we looked at it and looking at the zip codes that were pinged off the phones, it actually, the majority of the participants were Coconut Creek residents. We had explored trying to charge for non-residents. That was kind of X'd. We've looked at other options of ways to control resident versus non-resident participation. Do you want to elaborate any more on that?
Yeah, well, basically what we're going to do is on field 4, we're going to move the teens from field 4 to field 3 to separate them.
To move the what?
Teens.
The teens, right? The larger rides, the amusement.
I got it. I got it.
Because that seems to be an issue with the Butterfly Fest because that's where the crowding is and all the problems that we perceive with police. So if we can move the teens to field 3, we can separate them. We want to create a teen zone for them, which would be just activities specifically to them. Leave the smaller rides on field 4, because obviously little kids doesn't seem to be a problem. It opens up the fields on the east and west field where we have a lot of our businesses, our vendors. We're going to reduce the advertisement of the Butterfly Fest this year, not to get the word out to everybody because we want to keep it the hometown feel. So we feel that'll help. We do have a program in place where we're doing surveys. So we want to survey as many people as we can out there to try to find out where the problematic areas are and try to address it. There's really no way to break down the non-resident versus resident because you're going to just develop long lines for people to get in, which is going to be a lot of stores, a lot of staff resources, and it'd just be really problematic. So we want to find out what we can do outside of that.
I'd like to add on to that. One of the things that Keisha was referring to, because one of the questions was, I think last year when you were at the festival and you were asking people where they were from, you were getting the sense that there were a lot of people not from the city coming to the festival. And so in our exploration of trying to figure out how to go about and validating that information, we did come across a company that is able to take events like that and calculate the attendance level, but also where they're coming from via their cell phones. And they did a demo for us. This is why we don't really have a formal answer for it, but they did a demo for us on the Butterfly Festival that we had last year. And based on that demo and the analysis of that event, most of the attendees were from our zip code area. So that gave us a comfort level that for in the big picture, that we're hitting the mark. So then, then we explored these other avenues of really how to delineate, charging for a non-resident. And, there's ticket options, but then there's lines and that, so all of those things, there were definitely cons to the ideas put forth. So, looking at all of that and considering all of that, we were identifying really where are the issues, and the issues that that we are hearing, the feedback we're hearing are the kids, and the lines at the rides and those kinds of things. And then it's the teenagers more even than the little kids, and causing some of these disturbances. And so we're utilizing logistics to try to address that and cut down on that, because trying to go to a ticketing way really isn't it. And then and as we progress forward, we're going to use that opportunity to survey the residents to confirm what we already, the indications we were getting from that software company, as well as looking the software itself of purchasing it so that we would have it for other events as well. So those are all kinds of things that are working in the background that you're correct. It is not in the background in the book because it's just a lot more to it.
I get it.
But, we feel like, and then we've gotten some fencing where we will now at least be able to handle the crowd control and having them kind of go in one section, because that was an issue for staff where people were entering the event before the event was available while staff was still working. So by even just containing that, that makes it helpful. So we've made a lot of adjustments to try to get to the ultimate mission, which is to, make it really for our community and eliminate the issues that have been coming up time and time again.
So, can I ask you a question? Sandy, were you saying? Oh, sorry. How are they able to pull the data from an event that happened later from the cell phones that are in one area? How are they able to do that like months and months
That's
after?
technology magic. No, I don't have all of the details for that, but
Well,
staff does have that information. We
All
can
right.
certainly go over it with you if you really wanted to know the details on that.
Because to be honest, and maybe Becky saw this as well when we were at our tents, it happened a lot of times where people would come to our table and they were not residents of Coconut Creek. And I could say it was a lot.
Well, John, we don't have our own zip code. So
Well, we share, I guess, with all the different areas, sure.
So I mean, it's a little.
So it's hard to fine tune that. Right. Okay, I understand.
And it's not 100% resident. I mean, obviously it's over half, we would say. But basically the way this software company broke it out is they took the zip codes and from where the cell phones were and gave you those numbers. So the numbers at 33073, 33066, 33063,
64.
or Coconut Creek. 64 is not Coconut Creek.
663.
33673, 3366,
7366 and
3363. So that's what broke it out to the numbers that we received. And it told us where people went prior to the Butterfly Festival, when the busiest times were. Was it they're 94% accurate is what this company is pretty much telling us.
Remember, the cell phone numbers are listed to your home address because that's where your bill goes. So when they pull the phone number up, they're pulling that address located with that cell phone. So even if you're got a 648 number, but you live here, it's going to show that new billing. That's the zip code for that phone number.
You could pull everybody. It's like the same thing in like an investigation. Everyone that pinged off that cell phone tower, you can get the data for that. You maybe not get names and numbers, but you can get identifiers.
Right.
Okay.
And it is costly, but that's something that we're looking into. And as
Yeah,
far as the
that's-
fencing, we want to, there's some information in there for fencing. We want to expand or open the gates up on field 3 so we can allow the big amusements to go onto the field. Because currently we had the smaller gates on the field. So that's in the budget process. Kind of like what we did last year with or a couple of years ago with field 4.
I think it's great. I think something you said really hit home because I will say last year, I remember it was like everywhere. It was like in like the South Florida happenings. It was like Butterfly Festival, Fruit
Yeah,
Festival, Coconut,
knock that
you
out.
see those things. And I think maybe cutting down on the ad. Yeah. So I think, I know,
Communication.
but I think you're right if it's directed, even more so because I think every day our social media footprint increases and increases. So, thank you, Wayne. I think those are creative. I just wanted to have that. Are we doing any additional events or anything that's out of the ordinaries? So I saw the modifications.
We do want to try to create a teen zone where it's specific to the teens that we can do on field 3, whether it's, we're just throwing around ideas now, but we've talked about ideas where the kids are into this gaming. They will actually go out and watch someone play a video game just to learn how to play that game and get techniques on how to build their skill level. So we talk about something like that on the field. We talk about bringing out a DJ specifically for the teens. Even some professional services in mind that will come out and do like a magic activity possibly. So there's things like that we're throwing around. We just haven't, narrowed it down as of yet, but
Okay.
we're just trying to break it out and to even it out across the
I
board.
mean, listen, the event gets better and better every year. So
I'd even think if you went to Gamers Heaven and had them put on the Butterfly Festival tournament with, virtual games. I mean, that's what they do.
Yeah.
It'd be great to have that for the teens, be able to go into that area and be able to compete against each other in games. That'd be a great concept too, Wayne. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on the table for
A
you.
lot of stuff.
anything else you want to add, Wayne?
That's it.
Anything? Keisha?
All right.
Anybody?
Public Works. So they completed Lakewood Park improvements this year, continued installation of the municipal charging stations. started the installation of the ballistic glass in City Hall. I'm not sure if you guys have walked over in the last few days, but they've started with that. So you'll see some construction happening there.
Yep.
And we initiated the redesign and installation of bus stop signage. So slated for next year, of course, we'll be talking about Lakeside Park. The installation of the ballistic glass will be completed. We'll begin the implementation of the transit master plan that's currently underway. Complete the construction of the Holocaust Memorial, which has been included in the budget, as well as expand our recycling education campaigns.
Question.
Yes.
I saw that the doors are going to be redone at the City Hall.
Yes.
Okay, are they going to include the side of the building too? Because getting in and out here sometimes is rolling the dice.
Yes. So in the CIP, you'll see, I believe it's under, I forgot which CIP it is now off the top of my head, but you'll see the automated door replacement. I believe it's about $200,000. Oh, sorry.
No, you
Oh, that was, okay.
I wasn't going to stop her, Harry. She's on a roll.
I'm on a roll.
I had a question
Sure.
about the recycle to continue our efforts to make the drop-offs recycle center staff building hut, whatever it is, continue to make those conditions when they are inside the best as that they possibly can. I understand that it's an outside position, but we are in the state of Florida and the heat doesn't have a reprieve even in winter and spring. So I just want to ensure that we give them the most hospitable conditions possible as whoever is filling it, whether a temporary or a full-time staff.
Absolutely. We're always concerned with the health and safety of the staff. So we take as many precautions as we can. And we did go back out last week to verify that the air conditioning is working, tested it, does cool the building down. We measured it at 75 degrees. We installed a plastic air curtain to
Yes.
assist with keeping the air in as you do open the door. And also, most importantly, we also installed a ringer bell. So as a vehicle drives in, they will be notified in the booth, so they don't have to continually open that door. There's also a couple fans in there and a refrigerator so they can store cold drinks.
Okay.
So they can get out. And we keep touch with the staff and just make sure they haven't complained to us yet, but we will keep an eye on that to make sure the conditions are.
And it's not in here because it was from last year, but the glass crusher, can you give just a mini update, how close we're coming to.
It seems to
last
be at
part.
a standstill. The company continues to say that they're pursuing the UL or equivalent certification.
Yes.
But they have not to this date. We have looked at continue to look to try and find other equipment that we could substitute for the conveyor auger and the screener, which are the two pieces that are not
Yes.
certified. We have not found anything to date that will work. We also reached back out to another potential buyer of material. And we're trying to work that issue where they don't even need it crushed. They'll just take it as is. But we continue to look for all avenues we can to recycle that glass.
Okey doke. Thank you very much.
Well,
Okay, so new requests for Public Works include the addition of a maintenance service worker or two, specifically just with the Parks and Rec master plan underway, the addition of the additional bus stops that have been added, amongst other things, just the overall completion of CIPs.
When's the last time they asked for one?
It's been a very long time. I was just getting ready to allude to that.
I was gonna say that. I don't think I've ever seen.
Probably not.
When was it? Do you know that? What, do you know?
So as in all departments, when a position.
Because they ask every year.
Because when positions go vacant, every position is reevaluated because technology, evolution of the responsibilities, departmental changes. And so every department reviews any new vacancy and just repurposes them for whatever is needed at hand. And Public Works and Utilities does a great job of going from an MSW or USW 3 back down to a 1 that allows for growth over time. So we're constantly maneuvering positions as we can to minimize these kinds of
I think
requests.
you misread me.
And we do add them.
I'm on board with this.
I understood, but if you look at the budget book, we do add positions during the year occasionally, and they are summarized in the other part of the budget book. Depending on the request, we put it forth in the form of a program mod. And this is truly an addition because of how much we have grown.
I don't have a problem with this
All right.
one. Everyone.
Also, as I mentioned, we'll be constructing the Holocaust Memorial. That's been included in the budget as well.
Where's it going?
During the last workshop, you had mentioned that you gave direction that we're looking at the green space out here. We haven't selected a spot yet, but that's the target area is in this compound in the green space and to utilize the art fund as the commissioners had stated during the last workshop.
So are we working with how are we planning, what's the process to go from here? If it's not going, how?
If approved, we would put out a call to artists and a solicitation and evaluate various proposals because we certainly want to engage the art world and their creativity. It's not my forte. And also something appropriate for the Holocaust. At this point, it was just the direction that you had all given was just an art piece.
Okay.
We're also working on some other programming too, because I think that was just one piece of your bigger concept of, discriminatory things in our world today. And so, there's other programming things we have looked at and considered as well and continue to consider as we move forward. So, understanding where you're trying to get to, we look through it that lens when we're looking at programming.
I know we met, it might have been a lab, some sort of rock the walls. And I started really Holocaust walls.
I was Googling Holocaust walls, and would it be advantageous, with the not just not the art piece, but maybe a wall? I don't know. So you're just going to shoot out this message to a bunch of different artists and different people who might have a perspective on this?
Correct, for the art piece, and we would position away perhaps some benches to sit and reflect a little bit of landscape.
Okay.
Walkway, and then their showpiece that represents a memorial for the Holocaust.
And some sort of like thing that says what it is, in front, of course, right.
Make Commissioner Wasserman feel better. Harry, this is something that's going to come before us again, correct?
Correct, absolutely.
That make you feel better?
I feel better.
Okay.
All right, instant feel better.
Also, another thing you had mentioned too was maybe in the Main Street area as well, and making it even bigger. If we can partner with, other organizations to help us in that regard. So we've been exploring those things as well as we move forward.
We talk about the robot striper.
Yes, new technology.
Yeah. No, anything on the screen, Jax, go ahead.
Thanks, Jack. No, I got a call today from a 98-year-old gentleman that lives in Winmore and said he was the oldest Holocaust survivor. I have to call him back tomorrow. He wants to go to the White House. So I will call him tomorrow. I would love to give Yvonne his name once I've spoken to him and his number. But also, I think if we put something in our public safety building in Main Street, I think that would be a great place to put this memorial, even outside the building. As you know, also 9/11, very close to my heart. I think that we got hit at home. People were at their desks, mothers, wives, sons, fathers, brothers. They didn't go home. They said goodbye to their loved ones in the morning, see you tonight, and never came home. We got hit on a homeland. And I really think as well that we should be honoring our 9/11, not with just a piece of the building that's going to be moved all around in this little case. I think we really need to do something to memorialize those people, those over almost 4,000 people that were killed in total during 9/11 on their homeland. That's the big thing. These are civilians that didn't have weapons to defend themselves. So I feel very strongly about that now.
Line striper.
Line Striper.
Yes, new technology that the staff, facilities maintenance staff had identified being used at various facilities throughout the nation. And we can lease it or buy it. We feel that leasing it is the best option, kind of like a copier lease. The company's responsible for all maintenance, repair, anything necessary. It'll save it. We spend about 600 man hours a year in striping the field. So this little robot does it 7 times faster. And once it's programmed, you set it down and let it go. Kind of like a Zumba that stripes.
That
or
was
a
my
Zoom.
question. Does somebody have to be out there or it's like
Nope,
set it and
autonomous.
forget it?
It's autonomous. Once it's programmed and they just bring it out, set it, hit go,
So it knows where it's going?
knows where it's going, GPS tracked.
Kind of like my Roomba.
It's,
Yeah, Roomba. We could, they can do a whole lot too. Write people's names on the field.
Okay.
Any other questions on Public Works before we move?
And I'm assuming this is gonna come before us too.
Yes, it'd be a 5-year lease and given the cost, it would have to.
Based on
Finalize.
the level of cost.
Correct.
Because I'm also curious, I'm just sure, obviously, it's more of a commission discussion at the time it comes up. But like warranties and things like that, I'm always curious when you choose to go from a leasing perspective to an ownership perspective.
Yes, for the leasing perspective, it comes with the paint as well. And they will maintain it. They will come out of kind of similar to a lot of the copier leases.
Yeah,
That's how we looked at it, because it's a piece of machinery that we're not going to be able to fix. And if it breaks and they can't fix it, they bring another one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone have anything else about the?
Yeah. Howard, I'm assuming they're going to use the paint, the acrylic paint that lasts and has illumination paint in it, in the striping.
They're going to use the same paint that we use now. I'm not sure about that paint.
Okay.
Sorry, I
All right.
can't answer.
I know it would be a great asset. I know how many times we have to go back and restripe within Winmore. And it would save a lot of man hours, power hours for sure.
Wait, does this do streets and grass or just grass?
Just grass.
Oh,
Field.
Sorry, this is just the grass.
I had a lapse right then. I'm sorry.
Okay, any other comments on Public Works before we move to Utilities and Engineering? Okay, UNE, they completed the Comprehensive Street Phase 2, which I'm sure you all have heard about. They continue to address citywide traffic calming needs by doing, various studies and putting in speed tables and things like that where necessary. And they continue to do their various recurring water and infrastructure rehab programs. So next year, as we continue to have the discussion about the Main Street development, utilities and engineering will be part of those conversations from the utilities and roadways expansion perspective. We'll be assessing and creating inventory of public and private water lines for the presence of lead as required by EPA under this new requirement. And they will assist in the implementation of the new automated meter reading system. Capital outlay requests for UNE include a F-250 dump truck and F-250 pickup truck and a F-750 dump truck.
Are these new or are these replaced?
These are replacements.
Everyone good with those? Yeah, I'm good with that. So real quick, before we go into there, I think next year for budget, what we got to do is this. The department with the least requests and least change gets to go first. So we're going to change it out of alphabetical. So if it's like utilities, Osama doesn't have to wait to the end. He's the first guy out of the gate. And then to the last, whoever's got the most requests has to sit through the whole day.
Well, that's incentive.
That's my point. We good with that? We're gonna reshuffle it next year based on that. So, oh, that's effective. All right, CIPs.
You don't know.
So
How quick?
So in a moment, we'll be going through the review of our CIP. But before we do that, I just want to highlight a few new proposed projects for FY 24, as well as just some projects that'll be completed by the end of this fiscal year. So just highlighting a couple included, in the proposed budget, we are recommending the development of the south end of Lakeside Park as well.
Are you just mentioning these?
I'm just mentioning these, and we'll talk
Okay.
about these in more detail.
I got it. Okay.
So we propose the south end development of Lakeside Park and development of Oak Trails Park in accordance with the grant. So we'll talk in some detail about that. Some monuments and plaques is included in Veterans Park, improvements to Sunshine Drive, which we were fortunate to get a state appropriation for on that to help offset some of those costs. Improvements at Donaldson Park, Cypress Park, and then other new projects like the Lakewood Park Playground, the lead and copper rule compliance program that I mentioned. So in addition to the individual department accomplishments that I mentioned earlier, the following CIPs will be completed by the end of this year. So the replacement of the City Hall chiller, the breezeway resurfacing and installation of lake fountains as part of the government center rehab, roof replacement at the community center and public works storage building, as well as improvements to Lakewood and Cocoa Point parks. Some rehab has been, wastewater pump station rehabs for lift stations 12, 24, and 26, as well as repair of water meter connection lines at Cypress Shores. The boardwalk railing system at Sable Pines Park will be finished. Installation of a shade structure over the splash pad at the rec complex, which I know was a request. Sports lighting replacement at Sable Pines Park Field 2 and Winston Park Preserve Path Hilton Greenway sidewalk will also be completed. So if you are following along in the budget document, if you can turn to page 338.
Does anyone want to take a break? Are we good? Let's take 5.
This will be a good minute to break.
5 means 15. I mean, listen, let's all just, everyone's fleeing anyway. So let's, Mr. Kavanaugh, we're in recess for 5 minutes. We are back post recess and we are calling our 2023-0807 workshop back to order. After a brief recess, we're going to turn back to our Deputy Director of Finance to start us through the capital improvement projects. And Keisha, why don't you just list the ones? Whatever. What's the titles? I don't know. It's I'm sorry. Sorry, Karen. Other Karen. But Keisha's quitting. We just wanted to promote her for the day. Go ahead.
All right, it would help if the mic was on. So what we're gonna do is just quickly go through our 5-year capital improvement program, touching anywhere you would like and have any discussion on any projects or anything you may have questions about. Starting on page 338 with vehicle replacement. through
So why don't we do this, Keisha, just to streamline it? Why don't we list the recurring ones?
Okay.
Pages to pages, and if anyone on the commission has something recurring they wanted to discuss, let's address it, and if not, let's hit where we got to go. So let's.
All right, vehicle replacement program is up first. Then we have police office.
Just list the pages to the pages.
Oh, sorry. So page 338 through pages 356 are all recurring
Okay.
CIPs.
Anyone on the commission want to talk about any of the reoccurring CIPs? Okay, let's.
I do have a question about 341. I think I brought it up in my book review. It looks like in fiscal 24, the community center, outside buildings, parking lot and sidewalk lighting are the ones to be updated for lighting. I'm interested to know in the recreation center, the status update on that.
So right now, the recreation, we're waiting for a revised design proposal.
Oh, what?
And once we receive that, then we'll be moving forward with the procurement process for the architectural design and construction of that. So
Okay.
that is underway.
From previous.
Yes, that was funded in FY 23.
Okay. Give me a moment.
Okay, yeah.
If nobody else has any.
Well, I haven't finished.
I'm
You
sorry, I
said
thought you were done with- I'm
358.
sorry.
I was going to just highlight that if anyone wants to drive by the rec center, you actually see reoccurring costs in motion with all the ACs that are sitting in the parking lot.
Well, I see the ACs, but it's still the lights in the park, in the community parks that highly I regard as necessary. I mean, it's extremely dark at night outside our community centers.
While you're looking, I just want to take this opportunity to say these recurring CIPs for the general fund, the transfer that comes out of the general fund that goes to CIPs that you have in mind as one-time cost. Once that CIP is done, we don't need it. That money goes to this. So that's what I was trying to say before, when you're talking about, oh, the transfer over to the CIP, you know, let's just raise the millage rate for once and then bring it down, or reduce the millage rate and bring it down and bring it back. Yeah, and bring it down, then this is where you would have to look to cut. And I don't think that, you know, we really want to cut very much into our recurring CIPs. I mean, certainly recurring CIPs, when we get into financial distress, you defer maintenance, or you defer things like, you know, car replacements or computer replacements or those kinds of things. But that is where the money from the general fund for CIP goes to this, not necessarily the building of Lakeside Park or those one-time project costs.
Well,
Just keep in mind.
the point I was making when you referenced that was we have money in a pot for certain upgrades that's sitting there that is not used because the CIP hasn't paid yet.
Correct. There are certain CIPs, there's a handful that where we have been accumulating funds for that CIP over years. If you raid them, that's one thing, or you reallocate them for other things. Sorry.
Reallocate. not
Okay,
paid.
all right.
Like Fort Lauderdale with the wastewater.
Well, no, that's completely different.
When it's not their their preferred point of direction, it would be raid.
Oh. But it's our decision to make. It's not right. Yeah, all right.
I got a question.
Okay.
On the allotted, noted CIPs.
Page 348.
Okay, good. Got to.
On the equipment there. Let my park and recs guys get caught up over there. So I got a question. in the program that when we replace equipment, what is the lifespan of the equipment when we buy it? 5 years? So it's, we replace strength machine every 5 years or everything every 5 years?
Daniel, for the purposes of audio, just come on up. That goes for anybody that is going to speak during this portion as well. Please just come to the podium.
The cardio equipment is every 5 years.
And then the strength machines?
The machines, we just, is it every 10? I think it's every 10. We just added that this year into our replacement program, every 10.
Okay. And then we have a maintenance program too, to ensure that we're getting every bit of minute out of those equipments, right?
Correct.
Correct lubing, correct.
Correct.
Okay. Just making sure, because I use that equipment. So if I'm
Thank you.
saying it, maybe I'm saying something, but this, that's why I'm asking, because $122,000 doesn't seem like a lot, but if you look every year, that's, 70,000, 115,000. So cumulatively, I'm like, if it's 5 years, then every equipment should be falling into place. Are we dating the equipment so that we know what the rotation is on that? Because then it wouldn't be every 5 years.
Yes, we have the inventory that we keep on each piece of equipment,
Okay. And what type of equipment?
all equipment.
No, I mean, what type is it? Matrix, life safety, not life safety, life.
That we're still considering as far as the strength equipment goes. But
Okay.
in the cardio, we usually we'll have the staff go out and look at all different types of equipment, and we also poll the residents of what their interests are, the members. Like the spin bikes, I'm sure you saw, we brought in a couple different types of spin bikes for the residents to use prior to us purchasing to see which one they liked.
Okay. Yeah, I did notice the north had a couple of new pieces in there, so I don't get to the south very often. All right, that answers my question.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else on the noted reoccurring CIPs? Obviously, this isn't like a last chance. If you have something else, you can bring it up later too.
Did you want to talk about Oak Trail?
No, that's what we're going to segue into.
Oh,
We have the reoccurring, which is about, I think, 14 or 16 items reoccurring.
I thought
So if there's anything reoccurring, I'm just trying to, if you want to go one by one, we can do that, but I just don't think that block is anything
No.
really. Sandy, you got anything? Or you good to go to Oak Trail? All right, let's go to Oak Trail.
Okay. All right, if we go to page 357, that'll bring us directly to Oak Trails Park. So back to back, we'll be talking about Oak Trails and Lakeside, so just keeping those two in mind. So Oak Trails Park, in your supplemental, there were 3 options provided. The option that we have used to balance the budget is option 2. As you all know, we were awarded a grant through Broward County in the amount of $1.1 million. However, there were some stipulations that came with that grant. There were certain things that we had to develop in the park, a lead building, pathways, and things of that nature. So I wanted to present a couple of different options to you. Option 2 is what we're recommending, which is accept the grant and develop it meeting just the minimum requirements of the grant. And that would look like $2.3 million. The other 2 options, of course, is reject the grant, and we would be forfeiting the $1.1 million opportunity there. And we would just do some cleanup at the park, some bush hogging and filling in some of the ponds. And then, of course, we have option 3, which is to accept the grant and fully develop the park. And that is with a price tag of $4 million. So I will open it up for discussion if there should be.
I'm going to kick this off just because I think this commission is much different than when this was originally, approved.
Mhm.
So I think when we looked in concept, I think it was just me and Sandy here, and I think we've since added Jackie, Jeffrey, and John. So I'd turn to you guys on a significant note because I had my own thoughts on this, on development. Some of you, Jeff and John, you may be seeing this for the first time in terms of the concept. And then when we went through, I know there was outreach and we've done a bunch of that in years past that built up to this. But I say that because I don't know if the final decision can come today. I think there may be questions. I don't know the answer to that. I can tell you, I'm a fan of doing more there than our minimum requirements. I can't tell you today what that looks like because I think there's been competing recreational interests that are different from 5 years ago when we really kicked this discussion off to today. I also think there's competing interests in terms of prioritizing our park schedule in terms of what we're going to do at Lakeside versus Oak Trails. And then that becomes like really a hairy question is there bundling that could happen with some, vendor or something like that? And I don't know the answer to that, but I know I don't think at this time I'm okay doing the bare requirements. I'm not okay rejecting the bid, but I think that there's more that when you talk about we're limited in our park space. The north has a tremendous amount of passive park space. Tremendous amount. Aside from the rec center, there is not, you know, in Lakeside with what we're doing, it's a lot of, and when I say the real north end, you know, you look at the south end, you look at the community center, you got Windmill, you got a lot of these, you know, Gerber more towards it that are real active parks that have different components. This is an opportunity here, and I think we would be shortchanging ourselves to not do a little bit more. But that's my position. So I think, candidly, I'd like to see a little more done. Don't know how I'm going to pay for it, but I'm just saying in concept right now. And is there a limit on the grant?
Yes, so once the check is actually given to us from the county, we have 3 years, I believe, to complete all of that, all the construction from start to finish. If we don't do that, then we would be looking at returning some of that money. So keep that in mind as well, that you have to factor in the procurement of all those things, and that, of course,
Have we accepted the check?
we have not received it as of yet. So
We've not received the check. And the 2.3 is the minimum that we would need to spend in order to
Get
keep
the
the
one.
grant. But that does not preclude us from developing more of it into the future. That's, I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
No, I get it.
Okay.
And with really the 1.1 we're getting is minus the 2.3.
Yes.
So total cost of Coconut Creek is 1.2.
No.
You're saying that's our number.
That's our number. And that number comes partially from the Lakeside Park funding. So you kind of got to look at both
Yeah.
Lakeside and Oak Trails together, because as far as Lakeside is concerned, we're proposing to do the south piece so that the $5 million that we have for Lakeside, a portion comes and covers this so we can keep the grant. And we also get some amenities into a park in the north end at Lakeside. So just want to kind of
So-
that clear.
And can I just add one point of clarification? The grant is actually from FDEP, from the state, for land acquisition, where we acquired the 2 adjacent parcels. And the only reason I bring that to your attention is that it was an after the fact grant. We bought the property and we're now seeking the reimbursement, and it has these strings attached to finishing these projects. But FDEP is one of the few agencies that has money available for land acquisition. And we just want to raise the concern that if one of the options is to reject the grant, we create the stigma of not performing on our earlier grant obligation. So it's just something to consider for future grant applications.
And we might want to purchase equestrian land. So we don't want to be blackballed from the grant process by rejecting this grant.
Yep.
So this 2.3 is minus the 1.1 of grant. So our cost, Coconut Creek's cost is 2.3 and
I
we're
defer that to
getting the
Peter Gay
grant.
just because I want to
Yeah,
make sure. on
So
the
it would
numbers.
be 3.4 would be the actual cost.
No, so the total cost would be the 2.3, and then we would minus the way
And
we
then we
budgeted it, we
minus-
would
okay.
minus the
All
grant.
right, yes.
And then our cost would be that difference.
Okay, great. So it would be
I
1.
misspoke them before.
1.2 to our cost. Thank you.
Correct.
You want to go first? Well, considering we have so many other promised park renovations and new projects like Lakeside Park, my first inkling was option 1, because if we have 3 years to fulfill the grant minimal requirements, that we would have an opportunity to do that. I hate to see us just like spread all over the place and making so many obligations in so many places. And rather than sticking with the project where we've already had the community input, like at Lakeside Park, and told them time over time that we were going to be doing it, we were going to complete it. And then recently we said, well, whoa, wait a minute, it's too much because the prices have gone up. We're not sure we're going to be able to do the north piece now. We may only be able to do all of the south piece. So my first inkling was just to say, let's just wait on Oak Trails and then do it the right way. after we've completed the Lakeside Park. I don't like to deny or reject any grant. And I know Sheila has other things in the wings for a future park parcel to connect over at Equestrian Park. But, you know, if the flavor of the rest of the commission is to go ahead and develop a piece of the Oak Trails and not reject this and just go ahead and do Lakeside like we promised our residents we would do, I'll go with option 2, but my first inkling is that we should just focus on one thing and get it done, and then move on and do something fully and completely like we should. Because honestly, I don't think the folks in that area, I know this is your area and you know it well and you run it, but I mean, they're not biting at the chomp to get that developed right away. What they are looking for is for us to keep that parcel cleaned up, because right now it is in complete disrepair. The fence, the condition of the property. I mean, we wouldn't let our residents get by with it the way it looks. I mean, we would send code there and tell them to clean it up like we do at Main Street. And I know we've done a good job about, you know, going along and doing that. But, you know, if the flavor of the commission is to go with option 2, I'll go along with it. But my first inkling is option 1, and let's finish what we've started in the other parks.
Can I ask a technical question?
Sure.
Does it mandate development of both parcels?
No, so it doesn't, no, it doesn't specify which parcels have to be developed, just the components that have to be included in that park. And when meeting with Harry and his team, again, we did the bare minimum that we could do to meet that requirement, not making it, of course, we're thinking of future development. As you're talking about, Commissioner Welch, keep in mind, even though it is a 3-year time span, it seems like a long time, but it's really not a long time. When we were talking about the schedule and trying to just back into the dates, we're running right at that 3-year mark between the procurement of this project, the award, and then actual construction, just with everything that's happening in the industry. So the 3 years, you really don't have the time to wait to push it off. So we would kind of need to know if that's the direction we want to go, just because of that timetable that we'd be looking at.
I'd be interested in what you're saying,
Yeah,
Josh,
I want to roll back to my question because I think it brings up an interesting,
the west part.
just a discussion point, or the east part. I mean, I don't think, I'm not biased in terms of what portion of it. So the question I have is, and I don't know if it's a grant issue or something, what if the commission said, all right, let's put together a project on one parcel? And let's do it, well, not the bare minimum, maybe a little better than or something along those lines. I'm just curious, will that meet I mean, $1.1 million is a lot of money, especially in Parks and Rec world.
Yeah.
Right? So we don't want to, I don't want to forego that money. It's money that we spent staff on. We got to get that money, right? Easy. So can you answer my question?
Sure, I can add some insight onto that. And just to clarify the timeline, we have not begun design or even engaged an AE firm. So that alone will take us a year plus,
I
a
get it.
little bit. What we were
But you
looking
also
at,
haven't gotten the check yet.
no, we have not gotten the check yet
So
either.
we're not on the clock yet.
No. What we're looking at is in just the grant requirements or the stipulations of having a restroom, having an area to host a class, to provide the education, a picnic. It's a picnic area, so we're looking at just picnic tables. We're not looking, it says multi-use field. We're not looking to produce an athletic field like we have. We're looking to leave it in a very natural park, and it's a field that could be used for multi-uses. So we really are not doing much development, only the bare minimum. We're making the walking path. We do have to add the bathroom, and there's a stipulation about the existing building being brought up to meet lead requirements, adding a water fountain and a recognition sign, interpretive kiosk. So a lot of the other work around the field, the money that goes into this is some of the utilities that need to be brought in, also the clearing, the filling of the ponds. So it's a lot of that work that will clean it up. At the end of this project for 2.3 million, it will not look like Sable Pines or any of our other parks. It'll be a very natural park. There's some natural geographic features that are unique, which is the ledge rock that protrudes through. There's a horse pasture that functions as a field. So we're really not looking to do a lot there. Only the stipulations that are in the grant, as well as then clean it up, make it safe. and highlight the natural features.
I don't want to. I'm gonna ask my question again.
Sure.
One parcel. Can we do, explain, that's my question. My question is if we say, let's go ahead and do one parcel, one side, so we'll call it I would say the east parcel, Sandy.
West parcel doesn't have a pond or a building, so you don't have to renovate.
Well, the only reason I say the east parcel is because I think the east parcel is more of a hazard with the current house that's on it.
Correct.
Or not the house, the
The-
old house.
That's the house we're gonna turn into the meeting space.
Yeah.
I believe the west parcel was where,
I don't care. I'm saying, what if we
Right.
focus the project to get the grant requirements on one parcel? So we get the money and
what
We
we're-
need the building for the requirement. So that would just lend itself to the west side. then.
other than adding some fencing and some clearing, we're not really developing the land or putting the money into what these.
so you're saying it's cost neutral. You're saying doing both or nothing is the same thing. Is that what you're telling me?
I would say it's relatively cost neutral. Without doing the full design, it will not sway it one way or another to a great degree.
Okay, that was my question.
Yeah.
Anyone? Jeff, John, Jackie?
No, so that means, so we could just, maybe I just blacked out, but we could just do one parcel with option 2 and then come back to the west one?
I believe we have to interconnect and have a half-mile walking path.
In order for the grant to be.
Correct. So that
Okay.
piece extends across parcels.
Okay.
You got a phone a friend coming up to talk.
Oh, good.
I just.
Yeah, please, come on.
So essentially, the components, the minimum components that Harry is speaking of probably could fit on one parcel. However, along with the grant, there was a general conceptual plan that included both parcels. We are somewhat bound to that. So we would probably run afoul of our grant agreement that we entered into.
You answered that question. That's all I was
Thank
trying to get at. Okay, anyone? Is there a consensus? Option 1, 2, or 3? 3? Josh? Josh said 3?
I was gonna say, I didn't.
3? No, I didn't. You have consensus to move forward on option 2. Next one, go.
All right. So now with that in mind, looking at Lakeside Park, the way we currently have it proposed is development of the south. And I just wanted to create this slide just so you have a side by side of what the components look like from the north versus the
I
south.
get that. We all get this. So what do you need? Consent, what's the question right now that you need of us to decide?
Are you okay with us moving forward with the development of the south parcel as it is currently proposed in the budget? Which is how that includes the amenities that we see listed here. Or if you do not want those amenities, would you like to see something else?
Did we ever do, I know last time we talked about this, we were supposed to do a public, okay.
Did we ever talk about changing the basketball court? That was like a discussion. Yeah, the pickleball location. I mean, there was some topics that we talked about.
I don't think that was factored in. This proposal was done according to how we initially had
I
proposed.
I understand
So,
it.
yeah.
And then we all gave a little input in regarding the south upgrades. I mean, unless I dreamed that. Did I dream that or did that happen?
No, that was
No, that
the real thing.
Yeah.
You discussed it, but you still wanted to do the north piece. You weren't at that time when it was being discussed, you still wanted the north piece as the priority.
We wanted
I don't know.
just the groundwork of the north piece, not the entirety.
Well, that was
So
a
that was the big hunk of
conversation.
money.
Remember that was a conversation because it's 5.4 to do the top and then 2 million for the bottom. If we used the money to do the top, we're not getting anything but a clean piece of property to
Correct.
eventually build on, which doesn't make any sense.
Correct.
If we did the bottom part of it, it made sense to give the residents the basketball court, pickleball and all that stuff, because that's a tangible asset they could use in the meantime when we come up with the $5.4 million for the north part. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
And that was all discussed and the community outreach was done for that. And you did bring up during that discussion, the location of the pickleball court
Yeah.
being too
Direction
close to
of
the homes
basketball courts.
and the
Yeah.
direction of the basketball courts. So
basketball
we
court
did not
faces.
move forward anymore on that until we got direction for this from the budget.
Okay,
Then
so-
we will continue to move forward if you're good with the south.
So to be clear,
Mhm.
you're asking for us to move forward with direction saying, let's do the south with the understanding, final concepts are coming before this commission for approval.
Yes.
We're all on the same page?
And
Because they don't look like they're on the same page, Karen. You said
Yes.
that, but they're like,
No, that's correct.
they weren't saying that when you looked down. I'm telling you. That was not the faces they both made.
and also we talked about going back to the community
Yeah.
for
That's
the
interesting.
for the location.
So for as much as we have already gone to the community, we did hear that in that you wanted us to go back to the community and do a do-over again. But, and so when we do the do-over, we're really only going to focus on the south, because the first time we went out, it was the entire park before we learned that the budget numbers we had were clearly not enough.
Okay,
So-
at our community picnic, would it be good to have some of these graphics up there and get those little Post-it notes as to what people think right then? I mean, you got it right in their neighborhood. It'd be a perfect opportunity to, they don't have to come to us. We're going to them.
Point, Sandy.
Community picnic?
The police are having a community
Community
picnic
Oh,
cookout that's been rescheduled
oh, you
16
mean Regency
times.
for Regency?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Be there, be square.
So my only question on this is, I mean, I think, are we all in consensus to move forward the South project? With conditions that we are gonna see it again, right? My question is this, is there any line item that we could move over? So hypothetically, do we have the money to move over earthwork? Or is that not worth it? Harry, that's my question to you.
No, it's not economically worth it
Okay, so
to,
there's no line item that we could potentially get ahead of.
no, because you're going to need to dig and start the utility work. You're just going to end up, it'll end up costing more.
Okay. Andy?
It'll end up costing more down the road.
Correct, correct. To try and piecemeal it. If we try to piecemeal working in the field, then we will end up costing more.
But is hypothetically, let's say we move earthwork to the south part portion and we do the earthwork at the end of it. What if we're, I don't know, I'm trying to be creative and saying if we have a little more money now, let's try to do a
Right.
segue into a transitional project.
Well, what we looked at is what will give us something of use in the north. So we want a field. The field will require lighting, otherwise it's no use after dark and in the evening. And they also require the irrigation, the utilities. The only thing you could take off the table is the bandstand. That's about the only component. The bathroom will be required as soon as we put anything in the north, just due to the occupancy load on the facility. So at that point, if you start any utility work, it's not going to be economically worth it to split the project in small components where you have nothing usable at the end.
Anyone?
So just to, I know when we talked about this last, we were talking about how, I guess, how close in proximity those things were. The playground with the pickleball courts and the basketball, correct? Is that, and we had them redraw, right?
How close the pickleball courts were to the homes, because the pickleball courts we now know are very, very noisy.
Oh, it's
It wasn't
homes?
necessarily
Oh, I
the
thought it
rest
was the
of the,
proximity to the kids and the park.
no,
and
it was the
playground.
proximity to homes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, consensus to let them move forward with the south parcel. How much money is still in the pot after we do that?
There is none. That would be it.
You'd have approximately 2.7 million left over if the 5.8 we have set aside for Lakeside, you take the 1.9 for the south and then the 1.2 city contribution for Oak Trails, you'd have about 2.7 left.
Okay, and that's segueing directly into our final thing. That's the reason I asked that. And I'm not talking about rating, but I'm talking about for your next discussion, there's some found money, so. Not found money, but yes, yeah, Jackie.
Good. Thanks. The contingency is $761,000. That's a high contingency. If we don't spend all that, of course, it goes over to the north end, right? It'll go back into the.
Right.
north
It
side.
goes back into the pot for reallocation.
Okay, and then we can allocate that for the north.
Then you
We
could allocate it
designate
for
that
the
for
north or to another CIP or back down into reserves. Yeah, you have options at that point.
Is there enough turnaround time to do some sort of Parks and Rec community outreach coupled in with the barbecue, the police barbecue?
When's the barbecue?
22nd.
Yeah,
August?
is that, I'm just curious if that's enough time.
Whatever you want, yeah. We'll make it happen.
Is that something that has to be publicly? Kavanaugh? Do we know, do we publicly notice those community outreach meetings? No, because we're not going speaking,
Mm-mm.
right?
I mean, you want us to show up and do something or? you
No,
want-
I think Sandy made a really good point. We're
Normally we
asking-
send
we're not
something
trying to-
2 weeks in advance, like when we do something for a neighborhood, I will send a letter out 2 weeks in advance to let those homeowners know we're doing a community outreach.
We can do this. We can do it. Just much like I envision much like when the Turnpike has their input meetings and you have some boards up there and we can have staff and bring some boards and say, hey, this is what we're looking at. So whoever, and we can advertise that we'll be there to do that. We're looking for their input at the Regency Lakes picnic. We
Here's the
can
only
do that.
problem with that. And I'll just
But
say,
it's not the only place. Regency is not the only.
well, I
place.
understand that. I think it's important because some of those amenities in their backyard, Regency has. Let me choose my words. If we were to set something like this up in August, we traditionally would want to be in an inside facility doing that with staff and boards, right?
Right, which we did.
Under normal circumstances, but if you want to piggyback on the barbecue, it would be, the barbecue is
The
outdoors.
problem I have
Mhm.
with that, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, is that Regency may not want anybody but Regency residents there.
And it would be for Regency residents. We would use
agree.
another mechanism to reach the rest of the
Okay.
people.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure that we're not,
This is just an add-on bonus because we're just being
Yeah.
opportunistic because we happen to be having a picnic there. But, when we get to the right point in the project, we would go out to the community and again, and ask for their input.
If I could just caution you by having it there, if you could be careful what you say, because normally we would publicly notice it and have it in a public place, and it's not going to be in a public place. So just be careful. Thank you.
I think maybe we shouldn't use it there because of the history.
And that's
with
okay too,
Regency.
whatever you, the
I-
commission desires.
I think that they would probably feel that the barbecue comes with a price, that we are being opportunistic. And I think it would send out a bad message at this point in time.
I don't agree. I think it's good opportunity for communication.
Yeah,
In a positive
can I
note.
ask her something? Let's do it. I think Jackie's point is well found. Let's do it pending association and management approval.
There you go.
If they're all good with it, we're all good with it. Is that fair? So you got to call Lenny and you got to call Benita. All right. Keisha?
Okay. Moving on, South Creek Neighborhood Improvements, money's requested in 24, just for some improvements to bridges and sidewalks and some paving and resurfacing there for next year.
Signage?
No, roadway paving.
I know.
Oh.
I wasn't like,
Oh, you're asking it, why not
I know.
signage? Osama, do you want to respond to that?
I understand that South Creek's going through the fiasco of all fiascos with the water rehab. I get that. But I mean, listen, I would like to see, and I understand what this has to do, and I'd love to see some sort of piggyback on there with some, call it a monument, call it something. Because all these other associations have the ability of coming for neighborhood enhancement grants, whether it's monuments or security or landscaping. South Creek doesn't have the ability of doing it. We should do something. And if this is the time to piggyback some sort of monument, I would be supportive of that.
I mean, a monument. Like just a sign that says South Creek when you
Like
drive through,
entrance signing?
like an entrance sign. Oh, okay.
Entrance improvement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some sort of entrance signage to mark the
district
location.
office.
I understand what it is, but a monument, I know what you're talking
You didn't-
about.
You didn't know where it was.
You're talking monument. I mean, monument and a sign for a neighborhood are two totally different things.
Well,
No, they're not.
well, here's one thing though, that one entry is on a person's property. It isn't on the median. It's on Lewitz's
It
property.
is. I guess the question I'm having for this, and I don't think there's an answer. Let's just get a consensus of the commission. Is there consensus that if there's some project to enhance South Creek neighborhood improvements, that we would all be supportive of either a monument or like a little fence or something to enhance the two entranceways, the main two entranceways into South Creek.
100%.
Oh, definitely, because it's viewed from the public.
Yeah.
Viewed from the public road.
Knowing they don't qualify for any grant.
Well,
Is that, you need anything more than that?
no. It just keep in mind.
Thought about
So we have ranked very high for this project for use of surtax dollars. And we have made that application to be in the best interest of the city to get as much covered as we possibly can. Anything that won't be covered by the surtax will be city tax dollars. And I would just say that to put up a monument sign for a private, basically community or a single community using everyone's tax dollars is something that you should just keep in mind. That's all.
Or looking at you're tracking the work on everything getting done down there, right?
The market work, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, maybe there's some other way to.
And we can absolutely look for,
Like a backdoor.
staff is very good at
I
trying
know.
to find ways to accomplish things. And if we understand the mission, which is that you want to have some sort of monument sign or entranceway feature
Enhancement,
into the community, as we progress with this project, we will progress with that within mind.
I think that's the consensus I was looking for direction. Yeah. Legally.
We only work legally.
No,
Becky, you have something to say about this?
It's not a private. It's owned by, this was the original Coconut Creek. And we are trying to, get an association, but it's been forgotten about. In 2000, in the year 2000, we were promised some upgrades to South Creek that never happened.
She can come up if she wants to speak on the mic. And somebody couldn't hear you.
I've been working with, there's probably 15 of us now that are getting together to try to do association. But, our problem is, number one, we're screwed by Margate because of the water pipes. Arcerio voted against not to redo our water pipes. There was a big break-in exactly a week ago, and it's just a forgotten place. There's only a couple places in Coconut Creek, two that I can think of, Presidential Estates and South Creek, that don't have homeowners associations. The rest all have homeowners associations. So it is not a private community. It's part of Coconut Creek. It's owned by the city. So, it's kind of frustrating when you see other people get grant for stuff and we don't. And the roads, we call them South Creek speed bumps. The break-in the other day was probably 10 to 15 feet down.
I think staff has done an excellent, this CIP with surtax dollars is for $18 million for South Creek. So it's been a long time. South Creek has been waiting for some attention. I think we've got it addressed here in the CIP, and we continue to look for ways to help that South Creek neighborhood. And I did misspeak. It's not a private neighborhood, but for us to use everybody's tax dollars to benefit one community is just something to keep in mind. But as we move forward, and entrance signs is something that is desirable, we will certainly keep on the lookout for whatever we can to help find a way to get that done.
We actually looked into the two houses on the entrance to 43rd. Those actually were signs that had wording. We're trying to find the pictures of it now.
Okay.
Will we find them? I don't know. The one house just got sight unseen built, sold, and thank God that it did. It's a guy that we were dealing with, like Julie. So we're trying to think, there's an island there that stuff can be done there, but it does get really frustrating. So.
Well, former Commissioner Tully brings up a great point, and it's important that South Creek is taken care of, and 18 million is a lot over the next, 7 years it is? It's 25 to 2032. Well, it says completion date 2032. So I'm just looking at the completion date of when everything will be done.
And I was looking at the total funding for 5 years.
Okay, so then there might be additional funding needed after that for those final 2 years. Is that what I'm saying? That's what I'm hearing?
Or this is the funding and it will take that long to complete.
Okay. Okay.
All right, then I'll pass that information around at our next meeting. Thank you.
It is definitely a work in project. We still have to get that all approved by the county. We're just ranked #1 in their process. So we have the high likelihood of it, but the surtax dollars have a lot of criteria that we have to make sure we're meeting. So it's absolutely a work in progress, but we are very encouraged by the fact that we were ranked #1 throughout the county for this project.
Okay, well,
Okay.
thank you. And I will talk to you or
Absolutely.
Sheila
Absolutely.
before I mentioned, our next meeting's not till I think September. So
Okay. Sounds
hopefully
good.
you'll know
Oh,
what you
and
think.
Becky, please invite me to that meeting. I'd love to come.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, if there are no other questions on that project, next project is Northwest 74th Place sidewalk improvements. These sidewalk improvements, once completed, will assist in the connection to one of the Broward County parks. So again, creating that loop in
I didn't understand this one. Is this just on, and whose is this? Is this Harry's or Osama's?
Osama.
Is this just 74th on the 441 corridor or is this 74th off Lions corridor?
Correct. 74 from 441 to Kristen Jacobs Preserve.
So the 74th on Lions corridor as well, obviously the other side of it.
That's not included. No.
No, I know it's not. It's also, it's needed, but it's not included. That's all I'm saying.
Right. So the one I just mentioned,
I
a lot of trip hazards.
agree, but all I'm saying is the other side of 74th also is a disaster.
Okay.
Just saying.
So I had a question about that. So who actually walks there? Is it the folks that live in the apartments next door?
Some do,
I mean,
yes.
South of Kristen Preserve?
Yes, and also that's the only access to the preserve. So anybody coming from outside, even 441 other communities who use 441, that's the only access there. This is why this is included.
You're right. I've only gone in there by car. I've never gone in there by walking or.
Yeah,
Right.
bikes, strollers, things like that. That's the only access route. And then when you get to the end of 74th is when it breaks off.
Right.
But yeah, that's not a good, but it's comparable to
Okay.
the other 74th.
And just to
Yeah,
add,
this is, I thought it was actually off Lions. I didn't even recall the 441 access.
right.
So I was going there.
And who owns this? Who owns that property that theoretically connects it? Is it like the school board who owns that now? That access road that connects to 274th?
I believe so. It's the school board. Last I checked, but I'm not sure if they sold the land.
Yeah, there's some like easement through the park. It's very weird. But-
Yes. They used to be the school board, but we can double check that.
I don't know. Do you need something on this?
Nope.
Just bringing it up? Okay.
Moving on, government center rehab slated for FY 24 is the automatic door replacement, which I mentioned earlier. Next up, we have fleet building rehabilitation as well. The design is scheduled for that. As part of that hardening project of that building, we'll also be looking at installing solar panels on that roof. So that'll be incorporated into that design. Sable Pines Park sign replacement. This sign will replace the existing one.
Is this the color? That was my only question.
I think this is actually the color.
This is the color we're doing here?
So it was part of the standardized signing package for city parks.
It kind of mirrors the community center.
The only reason I bring that up is because we like branded all these signs when you enter the city on a color scheme, more palatable earth tones. I just saw this and I wasn't sure when I was looking at this. I made a note. I was like, is this the real color?
So for the park signs, they're more
Dynamic.
casual, yes, more dynamic.
Okay.
And we didn't want the same, we wanted to be more fun because it's parks, but we didn't necessarily wanted to have that fun concept as an entranceway to our city hall, which should be a more decorum. So there are differences between
I get it.
city facilities and park facilities.
Don't really love it, but okay. Okay. Well, we're different people. You guys you like it? Yeah, the what?
Is that pink or salmon? What is that?
Yellow.
Or is it natural?
Yellow, blue.
It's pink on top.
No, it's like a mustard yellow and blue.
Exactly my point.
Not
Like, that's my point.
Not in there.
It's a Brett
Not-
stand.
Where do you see mustard yellow?
Yeah. You like the yellow and blue? I'm just curious. I don't like the yellow and blue at all.
Where the hell are you guys?
I think it's different.
You see yellow?
Do they have are there other color palettes you're interested?
No, I'm just trying to
It's
think of like, does anyone can talk about the signs? No one even wants to take the signs up. Harry's laying on the sword right now.
Well, I'll just introduce Brian.
Big sign to our marquee park.
Brian Rosen, Senior Project Manager, was involved back with the team that
He wore the
came
right
up with the
shirt color
design.
today for the
See?
sign pitch.
Yeah. So I'll let him add some to it.
Yeah, we put together a committee of about 8 to 10 city staff.
Who was on the committee?
Yvonne was and Martin.
I gotta put that in my head for later. Okay.
We
keep
had
going.
Wayne and Danielle. So we spent many months, went back and forth and actually went to a private consultant and started, feeding them some of our ideas. And ultimately, we came to this decision as a group for parks only to have that colorful scheme, and then also with the leaf on the side to kind of tie in with the sustainable directive for the city. So
So are these colors are part of our city colors? I can kind of see if you look at the flag and it's got the blue in there and a little bit of,
I'm just, listen,
but I don't know, man.
I'm seriously, like, this is a big branding thing. I don't like it, but you guys, I defer to.
Well, what color is a monarch butterfly?
Yeah.
Yellow.
what's that?
What color is a monarch butterfly? I'm colorblind, so I'm sincerely
Well, it's
asking
like a
somebody in the
mustard.
crowd. I know.
I support this.
Orange and
All
black.
right, so I think that should be the color scheme.
Well, our creek
We
fit
gotta
is,
stick with fluffy.
our creek fit is yellow and gold as well. So that's the color that we bring across Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec staff wear blue, royal blue shirts.
So is that where it came from? Is
It's just something that we have in Parks and Rec. It's gold and blue, yellow and blue. So we're just initiating into the signs based on those are the colors that we've had for the last couple of years.
Okay.
I mean, what colors would you like? Are there other colors you like?
If it's yellow, I like it. I mean, but in this picture, it looks pink.
Thank you, guys.
All right, let me just, so this is gonna come before us, obviously based on the cost when we approve the sign with the vendor, right?
That is correct.
I'm just making a suggestion to the air that maybe we should have a couple different options when this comes before the commission.
Yes.
Okay.
Is the physical design acceptable, or would you like that different as well?
I listen, Sandy likes the sign. I don't like the sign. I don't like it. I don't like the giant leaf. I'm not a fan of it. Okay. We're all different people. We all have different,
What I can do is we have
sorry to the committee, all of which are here. I'm sorry.
we have the sign package for the parks. I can forward it to you for your review. How is that? And then you can give me your feedback and your input and we can go from there in 3 weeks.
Can you put little
This,
lines
I
on
can
there?
tell you that this sign package and this sign thing has been around for a few years. So 3 weeks really isn't going to make much of a difference.
Real quick, are the bushes around this? Are those part of the sign? Are those real bushes?
These are real bushes, correct? That's
Are we
landscape.
sure?
Correct. Yeah,
Yeah,
those
those are
are,
landscaping.
that's landscape.
Okay.
So you think that you thought they were sign bushes?
I didn't know what the leaf was. They're telling me the leaf's fake now. See, this is what happens at the end of the budget. meetings. Everyone gets a little delirious.
Similar with the leaf and
The leaf is not the bush. The real bushes. Are those real people? We don't know that. Go on, Keisha. I got nothing.
Thank you. The next project is the Hillsborough Corridor. The funding requested in 24. It's just the last bit of funding needed to have that project fully funded and move forward. The Government Center Courtyard and Breezeway renovations slated for 24 are the bollard light replacements. We heard that feedback from you all about wanting to replace the ones out front, so those are slated for 24. The next several projects on pages 366 through pages 375 are upcoming projects for future years and therefore do not have any funding requests for FY 24. I do, however, want to highlight one project, and that's on page 367, which is the one for body worn camera program. So as I mentioned earlier, this is an objective next year for the police department. This program will address the implementation of a body worn camera program. As you can see, the price tag is about 1.8 million. And we've been aggressively pursuing grants and looking for grant opportunities for the last couple of years. We do have a federal earmark request making its way through the approval process for $963,000. So that 1.2 earmark that you see has been lowered to 963 as it's moving through the approval process. And of course, the city would have to offset that, that difference. And that would be a city contribution of about $877,000.
What's the recurring cost? So from what I've been told, and Chief, I'm really curious if you have any insight on this. What? Yeah, no, I saw that because I don't know if I could believe that number, because what they're talking about with data storage, maintenance, and all the packaging programs, this comes similar. What Margate said is they're closer to $1 million recurring costs on something like this.
From what we have, the information that we have now, that cost doesn't look like it would be that. It would incur, we would have a cost of having somebody that we'd have to hire to monitor those programs. Once this program is implemented, it will be combined with our existing TASER program to create a complete comprehensive officer safety plan, which will be our tasers. It would be the body worn cameras. So we'll be able to bundle those and have some cost savings. But for purposes and illustration of the budget document, we want to isolate those costs if we did it by itself. The only recurring cost that would, to my knowledge, now think off the top of my head, it would just be the recurring contractual cost, which we already have anyway with our current officer safety plan. But it wouldn't be $1 million. We'd be looking at several $100,000.
I see the concept of recurring costs of being less than 300,000, but when I was talking to a couple of the Margate commissioners, when they instituted this, their recurring cost was probably triple that. So I think, but there's more than that. There's more than just a contractual cost. You have an entire IT backbone. You have extraordinary amounts of cloud storage that you need to maintain and be able to have accessible and things like that. So I'm really curious what the real number of that is.
And we have had conversations with IT when the development of this implementation program that's already been kind of designed internally. We've already talked to Francisco and his team to make sure that wouldn't be an issue and to identify any cost that would be incurred with the implementation of this project.
Okay, that's just something that is of concern to me. And the only reason I say it, and which is ironic that I wouldn't be the one pushing this on the forefront. We're one of the last cities that don't have body cam.
Correct.
Okay. The only reason I'm okay with that personally is because we were one of the first cities that has car cameras and audio recordings on all stops. So that's where I weigh that. But I want us to know what we're getting into of what the recurring cost of this is going to look like, because I think it's a lot more than any of us anticipate.
We can certainly look at that and confirm and make sure that we continue to be in the ballpark.
Just
with
the
all of this.
wall, if you go to a police department that has body cameras, the dedicated room of the build out of something like that is crazy to begin with when you know, so I think, Chief, you'd agree with that?
Yeah, yes, it would depend if we did the a la carte for the officer safety program or whatever, but I do think recurring costs might be a little higher.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And for these CIP projects where there is no funding for this year, it's really important to see what's coming down the pike in the future. So as you're making decisions and considerations for this year's budget, it's always looking out at least 2 or 3 years to see what's coming, because some of the CIP projects that we have in for this year, it's only the first year cost, and there may be a significant cost in the second or third year, because first year might just be design. Second and third years where the rubber meets the road and we're really putting in the money into a CIP. And so we do this so that you can see the bigger picture and what's coming down, because some of your decisions that you make today will have impacts into the future. Then the other one on here too that I know was brought up was the commission chambers renovation, because I know there's been a lot of talk about wanting to upgrade the technology in here. On page 370 is the commission chambers, and you will see that the renovations aren't scheduled until FY 26 at a cost of $2.5 million. So, if that is a priority for the commission, because to do the audio, we have to do all the renovations. Otherwise, it just is not efficient and wouldn't make sense. So I just really want to make sure that we're transparent on that, because I know that request keeps coming up again and again, and we keep saying it's in the CIP and it's going to cost a lot of money. Here it is, and this is where it's slated at this time. And knowing that each year when we go through CIP projects, there are things that get juggled. There's things that get pushed to outer years, that there's things that get moved up, those kinds of things. So even if you're looking not only, what we're funding this year, these are the numbers into the future. So.
Got a question. That $50,000 for the additional design, that's the soft cost, right? That's what we consider a soft cost.
On which item, John?
Same thing.
So this is where we come in and we figure out, what is the commission chambers going to look like? What is the equipment that we're going to need? Where is it going to go? All of those things. So that again, that's like when I talk about the CIP projects, the first year number might look pretty low and you say, oh, let's do this. But the second year and the third year is where the money comes in. So the first year is the design, beyond what we already have done for this area. And then the construction would be in FY 26.
I mean, what does everybody think about moving that soft cost? Because it's a normal.
It doesn't necessarily make sense to move it up too far in advance, because if we spend the money to design it and we don't construct it for a few years, then people want different things, different technology comes up, different ideas and thoughts. So we really try to align the design and do the construction soon thereafter. Otherwise, we're like at Lakeside Park, where now we've got to go back and redo the, community input because time is now, passed.
Right. Well, the whole idea I think in here is we can move the whole timeline up. Why not move the 50,000 into this year, and then we can make a decision next year on the rest of the costs? Why are we putting it out? I'm not sure why we pushed it out.
So I would just, if I may, Karen, really quick, in that supplemental, and I'm glad you brought that up. That's kind of why I wanted to provide that to you all, because, I caution us moving things willy-nilly one-offs without looking at the whole picture as a whole, just so you can see really what's happening. So like earlier in the CIP, we have the police equipment replacement program. There's another $1 million and something slated for that for next year for the RMS system. We have some really big price tag items that are coming up, and to move something up like that's 50,000. Okay, not a big deal. 2.5 is a lot with some of these other larger dollar projects. So if that's something you want to do, I would just say, take a step back, look at that entire picture, because we have a lot of big ticket items coming up in the next 5 years specifically. And then that way we can look at everything as a whole and reprioritize.
And I think when we do our strategic planning session early in next year, in that February timeframe, these are things that would be good to discuss at that time, is to look at the CIPs over the next 10 years and look at it holistically so that we can get guidance on where the priorities are long-term. And that will help us develop the budget for FY 25. So, we've been migrating towards having these strategy sessions. I think this is a topic that we've not really covered in a strategy session, that would be the proper forum and time frame to talk about things in the big picture.
You guys don't have anything to say on this?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is I think that, I'm not a fan of moving something like this up, but what's something that I do need that should be in here that I didn't see is the concept of, like, based on the consensus that we had about the public safety building, is maybe taking this pot of money that is coming down the road and saying it should be going over there. I think we're kind of the last, my position would be this. I think we've figured out the building early enough that we can stream and we can do some of these things.
Yeah.
It's a little, a little jerry-rigged, right? It's not the best setup, but it's functional. It's meeting the purpose that it needs to meet. I think that the real discussion at some point is going to be this public safety complex. If we're not, I think the issue's closed, but maybe it's not. I think we need to address the pot of money of fixing that. And I think that's the priority of finding a big pot of money, not necessarily this part. I'm okay being the last to do it, but I think we got to find money to upgrade PD and expand PD. I think that should be the priority. That's not it.
Yeah, I totally agree on.
And the reason it's not in here is I don't think there's been enough direction to say, hey, it's still, I'm not saying any final decision's been made, but it's like, we're still up on this bond, the public safety, but when we make a final decision, we need to prioritize funding that final decision, whether it's redoing and putting millions over there or saying we're going to GO
From where we can.
from where we can. So that's, I don't have a problem kicking that out because I see what's coming and it's going to be over there. When I'm pointing at the PD.
Exactly. And our priority here was taking care of two things. One was to get us streaming.
Agreed.
And the second was getting the streaming available after the fact,
Agreed.
which we have been able to do. Thank you very much on those regards, because that's where the residents have asked for. And we've been really behind the ball as far as other cities in that regard. Now we're not. And honestly, anything to do with our commission offices, I mean, our offices should be really the last of the spot. Our job is out in the community. It really isn't in the office. And this is about the chambers. I get it. And I'm thinking same thing. We've got more important things to consider for this money than that right now. And that is
Well,
the police department.
Right, the police department, like refurbishing and talking, we were talking about that at the last thing. But I mean, I sound very loud right now, but there are some acoustic problems in this room.
There's a lot of problems in this.
Yeah. And
anyone's gonna do
the technology is really at the root of it. You know, technology is the whole piece. If once you improve the technology, the room, you know, will be on its way towards, do you really think this whole entire room needs to be reconfigured and redone, or do we just need to improve our technology?
If you rip the Band-Aid off and you say, okay, we're going to do a $200,000 upgrade here, we're shooting ourselves in the foot, because once you rent out the room, you save the cost of doing it all together.
Mhm.
So I mean, I don't think is there $100,000 Band-Aid we could put that better technology? Of course there is. But I don't think I think we have to look at it 20,000 feet. Yeah. And to me, the priority is not, I'd love to have new commission chambers, but I see the need issue of if we're diverting millions of dollars somewhere in City Hall, it's got to go to the PD.
Mhm. And that would be the 2.5 you were saying.
Well,
here, potentially.
I'm not saying that. I think we as a commission have to have that discussion in terms of where we're putting our eggs in regarding moving public safety forward in the city.
Right. But do we really need to have this whole entire chamber knocked down, you know, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Do we even need to go down that route of redoing the entire room in order to get where we want to go?
This room is over 30 years old, and the seats and the carpeting, it is due for replacement. And
Okay.
if you're going to replace
like-
it, then you've got to look, you
Sure.
start to look at what's the best use for this
But not like
space
reconfiguring
and
it.
the best value for the people to get where we want to go to. But we know there's a lot of advancements in technology in the last 30 years. We've Band-Aided a lot of things. We've been able to implement a lot of things. Public Works has maintained this facility tremendously so that it really doesn't look that bad. But it is certainly due for a renovation at some point.
Right.
It's just a matter of priority.
But when you say, I got one more thing I got to understand. When renovating the chambers, are we talking about completely reconfiguring this room, like this
Yes,
dais
we
being
did talk about
relocated to a new area? Like, is that what you're thinking?
Well, we considered renovating because before you were on the dais, we had a P&Z room in the back that we used for workshops, and it was much more conducive to having a budget workshop as opposed to sitting up on the dais here, as well as for many other meeting type activities we would have that we need to record, we need the video, we need the space for that. So yes, we have this back room here that's not most efficiently used as well. So yes, if we're going to look at it, we are looking at renovating it to last the next 30 years, basically.
So the only thing I could compare it to, Jeff, and maybe Sheila can show you some before and after pictures, would be City Hall's main building. And I only say it because like you used to walk into the old City Hall and it looked like this room. It felt like this room. We maximize space, we maximize lighting, we maximize an IT backbone. Am I wrong on any of that? And the other facilities. So it's like that needs to happen. Now, obviously it had to happen for employee level staff first, right? you know, the emergency operation building, that's been a newer building. This is the most dated part. The PD, you toured the PD. It's terrible. I'm not saying terrible. It's a totally functional building. We just need to rehabilitate. But it needs a little, watch my words. It needs a refresh. So, but that's how I see it, John, and I understand the thought of meeting priority, but no, I agree. But I think it segues us. I don't know when do we need to make a decision about public safety? Because that's a real discussion we need to talk about. It is the elephant in the room because it's going to dictate where we're putting additional resources and how we're looking at potentially the Main Street, whether there's a CDD conversation or all these other things where you're finding pots of money. So
It's all in the midst of all of that.
do we need to do that tonight, or you want to
No.
do that on a delineated night?
It does not have to be today. Main Street is a big topic with many different aspects to it. The public safety complex is a piece of it. So those conversations are going to continue as we move forward.
But it needs to take place before September 14 before,
I agree with you.
before vote on proposed budget. So
I agree with Sandy. Maybe now is the time.
now need to schedule something between now and
Because Sandy's making a valid point. Sandy's saying if we reduce it, I mean, we could bring it. Do you want to finish this and then we can go to what we're talking about?
Sure.
Okay, let's finish the CIPs and let's go back to millage rate and more global issues.
Okay,
Just so we can silo it.
All right, so board had, on page 376, boardwalk rehabilitation. We're just finishing up this project and it's anticipated to be completed in January. Linear pathway, we're moving forward with that project. No funding requested in 24. Sound system, same for that, as well as community enhancement. So these don't have any funding. We're just continuing to move forward with that project.
Is it on page 373, Gerber Park? You know, there's a beautiful playground, but there's no swings. There's not a swing set here. So, I mean, I see where we're going to put adult fitness equipment. I'm on page 373.
Oh, we're going to Gerber.
I can, Darren, real quick. On that, for George Gerber Park, we do renovations to all of our playgrounds. George Gerber Park is due in FY 26. That is something that we're going to look at for the footprint to redesign it and put a swing set in there.
Okay, I was just saying because for FY 27, it just didn't have swings in there. All right.
Okay. If there's no other questions for anything prior to page 376, then we'll move forward with that. Sorry about that. So moving forward to community center enhancements, again, that project is just continuing with some finishing up some ADA seating in the gym for public events and just some spray installation. So we're just moving along with that. The Sample Road Multipurpose Pathway, this project is going to be funded with surtax money and is slated for FY 25. Vink Mulder Road improvements, we'll be looking at grants or some type of special assessment for this project to try to get it up and going and completed. Comprehensive streets improvements, I'm on page 382 now. We completed phase 2 of this project early this year, and we will continue to submit this project for future surtax funding in hopes of that to be able to complete those future phases. Playground replacement program, recreation complex with all-inclusive amenities is slated for FY 24 and will be offsetting some of that cost with some CDBG funding. Fire rescue replacement, fire rescue equipment replacement program. So this addresses the scheduled replacement of our fire and EMS equipment for FY 24, the replacement of a Quint and fire truck, both for Fire Station 50 as well as bunker gear as proposed. This is a project that we also have recently received award of a state appropriation in the amount of $600,000 to assist with the purchase of the Quint. So actively and aggressively pursuing grant funding wherever we can to leverage city dollars. Page 385 is the public safety building CIP. Again, we have that placeholder out there in future year. Of course, we know that future discussion needs to happen. And based on your feedback, you know, staff is still looking at options and we'll continue to keep you informed on that. Facility roof replacement. Again, this is just the replacement of our Sable Pines overlook roof, so the one that's out there in the over the waterway, as well as replacement in Cypress Park. Veterans Park improvements, the banner poles and memorial plaques. Commissioner Brody is slated for FY 24.
Can I say something? I wanted to let the commission know that the backup that Peter Gay forwarded about Veterans Park, that information came from a retired police detective. And he was the one that was originally charged with designing the original Veterans Park. And he provided some pictures of part of that historical of the park, as well as some renderings that he was suggesting when we ever get to that piece of it. He would like to speak to and suggest some of the sculptures that he, based on what was originally designed, had in mind. So out of respect to him, I told him to forward and I would bring it to all of you. And if any one of you want to meet with him one-on-one, I highly suggest you do so, because he's a wealth of historical information about the city and the park. So
Are we gonna workshop this?
at some point,
Well, you know, I don't mean that, we workshop, I was talking about,
going forward.
yeah, like what it's gonna look like. You all have this concept, explain where we're at.
Okay.
We've taken the directive to put up these banner poles and memorial plaques. I think there was some questions about what wars to recognize. And we went to the Veterans Affairs guru organizations to find out what are the proper wars to recognize. And I believe there are six.
There are
six wars. So we plan to have 6 memorial plaques with banner poles. And then everything was as discussed at the workshop. Everybody okay with that? I know there was some discussion about what wars to recognize or what wars not to recognize, but we just went right to the source to get that
Yeah.
information.
So you're gonna actually be ahead because the way that this thing kind of goes through is right now we're going into Desert Storm recognition timeframe. And I know the Afghan, it was the last one it's active. So I'm okay. We'll be ahead of everything then. It buys us really time with the veterans to say, okay, we're ahead of this now. And so it'll be, I'm totally.
If there's more to add, like if as we go along and the veterans says, okay, here's another war that should be recognized,
Sure.
we can always add another plaque and another banner. But right now we were just going to move forward with the 6 that were indicated.
Right.
But part of this is public art, and we really haven't decided on that. And that's where this input from the retired detective came from and being a part of the discussion. So that part has not been decided. I know we got things about the memorial, the poles and the plaques, but not really about the public art. And that's what's mentioned in here, right?
So
Or not until
no, and
fiscal 31?
correct. So the only thing that is slated for 24 is strictly the banner poles and the memorial plaques.
I would
Anything
ask if we
outside of
could
that will be
move,
addressed in
move some
FY
of that,
21.
especially the art forward.
I'm not quite sure by art outside of the pedestals.
Public art.
That will be slated for FY 31.
31?
Do we know?
With
Yeah,
the overall development of the park as part of the Parks and Rec master plan. So the only thing in 24 is just plaques, banner poles, the full development in
No public art in phase 1.
no.
Do you know that?
No, that's why I'm asking if can we move that to FY 25?
Yeah, can't do that. Not that much.
Do we know what the pedestals look like? The plaques and the pedestals yet?
That was my
No.
question.
Sorry.
This discussion I'm putting up.
Can I?
Have at it.
So there are, so each conflict has its own type of memorial, which represents that time period.
No, I
Meaning
mean,
if you go to Vietnam War, it's the boots, it's the helmet on the boots with a cross rifle. So every one of them has their own kind of delegated thing that you're supposed to be using as a kind of a general memorial. So when you talk about art, you're talking about the stuff that's peripheral past the engagement, right? Is that what we're talking about?
No, I was talking about in relation to all veterans, regardless of
Okay,
what
yeah,
war or
I have no problem
conflict.
with moving that into 25, but I think for the sake of this conversation, the 250,000 is for those
No, it's,
six.
this is not for the 250. I'm just talking about
Sure.
for future
I mean, it-
consideration for all veterans.
Right, I think if that's a 2025
Okay,
line item, I would be totally on board with that.
Okay.
How
Absolutely.
much money is the public arts for the Veterans Park Run? What?
95,000.
Can we?
Is the funding source for that the public art fund, or is it city dollars?
We haven't identified that because it's in 31.
How much money do we have in the public art fund?
there's enough for that.
Question I have the answer to.
Yes.
But do you want to use it for that?
Yes, it's a great time to use the public art. We got like one and change, right?
Right now, we have a balance of about $253,000.
Let's see.
Is that with or without what's already been proposed in the budget?
That is with what's already proposed in the budget, as well as prior earmarks for other projects that have already
So
previously. been
you've
funded.
taken out everything else and that is what remains, 250.
Yes.
Okay,
So,
so
okay,
Jackie,
good.
problem solver.
Well, I'm trying to determine if we don't know what the plaques or the pedestals are going to look like, how did we come up with $250,000?
Karen.
Keisha.
So in meeting with Harry and his team, based on the feedback that you gave of what you wanted to see, that was the estimate that we have.
And we do have a picture if you want to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Are you able to bring up the picture?
So I guess Keisha, are you showing pictures?
I am.
Good. So I guess while Keisha's working on that, Peter Gay. If the commission's desire was to say, hey, we want X amount of dollars to go to public art on this total project cost, move it to now, we can do that, right?
Yes, we could move the public art piece and use the public art
We
funds.
got how much money that we can use?
From public art,
Yeah,
253.
Sandy, are you okay with saying, let's do $75,000 worth of public art?
I would.
Good enough. Commission, good with $75,000 in public art to add on to the Veterans Project
Sure,
for this year? John, you good?
I'm good.
Okay,
Do it.
$75,000 to add from the public art fund to the Veterans Park $250,000 fund. in
FY
public-
24, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So I will say one thing.
John,
The back part of that park where the monument stands now and the back side of that park has a lot of heartstring pull. So when we do this,
I didn't.
heartstring pulls.
Heartstring pole?
Yes, meaning people come up to me saying, don't touch the back of this park because
You're talking about the trees and
the
things like that?
trees and the
Yeah.
monument itself.
Memorial. I
Yeah.
agree with you.
So we just got to make sure we don't get encroached too far into that. That's all my only request is because I do see that value.
Okay.
This is all the same, you're showing us the same stuff that we looked at the workshop?
This,
I never
well, the
seen the
banner
picture.
poles and what was asked
I've
at the
never seen this
workshop.
picture.
Yeah.
So that-
Except for what we did is superimpose the pedestals. This is one that we'd found with the plaques on them. That the commission had wanted the plaques alternating sides from the poles. The artwork of which, correct? I'm sorry.
Keep going.
The artwork on the plaques have not been determined at this point, but one plaque would represent each of the 6 wars.
I thought we were talking about the little column fix, the little monument column. Yeah. That's what I'm looking at the little stick. Class.
You want it was a pedestal is what was discussed. Do you prefer a granite pedestal? Well, we just picked something that we didn't want to we didn't want it to look cluttered and we tried to keep it within the same, I guess, to match the poles, to kind of keep it in the same dimension and style in a way. So it would
Right.
just flow.
So just so you know, dress right dress, military term. I'm totally okay with these being lined up like this and matching because that's what the military is. Right? All my socks in a row right there. Right?
Yeah.
75 for public art to add to the project. Okay, she's good. You need anything else from us?
No, thank you very much.
Is it done yet?
Air situation? How do we find the public art? How do we do this? We go out the same thing with the Holocaust Memorial?
Correct.
Who's got responsibility for it? Harry?
Well, it'll be joint effort. We're constructing and we'll have a team of staff that will participate and
All right, because that's
evaluate.
important. We got to make sure the experts are doing this, right? All right.
I'm just having an issue as much as I love the military and as much as I want to honor them. We're talking about $325,000. And we're also talking about down the line, we're going to renovate Veterans Park. So I'm just having a hard time spending that kind of money right now.
Well,
If it makes you feel
But-
better, the public art, the 75,000 comes from impact fee money that we receive from developers. So we're not using tax dollars for the public art portion.
Okay. All right.
Is any of 250 from the public art?
No,
That's all tax.
correct.
I don't want to be tit for tat, but I'm having a hard time crossing over here saying how we have a veterans park. We're adding all these we have these banner poles and this honoring of all these wars. Okay. And now we're going to throw on an additional 75,000, which we're at 250 for these things that we see on the screen, adding on additional 75 and I have to bring it up because I'm pushing for the Holocaust Memorial. Now, all of a sudden, we're throwing an additional $25,000 on top of 50 for what the Holocaust Memorial is getting 50.
Public art.
I agree with that. I mean, there's so much, and we walked that line. We had the workshop. We knew how sensitive it was. We knew what we were talking. We know what we're dealing with. But there is no price on a memory, and I get that. But if we're gonna push and we're gonna do the best we can, we should be equal, yes, and equitable, because Veterans Park looks like it's going to be fantastic. I mean, looking at this right now, it's more than I think Coral Springs has done. And I drive by the Coral Springs Veterans Park, and it is not going to look like this. This is going to blow it out the water. So I think throwing in the additional 75, which now could go to 50, is even a bigger piece of the puzzle. And then even redoing it, like Jackie was saying, and refurbishing it down the road. I mean, this park's getting a lot of attention, and it should. But I don't want us to lose track of other things. And I say that with in all due respect. I just think throwing money at public art, it just when we're getting the honorary pieces here is a little frivolous, and I don't think always necessary.
So is everybody okay with the $50,000 for public art? Okay. All right, if there's no other concerns, I'll move to page 388, recreation complex building rehab. This is another one, the can that we've kind of kicked down the road for a little while. Next year, we have $200,000 slated for just some small improvements with the major upgrade plan for FY25. So again, look at that. That's another 1.8 million that's coming up. So again, it's looking at that long range plan, these projects with these with the higher price tag. So it will require us to do some prioritizing. Sunshine Drive improvements on the following page. We've just recently got awarded a $315,000 state appropriation to help offset costs with this. So again, heavily active with the pursuit of grant dollars.
Can I have a quick question?
Sunshine and Donaldson, I sent you the final renderings. We are moving forward. So, because I've not heard any feedback to not do that.
Right. Was there a lot of positive feedback from the residents when we did the barbecue about this?
Yeah, yes, as well as, we had community outreach with the residents there, and we made changes as a result of their input. So we think that that part of the community is really going to love it.
And it was interesting, John, that Senator Hunchofsky was there that day at the picnic. So it was easy to point out where she and her partners, sponsored additional funding to go towards that park. And they were, I think it kind of put the people together, and then staff was there to fill in the blank. But yeah, it was a really good, robust conversation with the residents.
Okay. Moving along to Fire Station 94 improvements, FY 24, we just have some money set aside for just installation of a generator and a fuel tank and a sprinkler system. Pages 391 through 394 are non-recurring, but do not have any funding requested for FY 24. That brings us to page 395, which starts pretty much the beginning of the utilities and engineering section. So pages 395 through 405 are the recurring projects that address the maintenance of our utility infrastructure and facilities. And if there's no questions for any of those recurring maintenance projects, we can move to page 406 for meter reading conversion. So we're requesting an additional $1.1 million to have the funding needed to move forward with this project, which I kind of touched on earlier. So that'll be moving forward next year. Sable Pines Yard retrofit, we'll be putting the finishing touches on that with the construction of the perimeter wall, just some landscaping and putting a pin in that project and wrapping that up. On page 408, we have the lead and copper rule compliance. So this project arose as the result of a new mandate from the EPA and the copper rule revision. So under this mandate, we'll be required to test for lead in our public and private water lines. If the testing reveals that there is the presence of lead in any of the lines, we'll be responsible for retrofitting those pipes. So that's what you see there is the analysis that we'll be doing in 24 and then dollars slated for FY 25 to address any needed retrofitting.
Legislative update that came out, that we're so adamant about water.
Mhm.
Perhaps we said, look, anything. How do you reference?
I'll let someone speak on that.
That's correct. That's correct. It's throughout the whole United States, new rules where now we have to probably do statistical, values of several the developments probably built before the 90s, 1995, so forth, and to check. Now it can be full lines to be replaced on the private side, and we're required to do that as a city, or it can be sometimes just some fittings like a 90 or 22 in there because if the line is turning and so forth. So we were hit with it, and we have to work and get it done by I think 2025.
If I heard you correctly, you're saying, so if we find lead, even if it's on private property, it is the city's responsibility?
Correct. This is what we have 350,000 for the following year. Yes. Well, I'll correct you on that one, South Creek being Margate. But if they do, yes, they'll have to replace it. Correct. We'll have to go and replace them. Yes. Correct. EPA keeps on adding rules and most of them right now are unfunded mandates.
And just keep in mind, because utilities uses no tax dollars, it runs very much like a private company that is not built in to build a profit, but it gets its revenues from the charges that we bill all of our customers for water and sewer services. So that's how everything in the utilities fund and utilities operations and utilities department gets funded.
How do you test?
There's specific tests in the water that they take into the lab and see what's the percentage in there. Correct? This is why we have 150,000 this year and 350 next year. We're hoping not to find much. I don't think we will, but we're getting ready.
Wait, so that means you got to knock on people's doors. How are you going to find out which ones have the?
Well, we go by developments. Most likely, if it's built in one development, most will have it. So in one development, we'll probably take 2 random homes or so based on the years. We have to provide them with a plan first, them being EPD and EPA, to make sure that they're okay with the plan, and then we'll go from there. But we will knock and test, yes.
Okay.
We didn't like it too, trust me.
So no funding being requested for Copens Road wastewater transmission system, nothing upcoming to FY 25. Main Street utilities expansion, of course, as the development of Main Street comes on, that CIP will be activated and we'll utilize those dollars at that time. Stormwater drainage improvement, 300,000 slated for 24. And again, that's just the maintenance of our stormwater drainage system. And concrete curbing, same thing, as well as moving on to pedestrian lighting. So this is the one that we got the $3.9 million earmark for. So that's just moving forward, business as usual, and keeping that project moving forward.
That's a nice looking pole. Harry, you paying attention?
And then the rest of the pages are completed projects. So with that, we are complete. We are done. Finito.
But we're not really done.
Oh, public safety?
Yeah. So let's
That is paid.
just finish. I guess per se we're done, but we're not really done. Okay, so I guess let's take up the first issue, which will be. Yeah, well, millage ties directly into what we're doing here. So I guess. How do you want to tackle it? I guess the best way to tackle it is this. Let's talk about the public safety complex. I was just to have a line vote. Do you want to go for a GO bond or not? Yes or no? Wasserman,
No.
Brody,
No.
Jackie. Sandy?
I think we should let the voters decide.
Right.
And I am.
So you want to put it on a ballot?
Well, how else? Okay. There are options and that would be one of them. But we have to have thoughtful consideration to build the public safety center in the Main Street area.
Well, that's assuming the will of the commission is to build the public safety complex in the Main Street area.
So right now, I'm one of five
Okay.
to say,
So-
yes, we do need to build it in total, including police and fire.
So it looks like, I guess, the main issue is that there's not commission consensus to move forward with the public safety complex as your yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to fall in the same lines. So there's not consensus to move forward with the public safety building as originally petitioned. Okay, you want to have a conversation?
What you mean by that is because we have to build the fire station, you are okay with moving forward that conceptually. Now, when we talk about the fire safety or fire department, fire station, it's, do we put in the admin building, not in the admin? So we'll have to work through that part of it. But when you mean not to move forward with public safety, you mean the police station
Yes,
specifically.
yeah.
I'm okay with the police station being that project, but anything beyond that, I think we need to have a serious conversation before we put it.
You
to
mean the fire station?
Yeah, what'd I say?
You said police
Oh,
station.
I'm sorry, fire station.
Okay, right, because we have to build
Do
the fire station.
I understand that's a
Right.
necessity. We need that. there.
Right,
Everything else is something we need to have a discussion with. We need to talk about concepts of what we're trying to
Understood.
accomplish there. But yeah, the
well,
conversation.
what you're saying is you don't want the
Okay.
police station there and that we need to explore other alternatives, primarily renovating the police department that we have here at City Hall.
Yeah, I think we need to have options. And then we can say, okay, here's what we agree as a day.
Well, the options would be renovate this one or build it in Main
But we don't
Street.
even have concepts. It would say just, we're going to put a safety building. There's no concept other than it's a building.
There
So
is
I would
no
like to go a
concept
little bit
because we got to get
further down
past the initial cost first.
I'm sorry, I'm totally confused at this point, but I am for the public safety building at Main Street. Police and fire.
So, I mean, listen, the discussion, predicate one is if we're all saying we want a public safety complex on Main Street, that brings us to discussion number two. If three of us don't want that, it doesn't bring us to that discussion. John, what I'm hearing from you, I don't know what I'm hearing from you. So if you're saying.
Well, I'm trying to be
not
clear
comfortable
about
making a decision right now, that's different than.
No,
being one way.
I'm going to be very clear on this. I'm okay with the fire station development in Main Street, but I'm not okay with the rest of the design for the police station and anything else in that because we don't even know what we're talking about. And that's a huge chunk of money So I'm not in agreement without a conceptual design of what that is. And I want to be able to see the comparison to what refurbishing the police station and see the cost difference between the two.
Okay, so then that's a different qualifier. You're saying you just don't have enough information to make a decision. You're not, but that's different because that moves the discussion forward.
I don't even know what we're talking about when we talk
Okay,
about safety.
let
So
me-
it doesn't
let me-
make sense to have that conversation and push it forward.
I think we're entering into that discussion. If the discussion is, we don't know enough, we want to move it forward, then there's concepts and designs for the true public safety complex. Understanding the only way we're paying with that is a GO bond that would go on the ballot. That's the only way we're paying with that. If you're saying, I need more information because I don't know if it's here or it's there, and I need to understand some money, that moves the discussion forward that it could be there. Right? I'm going to be very clear with my position, just as Sandy's been with hers. I do not want to build a giant public safety complex in Main Street. I do not support that. I don't want to put it on a ballot. That's me. I'm one voice. Sandy thinks different. Jackie has not said hers. I need to hear one way or the other from you.
I'm on board with what you said, Josh. That's what I want. I don't
So
think
you do not
I
want
don't
a
want to
public
build it. Yeah.
safety complex as a whole in Main Street.
My heart's telling me we need to look at this over here and redo it. I don't think that putting $80 million on the bond is what I want to do. It's going to be 80. It's 60 now in concept.
Okay.
Here. So you're gonna build fire anyway over there and then refurbish this, and then we're growing. So we need to really consider and weigh both options. That's what I'm saying.
So what's going to happen to this police facility if they move to the building in Main Street? What's going to happen here? What's going to be the means of the building?
So the intent is we've run out of space. Departments have run out of space all over the place. And, we would be looking to that as available space for that's needed by city hall departments and otherwise.
Has it ever been, and this is just an idea, but has it ever been discussed to move City Hall to Main Street?
It did come up many, many years ago. There was a thought of putting City Hall in Main Street as the central part of our city. But more importantly, it was always to put the public safety complex there. And the City Hall, we've renovated it. So that conversation or that pathway kind of died off over the years. But our public safety, and not even public safety, because we didn't have our fire department at the time, but for many years, the police station was in our CIP to build over in the Main Street area. And primarily because that was the thinking, the long-term thinking for our police station, as well as we always wanted to have it in our CIP so that we could go for grants. And so, having it in there helped that, was there for that purpose as well. But the concept of having a police station in our downtown area has been there all along. Because this is aging, they've outgrown it. Our police station today, the issues that they have didn't just pop up overnight. They have been in the making for years, and they have filled in their atrium. They have reshuffled their departments. They have bought replacement furnishings. But as a police department and a police operation, so much has changed in 30 years and what is needed for records. We used to need a lot of space for records. Now we need less space for records because everything is digitized. But now we need more place for CSI types of activities that we didn't have many, many years ago. So a lot of things have changed, but what hasn't changed was the concept that the police station would be in our downtown area.
And I say this because this is a decision, whatever you feel, it's a decision that's going to move us forward in one direction or the other fiscally. And our staff needs to prepare for that.
And my concept has always been that we would not be remiss here by police presence. We would certainly not ever consider doing that. There would be a consideration for a substation here in City Hall, as it should be. But where our main development and centerpiece of our city that we've been planning since what, 2005? 4, would be pivotal to have the bulk of our budget, police and
Right.
fire represented there.
With the bond, just so I can be clear, how many years, and I know you said it last time, but I just need to be reminded, how many years would a resident be paying it off?
A geo bond is 30 years.
So.
And it really the concept of doing a geo bond and doing debt for those kind of capital facilities is the residents who will be benefiting from that over the next 30 years are the ones who are also paying for that benefit. So, bonding out is not a bad thing for many reasons, that being one of them.
So I also view, the reason I'm taking this position, as hard as I am, is the change in Main Street. If you look at what was proposed, well before all of us were sitting on this commission back in 2005, we're talking about 10-story buildings and 10,000 residences. If you look at the scaling of what Main Street came out at, and Sheila, you can correct me if I'm wrong with this, what Main Street was in concept in 2005 was a metropolis. So when you talk about having City Hall and police there, makes a little more sense. We're not building metropolis. We're building an extraordinarily pared down, not even version of Main Street. It's like residential density. It's not, I understand it's a big part of the development of the city, but it's not to me. But that goes back to like the branding and however you want to call it. So that's why my position is what it is. I'm happy to defer to anybody. The position of the commission is let's move it forward. Let's go to GO. That's my position.
If I may. So what staff has been working on is that we want to get conceptuals for those options. To do so is going to cost about $180,000. And we would like to move forward with that because we can then look at what's it going to cost to renovate this area? What's it going to cost over there with options, whether we put a police station in there, we don't put a police station in there, if it's scalable, those kinds of things. And I think because it is such a monumental decision that it is well worthy of at least doing this piece of it. It'll help with the decision-making process.
I would definitely be in favor of that. And then we'll have realistic data to make decisions going forward.
That's a lot of money just to get some options,
Well, if you're talking about $60 million, it's really not a lot of money. So, and something that we're talking about for the next 30 years, 40 years, well into the future, I call it due diligence.
Did the chief leave?
And along that same line, we're making an investment, not just in our current residents environment, but also the future residents of our environment. And isn't that what an innovative and community does with a vision of not just our current residents, but with our the ones that we're planning for in the future?
But my only problem is, and I, as being somebody who bought a home from somebody who was in this home for 30 years, she was paying $900 a year on taxes. Now all of a sudden we're paying like $3,900 a year on taxes. Now all of a sudden HOAs, special assessments are coming in. There's a lot of money adding up for people. And it might be to somebody who's lived in a home for 30 years and they don't, their taxes are $900 to $1,000. I mean, they could afford something like that, but we have rising costs for everybody. And to say that now all of a sudden for the next 30 years, you're not going to be paying based upon 300,000 of your property. So it's 200 something for every 300,000 and prices are only going up. So people are spending, $600,000, $900,000. You're talking additional $700, $800 a year. And you know what? To some, it might not be anything, but to a lot, it's something. And nothing is getting cheaper in this world. And if we're going to sit here and consider this, we have to think about the person who is living paycheck to paycheck. We have to think about the person who's a single mom, who has 3 kids, who is trying to make means. And to just say, let's just build this public safety building that we've said we were going to do for a long time. I'm not downgrading it. I'm not saying, one way or the other, but it's a lot. And it's only going to get worse for people. I don't see things getting better. Things are going up. South Florida housing is beyond, it's always going to be this way. Some are going to get better. People want to be here. So to say all of a sudden now we're, it's $800 a year for this, these homes are probably going to go for sale in Main Street for probably like 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know. But it's something to think about. And being somebody who is a millennial 35-year-old person who's now bringing a kid into the world. Yes, if you didn't know, we're having a child in January. It's you know, you got to think about these things about people for people. Yes, I didn't hear a clap. Oh my gosh. We're having a kid. We're having a kid.
All right.
I
And
just-
on the other end,
and-
I'm sorry.
And I'll just say this. I ran into at lunch last week, one of the captains in Fort Lauderdale that's in charge. Chief, now that you're back, Captain Solomon in Fort Lauderdale. He's the guy, great guy. I've known him for 20+ years. He's been running point on the Fort Lauderdale expansion, we'll call it. And if there's even going to be a further discussion, I would really want our police department to have conversations with Hollywood and Fort Lauderdale, because I think that is going to be quite eye-opening to the process. That's all. So I don't think we still came to consensus. I don't-
We have communicated with Hollywood and, you know, they've shared notes with us about the things they're running into with their police station and how it's more than they were. I mean, believe me, our staff does reach out and make sure that, you know, we check up on this stuff.
So
I can, yeah,
yeah, Jackie.
I can appreciate our residents and being on it. Most of them on fixed incomes and prices going up and everything else going up. But we can't stay stagnant. We're a progressive city. We have people coming in, more and more people coming to us. Our PD is functioning in this 1970s facility, and they're crammed in there. And they need space. There's new technology coming out. They need to be on top of that. They are on top of it, and they need a facility that they can absolutely work at the most efficient level. And I think it's time that we absolutely, if we're going to support Main Street and we're proud of our city, we need to be proud of our police and fire and where we have them and what equipment. We're so worried about their equipment. We also have to be worried about their surroundings and how they can function. Right now, they're stepping all over each other. So I truly feel for our residents and what we're spending and insurance and HOAs and everything else and taxes that are going up. But we have to think, we have to be smart about how we spend money. And I think this is smart in the long run. Hopefully Coconut Creek is here for a very long time. So we have to really consider that as well.
Well, I mean, listen,
But if I can just, you know, we want to be here for a long time, but then if all of a sudden this bill, you know, we talked and you said the Hollywood building has gone up and, you know, right, it wasn't what they thought. All of a sudden instead of being, we're going to be Coconut Croak because we croaked on that. And we did not do right by the price. All of a sudden we say
I stand
60
by that.
million.
We stood up a fire department on time and on budget.
a little over budget,
But
little over.
they're over budget by a lot. I mean, we could say one thing or the other, but well,
Listen, it comes down to this. I mean, if we're not, I think we all have our position. The only person that I think is being a little unclear is John. And I don't mean to put it on you, John, because I'm hearing like mixed things from you. So if your answer is I'm not in favor of building a communal, if you want options, say that that's the route you want.
I don't want to spend 60 to 80 million dollars.
Okay. So then the city needs to look at options. It seems to be the consensus of the commission. The city needs to look at options with building the fire station as a fire station or an administrative office and options for renovating City Hall. So I'm going to turn it back to Sandy in regarding the millage rate reduction if she wants to have that discussion based on the handout she passed out.
No, I wanted you to have the same information I did when I reached out to Peter Gay to see about the options of lowering the millage to give a 1-year savings to our residents in conjunction with the public safety funding discussion. And I'll just open it up for your comments. I've already given mine.
Is there a way we could reduce the millage rate? Yeah.
At all.
That was like a look at death. You looked to my left. I know what that look was.
At all.
At all is the question.
We could, We could definitely look at options. I know, this year has just been difficult. Like Keisha mentioned, we pushed out a bunch of capital projects. So if we were to reduce it, that sets the baseline for a future year. So, leaving a difficult year to balance the budget and going into a new year, it might be a challenge if we looked at reducing it now without being able to evaluate all the requests and reprioritize some of the items that we have.
Based on the input that you were given today, I'm sorry.
Say this, for each 1.1 drop in mill, for each 0.1 decrease in our mill, we need to cut out $546,000.
What did we cut out today in total?
From the original request?
Yes, from what was presented to us, there were a few things, some more sizable than others, that we did reduce or curtail. Has anybody been
I don't
keeping
think
a
there was
tab of that?
any if we're.
So in
speaking about-
operating was very little. You did a little bit in donations, but that from the operating fund, very little.
So to piggyback what Karen is saying, if you're talking about that, again, adjust that transfer, which funds those fund 39 projects, which are our recurring maintenance. So to reduce even by 0.1 and to try to shave off another 500 and something $1,000 worth of required maintenance, which we already scrubbed. So what is presented to you in that fund is things that we have to address to make sure we're not in, an issue with any type of safety things. So to cut that back, it would be very difficult.
So to understand, if we went down to a 6.4462, that's $545,000?
It's what, 6.4463?
6.3 right now. Yeah.
So it would be 6.34.1
Oh, okay. So it's not the,
mil. Not 0.001 mil. Not 0.001 mil, but 0.1 mil.
1. Okay. Is it, if we went to like 6.4460, does that even do anything?
Not much.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
And nor from a resident paying the taxes perspective, they wouldn't notice. I promise you, they would not even notice.
Okay.
And it would just be hurting us.
Right. But if it went to 6.3463, then they would notice.
Negligible.
Okay.
Went to 6.0. notice.
That's getting almost a rollback.
That's, yes, that would
I'm
be,
just saying. You want to have a real discussion, that I noticed that.
I like your way of thinking.
and just remember, operations in the city isn't where the bulk of where our money goes. It's staffing. I mean, we have, over a $70 million payroll. So, really, if you want to look to where to cut dollars on a recurring basis, we cut staff, or we use attrition to lower the number of staffing that we have. And that's why when we move forward and we look at these requests, it's not just about adding bodies. If we can do it contractually, or we can do it through some other mechanism, payroll increases at a far greater pace than operating costs do, even with inflation. So that it's just to keep in mind, budgeting 101 in government.
Well, I'll just sum it up.
This way to wind down the meeting.
It is, but I'm just going to end on a non-controversial note of our 509.75 employees that are going to be on staff in this proposed budget. And our population of 57,348 that was given in our stats. That means for every employee, they serve on a daily basis about 112.5 people. And do a dang good job of it too. So, great year. Thank you all very much. And for what you do, we certainly get our money's worth as far as our staff goes. That's all I'm saying. End of argument.
Apologize. Is there anything, I think we all.
No, I
agree
just
with
want to say
Sandy.
great job. Thank you all, department heads, finance. Thank you.
Is there anything
Thank you,
else you
city
need
manager.
anything else you need from us at this time?
No, I want to say thank you to the departments. This meeting is so bittersweet. It's my last one. My last day is tomorrow.
Floor is yours, Keisha.
And I'm not gonna get emotional because, I've been holding it back for the last couple weeks, but I've been here 9.5 years. That is the longest that I've ever been anywhere. And the support, the professional development, the encouragement, everything that I've received here by far has surpassed any other municipality I've worked for. I'm so sad to be leaving, but I'm happy on this new chapter with my family. So thank you to Javon and Adam. They are like my right hand, the other half of my brain. They keep me going, keep me on track. So I don't think they get enough recognition just because most of the time you guys interact with me. But they are a huge part of what you see before you. So thank you to you guys. And I've had such a pleasure just working with each and every one of you, each personality is so different. I appreciate, the one-on-one time that you've given for me to get to know you, and it's been fun. So with that said, I don't have a portable mic, but if I did, I'm dropping the mic. So that's all I have, Josh, if you don't have anything.
Peter, you have anything in closing?
It's going to be hard to fill the shoes when Keisha is gone, so.
Karen, closing remarks?
I just want to thank you all for your support every day and as well as through this budget process. This is one of, if not the most important document that you all approve as a city commission, because it is $190 million. It is our work plan for the next year. It sets our priorities, our objectives, what to accomplish. And we couldn't have this without you. So appreciate all of you for your support and help in getting this proposal. And you didn't kill us too bad on this budget this year. I thought I was kind of expecting a little more, but you helped us prepare for it by telling us where your hot button issues are so that we could provide options for you in order to make the discussions go along smoother. So we hope we've accomplished that, and we thank you very much.
Anyone else in closing?
Enjoy your vacation there, city manager.
Thank you.
I think I speak on behalf of all of us that trucked through this whole meeting. I think we all appreciate you guys more than anything, and we couldn't do anything without every single person in this room and all the people that are not here that actually define what Coconut Creek and the culture is. So thank you all. I need a motion.
Motion.
We're adjourned.